Chapter 851. Mother Yang, who was quite annoyed, didn't show it on her face. She just faintly looked at her old neighbor who had been with her for more than 10 years. Yao Jing isn't young anymore. Little Yi is right. You always say that Yao Jing is young and insensible. Then what about Yi Qian, who you scolded for being vicious? Is she an adult? Is she older than Yao Jing? Must she be sensible? Must she give in to Yao Jing? Must she let your Yao Jing ruin her? You don't need to say more or quibble. We've been neighbors for 10 years. I don't want our relationship to be like enemies. Little Jing isn't young anymore. I can't accept what she has done. Vicious, unsympathetic, and irresponsible. Such a child is insensible in your eyes, but in my eyes, I'm sorry. I will never accept such a daughter-in-law. Mother Yang's words were like a real double-edged sword, stabbing into Mother Yao's eyes. Huiying, people aren't saints. How can you, from 4 years ago until now? Shuha, if you continue to speak, the relationship between our two families will really be broken. Mother Yang shielded Yi Qian by her side, blocking Mother Yao's sharp line of sight. Little Yi, I will protect this child in the future. It just so happens that I have always regretted that I don't have a daughter. She is 1 year younger than Yang Heng, and we hit it off very well. I like her in my heart. As for little Jing, it's better if she doesn't interact with Yang Heng in the future to avoid misunderstandings. Mother Yao, who was feeling suffocated, breathed rapidly and made a puff 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 sound. What did Huiying mean? What did she want to tell her? Hit it off with Yi Qian? They just met tonight, and she said they hit it off? She even said that she regretted not having a daughter? What did she mean? Without a daughter, she recognized Yi Qian as her daughter-in-law? How could she be so careless? They only knew each other for a few hours, and they already knew each other? Didn't she say that she wasn't in a hurry? Why was she in a hurry now? No. Li Shuhe was optimistic about the Yang family. She knew them well. They were all good-tempered. With Jing's ability, she could completely control them. They must not fall into Yi Qian's hands. Absolutely not. Mother Yang's words completely stepped on Mother Yao's taut nerves. She winked at her husband, wiped her tears, and whispered, Huiying, I made you so angry that you became muddle-headed. You even said such hasty words. Okay. It's my fault. I'll apologize to you. You, Deputy Director Yao, who was afraid that Yang Heng would expose what Yao Jing had done, signaled him to quickly think of a way to stabilize the Yang family. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao didn't speak again because he was a dignified Deputy Bureau Chief. How could he go against the children of his old friend? If his wife and daughter came forward, at least he could preserve some dignity in front of Bureau Chief Yang. Not only did he have to save some face, but he also had to ask old Yang to calm things down tonight. No matter what his daughter did, it was disgraceful and she would be criticized and looked down upon. Receiving his wife's signal, he looked at his daughter, who had a few red finger marks on her face. He pointed to the sofa in the lobby and sighed, Old Yang, let's talk in private. Alas, this matter, I really regret not taking good care of little Jing. It was no longer a matter of bickering. It was a matter of helping his daughter get out of trouble and making Yi Qian give face to the Yang family and not pursue his daughter's mistakes. This was the most important matter. Chapter 852. Director Yang acted as the peacemaker. It was not wise for him to cut off all ties with the Yao family for the sake of his daughter's affairs. As an official, he could be at odds with his colleagues because of work, but he would be too narrow-minded if he drifted apart because of his family's affairs. Okay, let's talk somewhere else. I'm worried about you now. This matter is obviously easy to solve. Look at you. He walked towards the sofa in the lobby, and his voice gradually disappeared from Yi Qian's ears. Yang Heng, who had been standing to Yi Qian's right, saw this and said softly, My dad has stepped in. This matter might have to be put to rest tonight. Yao Jing can't drop out of school like Yi Ying. I'm afraid my dad will ruin it. How do you know that I want Yao Jing to leave school? Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. His eyes were as clear as water, without a trace of gloominess. Yang Heng did not understand what he meant. Yi Qian glanced at Yao Jing, who was pretending to be a quail and trying to calm herself down. He smiled coldly and said, Yao Jing is not Yi Ying. We can't use the same method on her. Yao Jing can endure and will not jump out at the slightest provocation. Ying likes to jump out, so I need to get her out of school as soon as possible. You mean to say that Yao Jing is safer in school? That's right. School is an invisible restraint for her. With her pride, she will be afraid if things get out of hand. She is afraid that people will look down on her and say that she is two-faced. After this incident, she will at least be more honest in school. After she finished speaking, Yang Heng secretly gave her a thumbs up. Good, good. I've known Yao Jing for so many years, and I've always had a headache dealing with her. You've only known her for a month, and you've already found her weakness. Yi Qian, you're amazing. The boy's smile was clean, like the sunlight reflected on the surface of the water in summer. It was so refreshing that people couldn't help but smile along with him. Yang Heng was capable, clean, and resourceful. He was also disdainful of using underhanded means. It was indeed a good choice to be friends with such a man. Yao Jing, who was hiding behind Mother Yao, looked at the two of them whispering to each other. Her eyes were filled with layers of darkness, and there was no light in them at all. It was a darkness that seemed to have broken her core. This kind of person was terrifying. He had a certain level of strength and a flexible brain. He liked to scheme against them in the dark. He was like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark. Just thinking about it made people tremble in fear. Mother Yao and Mother Yang kept apologizing to each other. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, who was sitting on the sofa, sat down and sighed with a frown. Old Yang, I made a fool of myself. I'm ashamed. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao raised his hand and lightly thumped his forehead, complaining about his difficulties. Jing Jing is my only daughter. How could I bear to let her be wronged? Today, Heng Heng's words reminded me that if my own child is a treasure, other people's child is also a treasure. Director Yang had never interfered with these family matters and left it all to his wife to deal with. When he heard this, he only smiled and said, "That's a separate matter. You know that I don't care about the children's matters and don't interfere. It's even more impossible for me to show up for the matters between my children." Old Yao, you and your wife both came out of the education system. I still remember how righteous you were when you criticized a child for stealing. But when it comes to your own daughter, sigh, let's not talk about it. Chapter 853. If he didn't want to talk about it, it meant that he didn't want to talk about it. If he didn't even want to talk about it, then there wasn't much to talk about the relationship between the two families. Deputy Bureau Chief Yao's expression changed again and again. He didn't want to give up and said, "Let the two children handle it. As adults, we don't care anymore. We don't care anymore. Yes, we don't care anymore. Heng Heng is already 18 years old and has his own judgment. I didn't care about his matters in the past, and I won't care about it in the future. Let him handle it himself." This old Yao was a wily old fox. He was trying to see if there was any possibility of them becoming in-laws in front of him. Anxious, too anxious. Bureau Chief Yang sighed deeply. He glanced at Mother Yao, who was unable to maintain her composure because of her son's words, and still wanted to explain a little more. This matter had come to an end. As for calling the police, he looked at Xiao Yi, who had a calm and indifferent expression from the beginning to the end, and did not take it seriously. An interesting little girl who could control the situation. She had the air of a general. "Sigh, it's our fault. We can't raise the children like this." Deputy Bureau Chief Yao sighed. He sighed because his family had made a wrong move. Now, it was difficult to make the two children happy. "Old Yang, you have to help me. Little Jing made a mistake. I will definitely teach her a lesson when we get home." But Yi Qian said to call the police. "You saw it too. This child is also a person of her words. I'm really worried that she will call the police. I hope you can persuade her to be magnanimous and forgive little Jing this time. She couldn't call the police. If she really did, the whole family would be affected. It would be even harder for Jing Jing to survive in school." Mother Yao waited anxiously and dragged Mother Yang away. "Huiying, I know you are very disappointed. Believe me, I will definitely criticize her and make sure she doesn't make any mistakes again." Also, she had to make Jing Jing apologize to the Yang family. She couldn't let the Yang family think that Jing Jing didn't even know the most basic manners. Yes, She also had to apologize to Yi Qian. She had to ask him to forgive Jing Jing and not pursue the matter. Just now, he had also made a mistake. He was anxious that his daughter had been wronged, so he had recklessly stood up for her. Not only did he not protect his daughter, but he had also made things more complicated. He had even made Yang Heng say such hurtful words like Jing Jing was despicable. Mother Yang didn't open her mouth and let Mother Yao continue to speak good words. No matter how good her flowery words were, a girl like Yao Jing must be kept away from. Soon, Director Yang walked over. Deputy Director Yao, who was one step behind, nodded slightly to his wife, indicating that the matter was settled. After receiving her husband's signal, Mother Yao, whose back was drenched in sweat, relaxed. That's good. As long as old Yang stepped in, everything would be fine. My dad is here. He's here to be the peacemaker. Yang Heng's teasing made Yi Qian tilt his head and smile. It was late, so it was time to leave. Director Yang walked directly to Yi Jian's side and did not beat around the bush. He sighed and went straight to the point. Xiao Yi, can you let this matter go today for the sake of your uncle? Uncle knows that you have been wronged, but who in this world can have a smooth sailing life? Sometimes being wronged is also part of your growth experience. Calling the police was just Yi Qian's plan to trick Yao Jing. He wanted her to know if she had leaked information to Luo Ran. Now that the truth was out, how could she go to the police? He had injured 7 hoodlums and scared Luo Ran until he fainted. Thus, he slightly curved his lips and smiled. I will listen to your arrangements. Whatever you say, I will listen. Chapter 854. All right, then I'll make the decision. Director Yang nodded approvingly at Yi Qian. This child was like a deep pool of water. Deep water was good. Deep water was the best. Deep water was the best. Deep water was quiet, but shallow water was noisy. To achieve great things, one had to be able to pick up and let go. With him stepping in today, no matter how upset Yao Jing was, she had to suppress it, and the Yao family couldn't do anything to Yi Qian. For the sake of the Yang family, they wouldn't dare. Yi Qian also thought of this point. It was inappropriate for the army to step in and suppress the Yao family. It would only make the Yao family more cautious and restrain themselves. Now that Director Yang stepped in, it wasn't just a matter of restraint. They had to restrain themselves. Yao Jing was upset. She had to be. He didn't have to step in to make her accept. It was the Yao family who had to make her accept. Yao Jing, Dad will settle this for you. Mom's slap will calm your Annie Song's anger and let Yi Qian know our attitude as adults. Now apologize to Yi Qian. Remember, you have to apologize. Otherwise, she will tell the school what you did. You're finished. Your reputation will be ruined. Mother Yao warned and lectured in secret. Yao Jing, who was stunned by the slap, had no choice but to accept the fact that she had to apologize to Yi Qian again. Remember, what we're doing now is for your own good. Yao Jing, whose tears had almost dried up, lowered her head and listened obediently. However, the viciousness in her eyes was even more obvious. She calmed down a little and nodded. I know. That's good. I know that my Jing Jing is a good girl. She won't disappoint us. Mother Yao stroked her daughter's hair. Seeing the handprint she left on her daughter's delicate face, she regretted that she had slapped her too hard in a fit of anger. She should have just put on an act. Why did she really hit her? Yao Jing was furious, and so was Deputy Director Yao. But so what? He still had to apologize to Yi Jian again and again. I didn't expect my insensible daughter to get into trouble again. I still don't know what kind of trouble she got into. What kind of trouble did I get into that you, a student with a heart smaller than a needle, would not let go? It's not a big deal. Your daughter said it very clearly just now, and I also explained it very clearly. If Deputy Director Yao still doesn't know, you can simply understand it like this. Your daughter is in contact with the gangsters in the society, and they want to teach me a lesson. Yi Qian understood what he was implying. His calm eyes even had a hint of a smile. Deputy Director Yao, you should understand what I'm saying. If you still don't understand, why don't you ask your daughter why she knows those gangsters? Deputy Director Yao, who is still able to maintain his composure, sighed. When I get back, I'll definitely ask her properly. I thought she was young and insensible but now it seems that I neglected to discipline her. Xiaoyi, I'm really sorry. I clearly said that I wouldn't cause you any more trouble. Who knew that she would come again? He spoke bitterly and with deep helplessness. When he saw that his daughter didn't even have the courage to raise her head after hearing Yang Heng's words, he didn't feel any better. All right, we've let Yang Heng down tonight. We made his birthday unhappy. How about this, old Yang? When you're free, our family will come and apologize again. Tonight, we'll go back first. Sai, I'm worried now. Children are their parents' debts. Sai. Chapter 855. He was indeed worried about his daughter, but he didn't think that his daughter had made a grave mistake. There was definitely a mistake, but it wasn't entirely his daughter's fault. His daughter had made a grave mistake by going up against Yi Qian. How could Bureau Chief Yang allow the Yao family to visit him? He patted his old neighbor's shoulder and said with a smile, "My family's matter is a small matter. We're old neighbors. Our children can't play together, but we adults can have a knot in our hearts. However, I want to remind you that little Jing has to apologize to classmate little Yi. I'll make the decision to let bygones be bygones. Don't take it to heart. After all, you're classmates from the same school." Apologizing to Yi Qian was a small matter. Even if it was embarrassing, she still had to apologize to him under such circumstances. She gritted her teeth and walked out with a few red finger marks on her face. Standing in front of Yi Qian, she lowered her head and said word by word, "I'm sorry, Yi Qian. I shouldn't have informed Luo Ran and the others to come over. I shouldn't have chosen to stand by and watch. If I see this again, I'll definitely tell the teacher first and let him handle it." That's right, that's right. If you had thought of this earlier, there wouldn't have been any of this. His wife was so embarrassed that she didn't want to speak. Only Deputy Bureau Chief Yao could clean up the mess. Seeing his daughter's voice trembling, Deputy Bureau Chief Yao's heart ached for her, and he took the initiative to criticize her again. He said to Yi Qian, "She can't be forgiven so easily. I'll definitely give her a good lecture when we get home." Yi Qian sneered. Saying "I'm sorry" immediately after making a mistake might seem polite, but if she only apologized and didn't improve, her "I'm sorry" was really cheap. It's okay. I have to get used to your daughter making mistakes from time to time. Once I get used to it, I don't think I'll need your daughter to apologize to me the next time. Her reply made Deputy Bureau Chief Yao's smile stiffen. Yao Jing, who had finally lowered her head and bowed, glanced fiercely at Yi Qian. He was so aggressive that he didn't leave her any face. "Yi Qian, you're the real vicious one. Endure." She had to endure. Annie Young already had a problem with her. If she couldn't tolerate it anymore and went along with it, it would be difficult for her to get close to Yang Heng. She secretly took a deep breath and walked in front of Mother Yang. Even if she secretly mocked herself for only knowing how to apologize and not being able to correct her mistakes, she still had to apologize to Annie Song. "Auntie, I'm sorry. I just... She sniffled before she could finish her sentence. She sobbed and said intermittently, "I was jealous of Yi Jian. That's why I didn't inform the Lord immediately. Please don't hate me. I was just being impulsive. Auntie, please forgive me." "Auntie, can you forgive me?" "Jing, it's not enough for others to forgive you. I'm not used to your apology, so I can't accept it now." Mother Yang sighed and removed Yao Jing's hand from her arm. She said earnestly, "You need to learn how to be a good person. Even if you have nothing, at least your nature isn't bad." If her nature was bad, would she continue to forgive her in the future, even if she forgave her today? After Mother Yang finished speaking, she said to Yi Jian, "Xiao Yi, accompany me back to my room. Your Uncle Yang will make the decision to let bygones be bygones. Nothing will happen in the future, and the things that happened to Yang Heng in junior high will not happen again. Annie can promise you that you'll finish high school smoothly." Chapter 856. Although this child was aggressive just now, she knew when to stop. She said one thing and two things. Her words were sharp, but she had evidence. Even if such a child came from a poor family, she had learned how to be a person. This was a lifetime of wealth, and Yao Jing would never be able to compare to her. The current situation was actually an unexpected gain for Yi Qian. He didn't expect that even Yang Heng's parents would come forward to protect her, which made the Yao family afraid. Hearing this, the smile on his face was brighter than the morning breeze. I also didn't think of mentioning these things in the future. It's not a good thing. Let bygones be bygones. Yang Heng's mother took her hand and turned to walk into the hotel. Seeing this, Yao Jing was so anxious that she wanted to rush over and pull on Yang Heng's mother's sleeve. "Auntie, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please don't." "Yao Jing, my mother's health is not good. I don't want you to make a fuss in front of her." Yang Heng stood up and directly blocked Yao Jing's path. Facing Yao Jing, who had cried until her makeup was ruined, he said lightly, "It's too late. You can go home and rest." Yang Heng bowed slightly to Deputy Bureau Chief Yao and his wife and politely said, "Uncle, Auntie, I won't send you off. Goodbye." "Heng Heng, come here," Yang Heng's mother shouted. She didn't want to see her son have any contact with Yao Jing. The older he was, the more he didn't know how to improve. She was also very disappointed with the Yao family. Bureau Chief Yang raised his hand to look at the time and said to Deputy Bureau Chief Yao, "Okay, old Yao, go home. This matter is over." Yang Heng didn't fight, and his classmates didn't fight either. As for what Yi Qian encountered outside, I don't think it's a big deal. Since everyone is safe, don't think too much. Go back and rest. "Let's go, I'll send you off." After that, he made a pleased gesture. The two fathers bowed their heads and walked out of the hotel. Yao Jing stood still and watched Yang Heng walk step by step away from her sight. He walked towards Yi Qian without looking back once. Looking at his thin back getting farther and farther away from her, she felt like her heart was being stabbed by a knife. She lost her voice and shouted, "Yang Heng, I hate you. I hate you." Yang Heng smiled. No matter how much she hated him, it had nothing to do with him. From junior high to senior high, ever since he saw her make a mistake, he had advised her countless times and said many good words. A few years had passed, but in exchange, she had become worse. After so long, she had not changed, so be it. He would let her parents worry about it. Mother Yao covered her daughter's mouth. Her heart ached as she whispered, "All right, Jing Jing, go back with Mom. Wasn't it just Yang Heng? What's a big deal? Our Jing Jing is so beautiful and smart. Is she afraid that she can't find a better boyfriend?" Although she said that, Mother Yao didn't have any confidence at all. Her daughter was smart and beautiful, but her temper was too big. If she didn't find a broad-minded husband who knew her well, how could she be at ease? Agitated, Yao Jing struggled and screamed, "Mom, I only want Yang Heng. He belongs to me alone. I like him, so he can only be mine. Mom, I don't want anyone. I don't want anyone." There weren't many people in the hotel, so her screams attracted a lot of attention. The group of people had been talking in the hotel lobby and didn't go to the side rooms. Mother Yang, who was waiting for the elevator, heard Yao Jing's screams clearly. Chapter 857. When Mother Yang heard these words, the mild-tempered wife of the director was so angry that her face changed. She suppressed the anger in her heart and smiled at Yi Jian. "They're all singing in the private room on the 3rd floor. Go and relax with them. Don't be shy. Yang Heng will come down to play with you later." She had something to say to Yang Heng. Yi Qian understood and smiled. "Auntie, you are too polite." If Yi Qian was really with Mother Yang, she would feel very uncomfortable. It was better to go and play with her senior brothers and sisters. When the elevator reached the 3rd floor, Yi Qian walked out and waited for the elevator door to close before leaving. Although it was called a private room, it was actually a bar in the hotel. It could accommodate more than 100 people. The flashing lights were colorful, and the songs were all Hong Kong and Taiwan songs. Even the senior brothers who were singing now had a different tune, making the students below the stage laugh. Here, there was nothing to be unhappy about. Sitting here, Yi Qian did not think about what happened just now. Yi Qian, who had beaten up the 7 delinquents, returned to the group of students. She was once again an excellent student in the eyes of the students. She was easy to get along with, had a good temper, and was a strong and beautiful girl. Come, come, come. Drink juice. Other than juice, there is also mineral water. If you want to drink, there is nothing." Yi Qian sat down. The senior class students, sitting with her, immediately poured her a glass of juice. They were much more familiar with each other, and there was less of a sense of distance between them. After a night of fun, Yi Jian's polite attitude won their favor. Compared to Yao Jing, who made her own decisions, Yi Jian's peaceful and polite attitude won them over. Yi Qian smiled and clinked glasses with them. They sat together on the high bar and felt the atmosphere of the students. She had not experienced it in her previous life, but in this life, she felt a sense of novelty everywhere. The senior class was a very tense semester. It was rare to come out and relax. Even the relatively quiet girls in the class were sitting in the bar. They did not have to worry about the class teacher being angry. Before coming, Director Yang had informed the class teacher and promised that he would take care of every student. This could be seen from the dozen or so hotel staff standing around the bar. Some boys and girls were playing a game of finger guessing, each louder than the other. It could be seen that everyone was playing happily. When she saw Wang Jin sitting in the corner and arm wrestling with a few boys, Yi Jian, who felt sorry for him, walked over with a glass of juice. She didn't know if his arm hurt. She had to be more careful with her classmates next time so that she wouldn't accidentally hurt them again. My arm is fine. Why are you still thinking about it? Ha, it's fine, it's fine. It's fine. Seeing that she was still feeling guilty, Wang Jin swung his right arm high and laughed out loud. I won the arm wrestle just now. It's okay now. Where is Yang Heng? Why didn't he come with you? Did he go look for Yao Jing? Wang Jin had long forgotten about the pain in his arm. Seeing that Yang Heng was not accompanying Yi Jian, he immediately changed the topic. He blinked ambiguously and said with a smile, Junior sister Yi Jian, you have to work hard. Yao Jing is a formidable opponent. Yi Qian smiled. If it was because of Yang Heng, he wouldn't be a strong opponent. If it wasn't because of Yang Heng, she could be a strong opponent. Wang Jin was confused. After a moment of silence, he sighed, a future junior from a top university. Although there's only a one-word difference between a genius and a fool, there's a gap between the two. I don't understand what you are saying. I don't understand at all. Chapter 858. You can ask Yang Heng. He knows. Yi Qian yawned and tears welled up in his eyes. I'm sleepy. I have to go back to my room and sleep. I have to wake up early tomorrow. His meaning was simple. If Yi Qian really wanted to snatch Yang Heng from Yao Jing would have no chance of winning with such a strong opponent. If it weren't for Yang Heng, Yao Jing would be a strong opponent in Yi Qian's life. A strong opponent that could not be defeated so easily. Wang Jin pointed at the clock hanging on the bar counter and joked, one look and I can tell that you are a good student. You never stay up late. It's not even midnight yet. I'm also staying up late, but I have something to do tomorrow. Have fun. Goodbye. I'll go find Captain Xia early tomorrow. Since I didn't reject his love letter, I should take the initiative occasionally. I don't know how long he can stay in province. I feel bad making him run around all the time. If Commander-in-Chief Xia finds out, fine. She was not afraid of Xia Jinyuan saying that she was heartless. She was afraid that Commander-in-Chief Xia would say that she tormented his son. Behind him, a boy put his arm around Wang Jin's shoulder and laughed. If you're not a good student, how can you get such good grades? Why did Yi Qian ask if your arm is okay? What's wrong? Did something happen? Wang Jin shook his right arm and laughed. I sprained it. It's fine. It's fine. Let's go and sing a song. There was a lot of noise and laughter behind her. Yi Jian, who was smiling slightly, closed the door of the private room that had a good soundproof effect and left with light footsteps. It was already late into the night, and there were fewer cars outside the hotel at 11 o'clock. Yao Jing was screaming like a madwoman in the car, kicking and punching. The little princess crown on her head had already fallen somewhere. Her hair was disheveled, and she was venting her grievances and anger like a madwoman. Let her cry for a while. Don't disturb her. Deputy Director Yao, who was driving, drove steadily and motioned for his wife to sit still and not disturb his daughter's venting. A black car sped past on the opposite side of the road. The middle-aged man sitting in the car kept urging the driver, damn it, hurry up, run the red light, charge through. Old Luo, if anything happens to our son, I'm not done with you. I'm not done with you. There was also a plump middle-aged woman with tears and snot running down her face. There was even a pile of tissues scattered in the car. Boss Luo, whose face was full of fat, glared fiercely at his wife, and said angrily, "Spoiled. You only know how to spoil. Look at you now." He had spoiled a person who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Who is Master Ho-san? If your brother is afraid of him, then I'm even more afraid of him. After provoking Master Ho-san, not only do you have to hope that nothing will happen to your son, you also have to fucking hope that nothing will happen to me. Boss Luo's wife choked. She collapsed in the car and wiped her tears. She didn't even dare to cry too loudly. Who didn't know Master Ho-san? His eldest brother used to work with Master Ho-san. Later, he made a mistake and was kicked out. Until now, he had been hiding in his hometown and didn't dare to come out. Master Ho-san had warned him to stay in his hometown so that he could live. What should we do? What should we do? Hubby, my brother said that if it's third Master Ho, our son will most likely die. What should we do? How can Grandma accept this? Cry, 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 cry my ass. Boss Luo, who was cursing, took out a big cigar. He wore a square ruby gold ring and lit the cigar. He took a deep puff and said in a muffled voice, "If there's no way out, you have to admit it. You have to fucking admit it." As long as they didn't fight in school, the teachers wouldn't care so much. At worst, he would pay more money to the school to keep his son's school status. Chapter 859. Even if he got into a fight or got into trouble, as long as no one was killed and he could settle it with money, it was not a big deal. But this good-for-nothing bastard dared to mess with Master Ho-san. No matter how rich he was not as rich as Master Ho-san. No matter how powerful he was not as powerful as Master Hausen's background in the underworld. When something happened, there was only one word for it. Admit it. One car was heading home, while the other was heading towards the Caesar Hotel. Yao Jing was screaming crazily in the car, while the other car had already stopped. Boss Luo and his wife, together with the driver, used a flashlight to find Luo Ran, who had fainted in the withered grass. Son, wake up, don't scare your mother. Son, wake up, don't scare your mother, don't scare your mother. Holding Luo Ran, whose face and lips were pale, Luo Ran's mother cried until she almost fainted. The driver carefully touched Luo Ran's nose and whispered to his boss, whose fat was trembling, "Boss, he's still breathing. I think he just fainted. Let's put in the car first." He's still breathing? Boss Luo was from Guangdong province. He had lost his fertility after a car accident in his early years. Otherwise, his family would not have raised Luo Ran as their ancestor. He was the only child in the family, and there was no way for him to grow a second one. How could he not be a treasure? The driver nodded repeatedly. He's still breathing, he's still breathing. I checked, and there's no blood, except here. The driver, who was in his early 40s, pointed at Luo Ran's neck. Someone strangled him here, but there's no other injury. The driver's surname was also Luo, and he was from the same village as Boss Luo. With his reminder, Boss Luo also gently stretched out 2 fingers in front of his son's nose. He's really breathing. It's all right. Master Ho-san was merciful. Stop crying. What are you crying for? Take him to the car. Call your cousin, who's a medical student, over for a checkup. His son was still breathing, and the Luo family was still alive. Boss Luo was so happy that he pushed his wife away and bent down to pick Luo Ran up. He tried twice but was blocked by his beer belly, so he had to tell his driver, "Hurry up, take my son to the car, get in the car first." As long as his son was still breathing, it was fine. If he really ran out of chi, he could only accept it. Accept it. At this moment, Boss Luo didn't want to stay here for even a minute. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. The black BMW with a local license plate sped away. In less than 2 minutes, Ho Zi, who was wearing a loose bathrobe that revealed a large portion of his strong and muscular chest, received a call from his subordinate. He didn't have much interest in it, so he replied with a soft and hung up the phone. He turned around and poured the red wine into a large crystal wine set. While shaking it gently, he walked to the sofa and sat down. "It's settled. I've just brought him home. Tell your little girlfriend not to worry." The red wine in the wine set was slowly poured into a tall crystal glass. "Xia Jin Yuan, who was also wearing a loose white hotel robe, picked up the crystal glass filled with red wine and gave a slight toast to Jose. "Thank you, Brother Z. Don't mention it. Even if I didn't show up today, your little girlfriend would have taken care of it." Jose was no longer drunk. He sat on the dark-colored sofa with his slender legs crossed and sighed with a smile. "My men said that those little hooligans were beaten up badly. There were 7 of them in total. 4 of them had brass darts pierced into their left hands and knives pierced into their right hands. Their left and right hands were dislocated and twisted like noodles." Chapter 860. From the moment I saw her to the moment I brought my men over, she managed to get rid of 7 men in less than 15 minutes. She is indeed capable. With such a girlfriend, no matter where he was, he could rest assured. Xia Jinyuan's eyes were sharp. Xia Jinyuan, who had been gently swirling the wine glass in his hand, enjoyed the night view. His thin lips curved into an unusually soft smile. "She's not my girlfriend. She's a high school student. She needs to wait. She is quite capable. Her goal is the same as mine. In fact, I'm her target. Jose could hear a hint of bragging in his calm tone. She had to admit that this was something that could be bragged about. Any man would be jealous. The girl he liked had set him as her target. How could he not be envious? Jose, who had just been broken up with, suddenly lost interest in talking to Xia Jinyuan about Yi Qian. She didn't want to hear a man who was so proud of his success to show off in front of her, who was about to fall out of love. She calmly changed the topic. "The scenery is good, right? Do you feel like the mountains are small?" The Caesar Hotel had 23 floors. Naturally, it was impossible for every floor to be a hotel. The hotel was divided into 2 main entrances. From the 1st floor to the 14th floor, there were hotels. From the 14th to the 20th floor, there were offices. On the 23rd floor, there were 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. For example, Xia Yiwei and Xia Jinyuan. The sofa faced the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Even if one were to sit on the sofa, they could have a bird's-eye view of the southern province. Xia Jinyuan clinked glasses with Jose. After taking a sip, he slowly said, "It's lonely at the top." He wanted to sleep, so he forced himself to wake up. "Huh, do you want to hear nice words?" "Not at all. I asked you to accompany me to relax, not to make things difficult for me." Jose finished the red wine in her glass in a few mouthfuls and immediately poured herself another glass. "I've already treated you to such a good French red wine. Can't you give me some face?" Xia Jinyuan stretched his long legs and lazily replied, "No, an old man like you doesn't need a young person like me to give you face. Face is given to oneself, not by others." 37 years old. Am I old? You're 37 years old, not old. My sister is 34 years old. Don't you think she's old? Xia Jinyuan's voice was a little cold. Brother Z, don't expect me to say something nice to you. My sister wants to marry you, but you don't want to marry her. There's only one result, an amicable parting. It's a relief for her and a relief for you. Jose clenched her teeth so hard that her cheeks tightened. Her red phoenix eyes were filled with murderous intent. She said in a low voice, "Tell me, do you think we can get married? Who am I? Who is she? Who is your family, Xia? Could it be done? Can this marriage go through?" She said she wants to get married. Do I dare to agree? Does your family, Xia, dare to marry her to me? One was the boss of the underworld. His hands were stained with blood, and he had countless enemies. He didn't dare to marry her because he didn't dare to take the risk. His phoenix eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Xia Jinyuan. He was like a proud phoenix with bloodshot eyes. His wings were gorgeous, but no one could get close to him. Sixth brother, you're a man. Think about it if you were in my position. Would you dare? Dare? Why wouldn't I dare? The person I love and the person who loves me is by my side. Why wouldn't I dare? I would even dare to die, not to mention enemies and enemies. Chapter 861. The scenery on the 23rd floor is indeed not bad. I should be able to watch the sunrise, but it's not good to be lonely at such a high place. I need someone to accompany me. Xia Jinyuan, who was thinking in his heart, raised his eyebrows slightly. He smiled confidently and said, I dare, Brother Z. I won't let the person I love live without anyone to depend on. I will try my best to keep her safe and let her feel at ease when she is in a relationship. The world is big, and there are many places with beautiful scenery. It's far away from the hustle and bustle of the world. Brother Z, it's actually not difficult to hold the hand of the person you love and take a stroll on a sparsely populated rural road. What's difficult is that you can't give up the status, power, and wealth you have today. So, you don't dare to give it up for Xia Wei. Ho Zi fell silent. Xia Jinyuan may be young, but his words were sharp and experienced. It was as if he had dug out Ho Zi's heart and revealed all his misgivings. That's right. It was indeed difficult for him to give up the status, wealth, and power he had today. He started as a poor boy and spent a total of 20 years building this beautiful country with his bare hands. How could he give up 20 years of hard work? If he left, what would happen to his brothers? How could they continue to play this game of chess? Once he left, what would he use to protect himself and his woman if his enemies came looking for him? He had been gambling for the past 20 years. Now that he had settled down, he didn't dare to gamble anymore. He was afraid that he would lose, so he didn't dare to gamble. Brother Z, you have too many misgivings in your heart. They far exceed your expectations of giving Xia Wei happiness. I admit that you love my sister, Xia Wei, but I want to tell you that there are not so many misgivings in love. Love is a promise. If you can't give her that promise, you can only choose to let go. After so many years, after 17 years of ups and downs, in the end, because of different identities, different statuses, and different misgivings, the people he once trusted became strangers. In the end, they no longer traveled together, and their lives no longer intersected. This was a pity, but it also reminded him that he must not let the little fox drift further and further away from him. They must hold each other's hands tightly and walk side by side on the road of the military. They had the same goal, the same duty, the same military uniform, the same military cap, the same steel gun for the country. They would never leave each other in the flames of war. Only then could they continue to walk together and love each other. Ho Zi's red eyes seemed to sparkle with tears, but they quickly disappeared. He asked Xia Jinyuan, "Do you mean that my breakup with your sister is inevitable and there's no turning back? I'm not a part of your relationship. I have no way of knowing what's going on in your hearts, nor do I know how important this relationship is to you. Therefore, I can't give you an answer. I have no way of knowing what the outcome of your relationship is." Xia Jinyuan had finished the red wine in his glass. He gently placed the glass on the coffee table and rubbed his tired eyes. He stood up and said, "I still have to chase after my future girlfriend tomorrow. Good night, Brother Z." Only the two of them understood their relationship. No matter how clear others saw it, they could not tell what the outcome of their relationship would be. There are only two outcomes: break up or stay together. There were also only two choices: break up or stay together. It all depended on which outcome they chose. Ho Zi did not ask him to stay any longer. With a thoughtful expression, he softly said, "Goodbye." Then he sipped his red wine and quietly thought about it. He needed to think about it carefully. Chapter 862. His lover of 17 years, the only woman he loved in his life. Was it possible for him to watch her marry another man? Xia Jinyuan walked to the door and unlocked it. He turned around and saw a lonely figure sitting on the sofa. His elegant and handsome face was solemn, and there was a dark look in his eyes. This was all he could do to help. If Ho Zi couldn't bear to give up his current position, Xia Wei wouldn't have a problem marrying his first love. After all, the two of them broke up because of a misunderstanding. One of them was still single, waiting for Iran, while the other was at an age where she had to get married because her relationship wasn't going well. If you fell in love, you shouldn't worry too much. If you really had so many worries, why did you get together in the first place? If you hesitated, you would end up as a loser. If you kept thinking about waiting until little Fox went to college, you'd end up letting those little boys make the first move. The biggest mistake you can't make for someone you love is to be self-righteous. If you don't regret making a move, and if you fall in love, you don't regret it. What's so difficult about dealing with the things around you that might interfere with your relationship? What's really difficult is your own heart. You can't make up your mind, you can't decide what to do, and you have too many worries. He wouldn't have so many worries about his own feelings. No matter how difficult the situation was, it wouldn't stop him from making a move. After pausing at the door for a while, Xia Jinyuan suddenly said, "Brother Z, my return this time might bring you a certain amount of danger. But the only person I can think of is you. I, Ho Z, have been walking on the edge of a knife for so many years. You came to me because you think highly of me and you trust me. If there's any danger, as long as I can handle it, it won't be a problem." Ho Z, who was still living a life of turbulence, seemed to have known all along. He said calmly with a hint of arrogance, "Your identity can bring me danger. It's indeed dangerous enough. I've done so many things, but I've never done anything bad to protect a soldier. There's no harm in giving it a try." In the face of danger, only Ho Z, who was in the underworld, would dare to say that there was no need to guard against it. Xia Jinyuan smirked and said, "Brother Z, if you have the chance to make a serious choice, how do you plan to live with Xia Yiwei? Continue to live your own life and let Xia Yiwei get married? Make a serious choice? Single choice?" Ho Zi's gaze froze. She turned her head from the sofa and looked at the young man, standing at the door like a pine tree. "Are you willing to see your little girlfriend marry someone else?" It seemed that the matter between him and Xia Yiwei had not reached a dead end yet. Xia Jinyuan nodded and smiled faintly. "I understand. Rest early." If Ho Zi could seize the opportunity, he and Xia Yiwei would have a bright future. If he missed it, Ho Zi would still be the current Ho Zi, while Xia Yiwei would become someone else's wife, Xia Yiwei. "What opportunity is it that you can't tell me now?" Ho Zi got up from the sofa and stared fixedly at Xia Jinyuan. "The opportunity one want is an opportunity that requires me to reshuffle everything in my hands. Can you afford to give it to me?" Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Working with the territory under your feet, I wonder if this opportunity is big enough? Moreover, Brother Z is the only person I can think of who can help me now." Chapter 863. An opportunity to cooperate with the territory under his feet. Ho Zi swayed the red wine in his glass and stared sharply at Xia Jinyuan for a long time. After confirming something, he downed the red wine in his glass and smiled. "I believe in you, old six. I believe in you too, Brother Z." Xia Jinyuan closed the door and left the room of the 37-year-old man, who finally understood that Xia Yiwei was so important that she had become his life. A faint smile flashed across his cold eyes. Xia Yiwei was really a difficult woman to deal with. A simple breakup was enough to force a mafia boss to this extent. You don't want the world, but you want the beauty. Xia Yiwei, you succeeded. Standing by the corridor on the 23rd floor, Xia Jinyuan looked through the glass, and his deep eyes flickered slightly. Someone's wish came true, but he didn't know if he would be able to achieve it. The night was not bad. There were no stars or moon, and there was a little wind. It was a night very suitable for Yiyu. If his wish came true tonight, he would be able to fight side by side with Little Fox and also have a Yiyu, a night rendezvous, watch the sunrise, sit on the sofa in the room on the 23rd floor and watch the sunrise together. He felt that it was not bad. Then he would wait for the military to call. Although he said that he had returned to the southern province, it was dangerous to return to the southern province. It was dangerous to lure all the snakes to the southern province. He was in the country, and the mission was not interrupted. Now, he just had to wait for the military to approve his request. The phone in his bathrobe vibrated. Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened, but he didn't seem to notice it. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The man, who was wearing a bathrobe that couldn't hide his elegance, walked back to the room gracefully. This phone was specially modified. There was no one else other than the military and his comrades who would send a message at this time of night. He originally wanted to find Little Fox and drag her to watch the sunrise together, but it seemed that it would be a little later. "I'm Q King. Q King, someone from abroad has sneaked into the country to carry out the second plan of the storm mission. The mission of luring the snakes out of their holes has begun." Xia Jinyuan opened the curtains in the room and sat on the same sofa as Ho Zi's room. He looked down at the city from above. "Roger that. We've already contacted Ho Zi, the leader of the underworld in Southern Province. Our identities have been covered. We're ready for action." The phone was silent for a few seconds, but it felt like the entire night was about to pass. Your decision is very dangerous. Whether it's letting Ho Zi get involved or asking Yi Qian for help, it's all very risky. The military department opposes it out of caution, but Commander-in-Chief Xia supports it. Q King, your current identity is too special. We can trust Yi Qian, but Ho Zi, once she finds out and reveals your whereabouts, you should know what kind of trouble you'll be in. The voice on the other side of the phone was low and cold. It was the leader of all the members of the Snowfield Brigade, a major general in the army. Xia Jinyuan met him in Yi Qian in Pakistan. Xia Jinyuan said calmly, I'm sure Ho Zi's file is already on the military department's conference table. Although he's a member of the underworld, he's very principled. There have been people from abroad who have contacted him many times and tried to instigate him by offering him many favorable conditions. All the people sent were secretly dealt with by Ho Zi, and the foreign organizations didn't dare to retaliate. Just based on this, I believe Ho Zi won't reveal my identity. Chapter 864. Why did he come to Southern Province to look for Ho Zi? It was not only because Ho Zi was capable, but also because he trusted her character. Ho Zi was the only person in the country who dared to kill someone sent by an overseas organization. If it weren't for this, the military wouldn't have allowed you to contact Ho Zi, the Major General said solemnly. Although it's great that I'm willing to die in exchange for your life, and your decision is admirable, I don't want to see anything happen to any of you. The military has agreed to all your requests. Yi Qian is approved to join the operation as your second shield. She will be our hidden sword in Southern Province. If a snake comes out of its hole, the hidden sword will be unsheathed and kill without mercy. Xia Jinyuan's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth curved slightly in the dark room. Since he had come to Southern Province, how could he not have Little Fox to fight alongside him? If Little Fox wanted actual combat experience, he would give it to her. As long as there was a chance, he would definitely give her actual combat experience. This was because he had promised that he would hold Yi Qian's hand tightly and grow with her. A gentleman's promise could not be bought with money. He had always kept his promise in his heart. At this moment, his wish came true. We still need to see her reaction. We won't inform her directly for now, the Major General said. The military hopes that she can be your support in Southern Province. We'll test her first before informing her. Yi Qian was a student. Even if her file appeared in the military and was recorded in the system, she was still a student. The military did not know her movements at all times. When a major general said, see her reaction, it was actually a test. He wanted to see if Yi Qian was qualified to be a hidden sword who could lure the snake out of its hole and kill without mercy. Major Xia, who wanted to hold Yi Qian's hand to watch the sunrise, nodded and said calmly, okay, follow the orders strictly. G3 will contact you later. Be careful. After the Major General said what he needed to say, he hung up the phone. A text message soon appeared on Xia Jinyuan's phone. It was a text from G3. It was also the text that Xia Jinyuan had been waiting for. G3 sent a message saying that he was rushing to Southern Province. K7, who had not been able to contact him, sent a message at 11:05 p.m. saying that he had entered the country safely. During this mission, K7 was injured and lost contact with his teammates. No one knew where he was. There were still 14 hours before the 120-hour deadline. G3 suddenly received a message from K7 saying that he had entered the country safely. It was good news to receive K7's message, but if he had entered the country, why didn't he give G3 his coordinates? Xia Jinyuan, who was a little worried after receiving the message, sat there quietly until 3 o'clock in the morning. It was already 3 o'clock. Xia Jinyuan looked out of the window and smiled. It seemed like he could bring Little Fox here to watch the sunrise together. At this time, Yi Qian had already fallen asleep. She had no idea that she would soon be fighting alongside Xia Jinyuan as a student. She was sleeping soundly and maintained her sleeping position. Even when she was sleeping, Yi Qian was very disciplined. When she opened her eyes again, there was a cold glint in her eyes. She pulled out a pillow with her right hand and threw it at the shadow standing beside her bed. She then rolled to the side of the bed and half squatted to hide. Someone had snuck into her room, and she did not notice immediately. She had not trained for half a month, and her vigilance had dropped so low. The moment she threw the pillow, she suddenly chuckled. It's me. Chapter 865. It's me, Xia Jinyuan. It's him, the man she saw tonight, the man she had agreed to meet tomorrow. The man who came to see her immediately after completing a mission. Yi Qian, who had already picked up silver wire, heaved a sigh of relief. He sat down on the carpet and said impatiently, Major Xia, why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Are you on a mission? Yes, I'm on a very important mission. Xia Jinyuan, who had sneaked into a room in the middle of the night, put the pillow back on the bed. He smiled calmly and said, I'm carrying out orders. In order to ensure Xia Jinyuan's physical and mental health, I have to arrest a little fox to prevent him from going crazy. Yi Qian was speechless. You win, Major Xia. Also, it's really dangerous to have a special forces soldier as a boyfriend. You have to be wary of him sneaking into your room in the middle of the night to ambush you. Yi Qian, who was rubbing his temples, climbed back onto the bed. He looked at the man who had suddenly appeared in the room and was already standing by the bed. Yi Qian was both angry and amused. He said, I was still in shock when you went crazy. Captain Xia, don't you feel the slightest bit embarrassed about doing such sneaky things when you're on the battlefield? No, I'm very glad that I'm a special forces soldier who can leap onto roofs and vault over walls. And I'm proud of it. Major Xia had always been thick-skinned, especially in front of Yi Qian. It was at least 10 centimeters thick and invulnerable. Other people's boyfriends can only be anxious when they think about their girlfriends in the middle of the night. But for me, I think about them whenever I think about them. It's so convenient. So I'm quite proud of it. So, having a special forces soldier as a boyfriend, I have to set up many traps in my room before I go to bed in order to prevent him from harboring ill intentions. Yi Qian was so angry that he laughed. He was actually quite proud of something like this. This person, the more he interacted with him, the more he felt that he wasn't an inflexible man. He was just an idiot. She opened the bedside cabinet, turned on the light, and looked at the time. 3:30 a.m. At 3:30 in the morning, Xia Jinyuan appeared in her room. Previously, when he sent her to the hotel, she saw that his face was full of fatigue. Now, when it was time to sleep, he appeared in the guest room of the Venus Hotel. What were the hotel staff and security personnel doing? It was not their fault. How could they have discovered the infiltration of a top special forces soldier? 3:30. You went back to the hotel to take a nap. Are you feeling energetic now? Yi Qian sat on the bed and stared at the man who was smiling elegantly. Then his eyes widened slightly. You came in a hotel bathrobe? From Caesar Hotel to Venus Hotel? Xia Jinyuan, you. Even if you want to do something naughty in the middle of the night, why don't you change your clothes? Clothes. He had thought of changing, but he really didn't have any clothes to change into. The set of clothes that he had brought back tonight had already been burned to ashes. His tall body leaned over, and then he laid down on the bed. Then he turned to face Yi Qian and supported his chin with one hand. His lazy posture had a casual air of nobility. Even his mischievous smile had an indescribable elegance to it. Little Fox was also someone who could fall asleep anywhere. When he broke into the room and heard her breathing, he knew that she was sleeping soundly. It was the first time he had done something like this. It was actually more stimulating than carrying out a mission. When he opened the door and found that there was no movement in the room, he was quite excited. Picking locks and picking doors was a small part of their training. Even if there was an anti-theft bolt inside a hotel, it was just a decoration to them. Chapter 866. After entering the room, he gently closed the door behind him. He walked into the room, where even the air was filled with her faint fragrance. He felt as if his organs had been cleansed, and all his fatigue and dust had disappeared. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan was completely relaxed. He looked at Yi Qian with a smile in his eyes. When he raised his eyes slightly, his gaze inadvertently fell on her chest for a few seconds. Yi Qian was still a little angry about his sneaking into her room in the middle of the night. She didn't notice that when Xia Jinyuan's gaze slid across her bare chest, there was a faint light in his deep black eyes. Even through her clothes, Xia Jinyuan was still able to reap the benefits in the middle of the night. The scenery was beautiful. If he stared at her for too long, she was afraid that she would directly raise her foot and kick him in the face. Before Yi Qian noticed, Xia Jinyuan calmly retracted his gaze, although he was reluctant to part with her. He smiled and replied, "I fled back to China like a refugee. Every time I went to a place, I had to change into a new set of clothes. Then, I burned the clothes I changed into and completely erased the traces to avoid being discovered. There were a total of 4 sets of clothes. The set of clothes you saw tonight was my last set of clothes. Also, it was picked up from the discarded clothes of a clothing factory. When I returned to the hotel, I immediately cleaned it up. The only thing I could wear was this hotel bathrobe." He spoke in a relaxed and cheerful tone as if he was joking. Yi Qian, who knew why even the clothes had to be burned, shuddered when she heard this. What kind of operation was so strict that even the clothes they wore on the way back had to be burned? Then, when they fought, they definitely weren't wearing our country's combat uniform. While she was still thinking, Xia Jinyuan's slow voice didn't stop. "The military uniform I wore that day is still on the ceiling of the utility room on the first floor of the airport. Tomorrow, I'll need you to help me retrieve it. It's not convenient for me to come out in the next few days. Be careful when you retrieve it, and pay attention to your surroundings when you come back." Xia Jinyuan, who had gotten what he wanted, began to talk about the mission without any pressure. He did some small things to let Yi Qian know how dangerous the mission was. "You. Okay, I know. I'll get up now. I could take the car there." Yi Qian wanted to ask, "Are you safe now?" But he quickly changed his words. Since he was in front of her now, he should be safe. He stood up and said, "There will be a bus from the Caesar Hotel to the airport at 5 o'clock. I could take a ride there. Just wait for me to come back." As she stood there, Xia Jinyuan could clearly appreciate Yi Qian's figure. Her proportions could be said to be perfect. She was tall and well-proportioned, and every part of her body was exquisite as if it had been carved out of jade. It seemed that the benefits of sneaking into a room in the middle of the night were not just a little, but a lot more. If he was outside in the future, should he consider sneaking in a few more times? As he thought about it, Xia Jinyuan furrowed his brows and scolded himself in his heart. Dirty! Ever since he met the little fox, his moral bottom line had been lowered again and again. It's still early. You can get up after 6 o'clock. You can get the clothes back in the afternoon. There's no rush. Xia Jinyuan lifted the blanket that she was sitting on and smiled like a gentleman. It's a little cold. You're still wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. You'd better lie under the blanket to avoid catching a cold. I'll wake you up when it's time. Chapter 867. After his reminder, Yi Qian, who didn't feel cold at first, looked down at herself. After she saw it, her white jade-like face instantly turned red. She jumped onto the bed with the same agility as she did during training and hugged herself tightly under the white blanket. "Xia Jinyuan," she shouted angrily. The major raised his eyebrows with a confused look on his face. What's wrong? What's wrong? Why is he still pretending to be innocent and unaware?" Yi Qian threw another pillow at his face. "Do you dare say you didn't notice? You didn't see?" No. Took a few more glances? Yi Qian, who was skilled in martial arts but had never been in a relationship in her 2 lifetimes, was too innocent to say the rest. Once Major Xia got angry, Yi Qian, who hadn't let loose in front of him, couldn't defend herself. Xia Jinyuan caught the harmless pillow and shook his head helplessly. "I noticed, I even took a few more glances. I really wanted to remind you at the time, but I was afraid you would be embarrassed, so I didn't say anything." Little Fox found out when he said, "Be careful of catching a cold." Yi Qian didn't want to talk to him anymore. Now she understood why Xia Yiwei said Xia Jinyuan was the most troublesome person in the family. She already felt a headache coming on. This man always made her mad, but she couldn't find a reason to be mad at him. In the end, she just had to hold it in. She was holding it in until she hid under the blanket and didn't want to come out. When it came to these things, Yi Qian was as pure as a piece of paper. It was obvious that she was confused when it came to relationships and didn't know how to get along well with a man. Fortunately, Major Xia was also a blank piece of paper. He had a high EQ, but he had never been in a relationship before. After he met her, he immediately thought of being a gentleman and not scaring the underage little fox away. He softly coaxed her. I really didn't take a few more glances. I'm still a boyfriend, so how would I dare to take a few more glances? I was looking into your eyes and thinking about something else. Don't be cooped up in the blanket. Be careful not to suffocate yourself. If you really don't want to sleep, we can chat. Or you can pack up, and we'll go back to the Caesar Hotel. I booked a room on the 23rd floor. We can sit on the sofa and watch the sunrise together. When he coaxed Yi Qian, his expression, voice, and eyes could all be seen and heard. Yi Qian could feel his gentleness and warmth close to her heart. Yi Qian gradually walked out of the awkwardness. She poked her head out of the quilt and looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was leaning against the bed and talking to her with his eyes closed. She frowned and said, How long has it been since you had a good sleep? There were dark circles under his eyes, which were the result of severe lack of sleep. 4 days and 4 nights. I haven't slept for that long. Xia Jinyuan's fierce expression disappeared when he heard her question. He took a deep breath of her sweet scent and said, When I came back last night, Ho Zi chatted with me. Time passed by before I knew it. Yi Qian saw his frown and said softly, Lie down and sleep for a while. Yi Qian understood how difficult and dangerous their missions were. She couldn't bear to see him like this. It was because she understood that she was especially gentle with this muddle-headed major. Chapter 868. No, I'm not sleepy yet. Although Xia Jinyuan's eyes were closed, his brain did not rest. Talk to me. Maybe I can fall asleep while listening to your voice. Yi Qian pursed his lips. Now that we're back in the country, why do you still look so worried? Did you encounter any difficulties? There was an accident during Operation Decapitation. Xia Jinyuan calmly explained the mission they were carrying out this time. He spoke without any pressure because he had received approval from the military. But Yi Qian, who did not know the situation, was shocked. Li Yin coldly reprimanded, Xia Jinyuan, open your eyes. How could he reveal the mission so easily? Didn't he know who he was? The top 10 confidentiality rules of the military. Look at what you're saying now. First, do not reveal secrets that should not be revealed. Second, do not ask about secrets that should not be asked. Third, do not look at secrets that should not be seen. Fourth, do not bring secrets that should not be brought up. Fifth, do not mention secrets in private letters. Sixth, do not record secrets in unclassified books. Seventh, do not use ordinary mail to transmit secrets. Eighth, do not read or discuss secrets in unclassified places. Ninth, do not privately copy, preserve, or destroy secrets. 10th, do not bring secret carriers to travel or visit relatives and friends. You know all these. Seeing how anxious she was, Xia Jinyuan could not help but laugh. He raised his eyes and said, Operation Decapitation is just these 2 words. You have no way of knowing what kind of operation it is. This operation was called Operation Decapitation. The operation team did not encounter any problems. An electrical engineer in the embassy said that the Chinese side was sending people to repair the aging circuit, and his words alerted the enemy. The security level of the deployment made them squat in a sewer for 48 hours. When they came out, they could not feel their hands and feet. This was also the first time in several years that a comrade in the Snowfield Brigade had gone missing after an operation and had not returned to their positions. Yes, Operation Decapitation was just these 2 words, but what was decapitation? It was to destroy the enemy's leader and their organization. His mission this time was to go abroad and behead someone with a very big background. Yi Qian only thought about it, but his heart trembled. He wanted to warn him, but when he saw that he didn't even have the strength to open his eyes, he sighed in his heart. Didn't you say you were tired and needed to go back to sleep after sending me home last night? You didn't sleep at all last night. Go to sleep and stop talking. I don't want to listen to it anymore. Yi Qian forcefully pulled on his arm, wanted him to lie down and sleep comfortably. He was a soldier and a comrade who had fought side by side with her. If she didn't understand his hardships, who else could? A comrade would always be able to understand the hardships of a comrade. Xia Jinyuan, whose arm was being held by her, closed his eyes. He didn't even want to open them. He didn't even want to move. He had a faint smile on his face, and his breathing was shallow. When he spoke, his voice was extremely soft as he coaxed her. Be good. I know you have to keep it secret. I've never forgotten. You should sleep too. I'll take a nap too. Previously, when I went back to the hotel, I was caught by Brother Z and talked for more than 2 hours. When I went back to my room, I had other things to do. Before I came to your place, I actually didn't sleep at all. Thinking about K7 and reading the message sent by G3, he sat there in deep thought. When he came back to his senses, it was already 3 in the morning. Then, he came to look for her. Chapter 869. With the approval of the military, he could openly look for her when he was on a mission. He could once again hold her hand and fight side by side with her. He had to let her take a breather first and figure out how dangerous the decapitation operation was. Then, he could judge whether she could handle the danger. Listening to her clear voice and smelling her scent in the air, Xia Jinyuan gradually felt tired. He couldn't even open his eyes now. Xia Jinyuan didn't speak again. He just wanted to have a good sleep. Major Xia coaxed himself to sleep. Xia Jinyuan fell into a deep sleep with his back against the headboard, his head upright, and his hands crossed in front of his lower abdomen. Yi Qian couldn't let him sleep like this. She lifted the blanket and gently knelt on the bed. She hugged his shoulders with both hands and held her breath. Little by little, she laid him down on his side. Yang Heng had reserved a double room for Xia Jinyuan, who was 86 meters tall on the 88 meters wide bed. The space instantly became much smaller. His feet were still outside, so he had no choice but to lie on his side. The bed was only so wide. The blanket gently covered him. Yi Qian, who was no longer sleepy, quietly looked at the young major who was sleeping. He couldn't sleep well, and his expression was still as sharp as a sword. Yi Qian sighed softly in the room. The decapitation operation was the most dangerous operation. No wonder he felt tired. Look, he was so tired that he was frowning even when he was sleeping. Sleep well. Since you're back in China, sleep well. Yi Qian reached out and stroked his eyebrows. She focused on him until she smoothed his eyebrows. Then, she gently got up from the bed. She had to rush to the airport to get his military uniform. When she left that day, the uniform was still wet. It had been left in the airport's utility room for more than half a month. She didn't know if it had gotten moldy. The sooner she got it back, the sooner she could wash it and iron it. When he woke up, he could wear it. Yi Jian got up and changed her clothes. When she was about to go out after brushing her teeth and washing her face, she saw Xia Jinyuan, who was frowning in his sleep, moving his body uncomfortably. From his expression, she could tell that he was in a deep sleep and had no intention of waking up. She guessed that he wanted to sleep in a more comfortable position. Looking at his frown, Yi Jian's eyes flashed with a trace of pity. She walked to the bedside and wanted to pick up the short-sleeved shirt and shorts she had just thrown on the bedside, folded them, and put them aside. Who knew that just as she was about to make a move, she saw his long arms wrap around her clothes and blanket, directly covering his face. She even heard an extremely soft, yet exceptionally deep, comfortable sound. At that moment, Yi Qian almost ran. He covered his face with her clothes, and by the sound of it, all the way to the hotel lobby, Yi Qian's face was still hot. Her eyes were so hot that they were like pools of spring water, revealing a touch of seduction. Hey, aren't you Yang Heng's classmate? Someone asked softly from behind, followed by the thump-thump of high heels. What's the matter? Are you not used to sleeping here? The person who spoke was Yang Heng's aunt, the boss of Venus. One of the hotel staff who was working next to her saw this and said softly, President Song, I'll drive over now. Please wait for a moment. President Song recognized Yi Qian at a glance because he had a deep impression of Yi Qian. A clean and beautiful girl would leave a deep impression wherever she went. Chapter 870. Is the room not good? If it's not good, Annie will change it for you immediately. She walked directly to Yi Qian and smiled kindly. You are all guests. We have to make sure you sleep comfortably in the hotel. She was a capable woman. Yi Qian quickly composed himself and politely said, No, I have to go to the airport. That's why I woke up early. I slept very well and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. She could fall asleep anywhere. It was just that the hotel security personnel had sent a special forces soldier over. She was startled awake at 3:30 in the morning. Going to Jiang? That's great. I also need to go to the airport to pick someone up. Take my car. Manager Song, with her exquisite makeup, laughed heartily. She must have just woken up, as her eyes were still bloodshot. The staff helped me get the car. Let's go and wait outside. She turned to the front desk and said, Xiao Fong, prepare 2 sets of breakfast for me. 1 set with coffee and the other with fresh milk. Yi Qian's indifferent face lit up with joy. He quickly thanked her. Thank you, Manager Song. I won't stand on ceremony then. This way, she wouldn't have to wait until 5 o'clock to take a ride from Caesar Hotel. She could pick up her military uniform earlier. Child, you can just call me Annie. Why are you calling me Manager Song? Manager Song, who still had a stern expression, couldn't help but laugh. This child was really polite. Don't blame me for making the decision alone. Let's go, the car is here. Yang Heng's Annie Song was a divorced woman. They divorced 8 years ago, and her daughter was awarded to her husband. Now, she was going to pick up her daughter from France, whom she hadn't seen for more than 2 years. The car drove over. Yi Qian's gaze fell on the 1997 red Ferrari. He saw that Annie Song was yawning several times. Yi Qian, who originally wanted to say that she could drive to the airport, silently shut his mouth. Auntie, did you not rest well last night? Yi Qian sat in the front passenger seat and couldn't help but ask. When she was training with the motorists, the most common thing the instructor said was, don't drive when you're tired. Looking at Annie's Song, who looked rather tired and yawned nonstop, Yi Qian was still a little worried. It was not good to drive while tired. President Song smiled as he started the car and slowly drove into the entrance of the lobby. You didn't sleep the whole night. Are you worried that I can't drive well? Don't worry, I still have the skills. I used to be able to drive steadily even if I didn't sleep for several nights in a row. Throughout the journey, Manager Song's driving skills were indeed not bad, but every time she yawned deeply, Yi Qian felt a chill run down his spine. When the motor vehicle soldiers were assigned to night training, if they were really tired, they would eat morning peppers to refresh themselves and apply cooling ointment to resist fatigue. They would use all kinds of hard methods to keep their minds clear all the way. However, Director Song and the others were different. It was impossible for them to use such a ruthless method to refresh themselves. If they were so tired all the way, there would definitely be problems driving. Yi Qian didn't care about the value of the car anymore. He simply smiled and said, Annie Song, let me drive. It will take an hour to get to the airport. I'll drive. Why don't you sit and rest for a while? Just as Yi Qian finished speaking, a strong light suddenly shone from the opposite side. This was not the strong light of a small car, but the strong light of a large truck rushing towards them. President Song, who hadn't had a good rest, couldn't help but squint when the strong light shone on her. She didn't even realize what was happening in front of her. Chapter 871. Yi Qian, who had been paying attention, didn't even have time to say be careful. He released his seatbelt in a second and leaned toward the driver's seat. His hands gripped the steering wheel and turned it quickly. As the bright light rushed toward them, Yi Qian said calmly, step on the accelerator. Quick! In that second, Director Song's brain still reacted. She stepped on the accelerator as low as possible, and the entire car was like an arrow released from a bow. Under Yi Qian's control, the car made a beautiful drift on the road. The rubber wheels rubbed against the ground, making a sharp squeaking sound. Amidst Song's screams, Yi Qian completed the second lateral drift in a row, causing the entire sports car to rush forward with a boom, thus avoiding the rampage of the truck. Fortunately, it was a Ferrari sports car. Its refueling speed and control were top-notch. That was why it could complete 2 drifts in such a situation. Bang, bang, bang. There were several loud noises. From the rearview mirror, they could clearly see that the truck on the opposite side of the road had crashed into the guardrail in the middle of the road. It continued to sweep forward, breaking several lampposts, and finally rushed into the green belt. After avoiding the danger, Yi Qian turned the steering wheel and said in a deep voice, "Andy, let's park the car and get out to check the situation." No matter what she learned was useful. If she hadn't trained with the auto soldiers, this would have been the second time she had lost her life. Compared to Director Song, who was scared stiff, Yi Qian was unbelievably calm. She didn't even have a trace of fear on her face. Even her eyes were as calm as a mirror. Director Song, who was scared out of her wits, didn't even know how she lifted her foot to step on the brakes. She even forgot to pull the handbrake. It was Yi Qian who pulled it and turned off the engine. Andy Song, calm down first. I'll get out to check the situation. Yi Jian had encountered accidents like the one just now when he was training. His brain and his hands reacted together. His brain thought of a way to avoid the accident in the first place, and his hands reacted quickly with his brain. Thus, he could nimbly and calmly avoid the sudden accident. In the car, Manager Song was still in a daze. When Yi Qian spoke to her, she turned her neck stiffly and looked at Yi Qian in a daze. Although he said he was looking, his pupils were dilated. His gaze was not focused on Yi Qian, which meant that his brain could not keep up. He did not know what Yi Qian had said, nor did he know what he was doing. After getting out of the car, Yi Qian saw that the front of the truck that had rushed over from the opposite side of the road was twisted out of shape. Car parts were scattered all over the road, and the long truck compartment was overturned in the middle of the horses, blocking the road to the airport. Yi Qian's first reaction was to look across the road to see if any cars had been hit. A gust of wind blew past, bringing with it the smell of gasoline and paint. These were all very pungent smells. Yi Qian, who was sensitive to smells, wrinkled his nose uncomfortably. Something happened. Something's wrong. Quick, call the police, call the police. On the opposite side of the road, the two private cars that had picked up people from the airport stopped one after another. Those with cell phones quickly called the police, while others called the ambulance. Then, another car sped into the city without stopping on the opposite side of the road. The speeding car meant that the traffic on the opposite side of the road was smooth and no cars were hit. On her side, the scene was very tragic. Car parts were scattered everywhere. 5 lampposts were knocked down, and the lamppost at the edge was lying on top of the truck compartment. The cables buried in the ground were dragged out. Yi Qian looked at the cables carefully. He did not see any signs of wires being torn. Chapter 872. The cars heading to the airport saw this from afar and stopped on the side of the road. The large truck in the middle of the road blocked their path. Yi Qian had already run to the front of the deformed truck and realized that the front tire was missing. The pungent smell of gasoline wafted from the front of the truck. The engine of the truck had shut down after the collision, and the entire engine had stopped working. The truck was too high, so Yi Qian jumped on the road and shouted, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you tell me how many people are in the truck?" The smell of blood mixed with the smell of gasoline and gradually drifted into her ears. It started faintly and grew stronger. Yi Qian, who did not hear a reply, took a deep breath. She needed to climb onto the truck to see what was going on inside. When she saw that the fuel tank was intact, she did not hesitate to climb onto the side of the humongous truck. Using the dim street lights in front of her, she looked through the broken windows and saw that there were 3 people in the truck. The driver was the most seriously injured. The lower half of his body was stuck in the deformed front of the truck. Blood flowed from his head down his face to his neck. In addition to the bleeding from his head, the driver's lower body was more seriously injured. However, there was no way to save him in a short time. Yi Qian pulled on the door with a heavy gaze. In fact, the door was already deformed, but she did not give up and wanted to try. She pulled a few times, but the door did not move at all. Yi Qian could only give up trying to open the other door. "Yi Qian, get down." Manager Song, who had calmed down, came over with weak legs. When she saw Yi Qian standing beside the deformed truck, she was so scared that her heart almost jumped out of her throat. "Get down, get down. The gasoline is so heavy. Be careful of the explosion." Just now, it was this young lady who saved her life. She really saved her life. If she hadn't suddenly leaned over and agilely turned the steering wheel to make 2 drifts, the car she was driving would have been completely deformed by the head-on collision. If she had not met her tonight, her life would have been over. Completely over. Seeing her climb onto the big truck that had already been scrapped despite the danger, her knees went weak. She yelled at the top of her lungs, "Get off now! It's dangerous! Get down! Quick!" She used too much force and choked on the wind. Manager Song, who had always paid attention to her image and was now coughing in a sorry state. "It's okay. The fuel tank is not damaged. The engine turned off automatically, and there is no flame. There's no danger of an explosion for now." Yi Qian, who had jumped to the truck, frowned and said to Manager Song, "The driver's life may be in danger. There are 2 people in the front passenger seat." Yi Qian did not dare to rush to the rescue. She was afraid that if she acted rashly, it would worsen the injury of the injured. She had to observe carefully first. "Director Song, please call 120 in the fire department. Someone needs to come over for the repair of the power supply." People had already surrounded the truck. They all stood about 2 meters away from the truck. No one dared to come up. When they saw a young lady like Yi Qian jump out, they thought she had come out of the truck. Someone shouted, "Young lady, what's the situation with the truck?" Chapter 873. It's not good. There are 3 people in the car. The lower half of the driver's body is stuck, and the front of the car is deformed. The injured person sitting at the side of the front passenger seat should have lighter injuries. Yi Qian gave them a simple answer. She climbed to the front passenger seat and tried to open the door. The car was locked from the inside, so there was no way to open it. She took off her school uniform jacket and wrapped it around her right hand. She grabbed the broken glass and quickly pulled off one piece after another. She needed to reach into the car to unlock the door. Yi Qian pulled off the sharp glass piece by piece until she found the small lever to unlock the door. She pulled it, and with a click, the locked front passenger door opened. "Does anyone have a flashlight? Can you lend it to me?" When the door was pulled open, Yi Qian turned around and said to the pedestrians who were blocking the road, "I need a flashlight to check the injuries of the trapped people." The onlookers realized that the girl was not from the truck, but a passerby. 2 drivers did not hesitate and immediately ran back to their cars to take out flashlights. Some hesitated and chose to stand aside to watch. Chief Song was on the phone with his brother-in-law, Chief Yang. He said anxiously, "Brother-in-law, there was a car accident at the intersection of Zhongjian Road near the airport. A truck came from the opposite side of the road, and the front of the car was deformed. Yi Qian, this brave girl, is rescuing people by herself. Get someone here." Chief Yang was the chief of the Transportation Bureau. The traffic accident happened to be the Traffic Police Department's responsibility. Hearing this, he was not sleepy anymore. He did not even bother to ask why Yi Qian was with his aunt at night. He got out of bed and said, "Have you called the police? What's the situation? Give the phone to Yi Qian." "I called the police, I called the police. I also told the fire department." "Wait a moment, I'll give the phone to Yi Qian." Chief Song walked around the back of the car with the phone and saw a few people shining flashlights into the car. Yi Qian was holding onto the car door with one hand and peeking his head into the car to observe. Her heart was still palpitating as she trotted over. Before she could pass the phone to Yi Qian, she was shocked by the tragic situation in the car. She stopped in her tracks. Under the flashlight, the car was covered in blood. The 3 people inside were lying on the ground like they were covered in blood. None of them had any reaction. Brother-in-law, it's very bad. Yi Qian is saving people." She didn't dare to hand the phone over. No matter how strong she was in business, she had never seen such a bloody scene. Chief Yang had already put on his clothes with the help of his wife. After hearing this, his expression became even more serious. "Remind Yi Qian that the car has an oil leak and caught fire. Tell the people participating in the rescue not to bring any fireworks. No smoking at the scene." Chief Yang instructed on the phone. At the scene, Yi Qian said, "The driver's right leg is stuck. We need to stop the bleeding. Who has a jack or a wrench in the car? Let's save the injured people on the outermost side first." Although Yi Qian had never participated in a rescue before, he had learned how to participate in a rescue when he was training with the soldiers. With a calm gaze, she calmly ordered the adults around her. She followed the rule of observing first before rescuing. After giving the instructions, she checked the condition of the injured people on the outermost side. Female, about 40 years old, slightly plump. Unconscious, breathing, pulse strong. Head hit, no signs of bleeding. There was no major bleeding on the upper and lower body, but the person fell forward. There was a possibility of internal injuries or broken ribs. Chapter 874. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? After observing that there was no obvious serious injury, Yi Jian pressed her finger on the middle-aged woman's philtrum. Her voice was slightly cold as she calmly called out each word clearly. After about a minute, the middle-aged woman let out a low moan and regained consciousness. Do you feel any pain in your chest? Yi Jian immediately asked after the middle-aged woman opened her eyes. Professional terms came out of her mouth one after another, making the people involved in the rescue think that she was a medical student. No, I was knocked unconscious. My husband, the middle-aged woman said, and turned to look at the driver's seat. She saw that her husband's head was bleeding, and he was sitting quietly with his head lowered. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman suddenly became agitated. She grabbed Yi Jian's hand and begged, Save my husband, please save my husband. Two trucks on the opposite side of the road suddenly braked and stopped. The two drivers in the trucks jumped out and ran over. Old Guan, Old Guan. Before they arrived, they were already shouting, Old Guan, Old Guan. Old Guan was the driver of the accident. They were a family. The middle-aged woman was Old Guan's wife, and the one sitting in the middle was Old Guan's partner. With the help of the driver's friends, the rescue operation progressed even faster. The driver's friends kept saying with trembling lips, Daughter, you have to help us. Old Guan can't die. He can't die. Uncle, everyone is working together now. We don't want to see the worst outcome. You should comfort the anxious woman first. We'll use the tools to save her. Yi Jian held the flashlight and confirmed that Old Guan's wife's left leg was stuck and that the blood supply to her left leg was normal. Only then did he start the rescue operation. Straighten the woman's body. Stabilize her neck and spine. Give me the jack. At this time, Yi Jian had undoubtedly become the temporary commander-in-chief. She used what she had learned in medical school and what she had learned in the army to start the rescue. There was no way to completely stuff the jack under the car. Half of it was still outside. Even so, it played a rescue role. With the addition of the wrench, the first person rescued was the emotional middle-aged woman. After being rescued, no one dared to let her get out of the car. Instead, they carefully carried her out. After Old Guan's wife was rescued, she collapsed on the roadside and cried loudly. Someone gave her water and a clean towel to wash her face. Before the traffic police and firefighters arrived, the people who participated in the rescue were all silently contributing their own small efforts. 5 minutes later, 3 doctors who had entered the village for a volunteer medical consultation drove past. When they saw the situation, they immediately participated in the rescue. Stop the bleeding first, then inject the intravenous injection. The rest of the people can rest for a while. These 2 injured people need to be rescued by the firefighters. Prepare the tourniquet and intravenous injection. Quick, quick, quick! With the presence of professional doctors and their medical supplies, the whole wait was no longer as stressful. When Old Guan's wife saw the doctors, it was as if she had seen hope. She cried until her voice was hoarse. She sat weakly and did not even feel the needle pricking the back of her hand. With the tourniquet in hand, Yi Jian slowly climbed into the deformed car. With the help of the doctors, he first wrapped the tourniquet around the driver's injured right leg. Then, he took the intravenous needle and inserted it into the driver's arm. Chapter 875. The drip was still flowing, proving that the driver's vital signs were still there. Here, young lady, give this patient an intravenous injection. The doctor handed the intravenous needle to Yi Jian, who had ignored the danger and crawled into the car to save the person. He said to her calmly, "We'll watch from the outside. Be careful inside." Thanks to this brave young lady, who was petite and extremely agile, they were able to carry out the follow-up work. Otherwise, even if they had the medicine, they were all male doctors. Without a nurse by their side, they wouldn't have been able to climb into the deformed car to save the person. When Yi Jian came out of the car, his clean school uniform was stained with blood. Even his face was stained with blood. The driver's life is in danger. The car is too tight, and the injury is too serious. She lowered her voice and whispered to the doctor, "His pulse isn't strong. It's very likely that he won't make it." The injury was very serious. Not only were his lower limbs severely injured, but there was also blood flowing out of his mouth. All signs indicated that the driver's injury was very serious. The doctor sighed softly. "Let's see if he can overcome the heavens." "Young lady, are you injured?" Chief Song, who had been waiting by the side, watched as Yi Qian whispered to the doctor. Even a businesswoman like her, who was used to seeing all kinds of people, applauded Yi Qian's courage and courage. This young lady, other than what her elder sister said about her being pure, she was also kind. If she hadn't been the first to stand out and participate, she dared to say that the onlookers would have done the same thing as her. A terrible car accident and unknown danger. Everyone had an instinctive fear in the face of such things. This fear was self-protection. Once they entered self-protection, they wouldn't easily step forward to help. However, she stood up and calmly commanded them. Wrong. Before the doctors arrived, she was the one who commanded and arranged the entire scene. She also strictly and professionally asked about the situation of the car accident victims. With someone taking the lead, more and more people came to help. Ambulances, fire engines, and police cars arrived one after another half an hour later. Yi Qian didn't stay at the scene. There were 3 doctors at the scene. They would inform the relevant personnel of the injured one by one. A kind-hearted passerby took out a box of mineral water from the car for Yi Qian to wash the blood off his face and hands. Director Song opened another bottle for Yi Qian to wash his face. "You must be tired. You've been rescuing people for half an hour." Yi Qian said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Annie Song. I was so busy that I forgot." "If you're embarrassed, I'll be too ashamed to show my face." Director Song sighed. She had helped out earlier by putting her shawl on the middle-aged woman who was the first to be rescued. Then, she called the hospital and used her connections to greet them. Other than that, she did nothing else. Compared to Yi Qian, who had been busy since the beginning, she really couldn't help at all. "There are clothes in the car that I usually wear after work. If you don't mind, you can change into them in the car. They're all clean, so don't worry." Manager Song's attitude towards a savior was definitely not the same as how an adult would treat a child. There was a sense of familiarity and respect in his attitude. Yi Jian looked at the bloodstains on her body and thought of Manager Song's expensive Ferrari. She felt that she really needed to change her clothes because of the bloodstains on her body. Director Song's sports car appeared at the 1995 Beijing Auto Show. As a manufacturer, Ferrari made its first appearance at an auto show in China. After that, several mysterious rich people bought the Italian sports car, which had a sky-high price. Chapter 876. Manager Song's sports car appeared at the 1995 Beijing Auto Show. As a manufacturer, Ferrari made its first appearance in China's auto show. After that, several mysterious rich people bought the Italian sports car, which was sold at sky-high prices. Manager Song was one of the mysterious rich people. She took out 6 paper bags from the back of the car. They were all branded with the logos of luxury brands. She searched through the bags and said, "This one won't do. The color doesn't suit you. It's too old. This one won't do either. It's an evening gown. This one seems okay. Oh no, it's an A-line dress set. It's not suitable for students." Manager Song nodded in satisfaction after searching through the 5th bag. "This one will do. This one will do. The long-sleeve dress is perfect for this time of year. You won't feel cold." She took out a custom-made, lake green linen long-sleeve dress. It had ethnic elements. Peony flowers were embroidered with colorful silk threads. It was refreshing and enchanting. The style were rarely seen in the market. Just by looking at it, one could tell that it was expensive. After searching through several bags, she was satisfied with this dress. Manager Song didn't feel bad at all. She directly stuffed the dress into Yi Qian's hands and said firmly, "Don't be polite with Andy. You saved Andy's life. Not to mention one dress. I'll give you hundreds of dresses. Go change in the car. I'll keep a lookout for you." She didn't give Yi Qian a chance to be polite. She said, "Auntie isn't afraid that you'll dirty the car. Think about it. When we arrive at the airport, Why would the airport staff let you in when you're covered in blood? Indeed, there was no reason to refuse. If she entered the airport with a bloody uniform, it would scare others and the airport staff. Manager Song was slightly shorter than Yi Qian. When Yi Qian put on the ethnic autumn cotton dress, her facial features were beautiful. She was tall and slim, so the dress came alive. It was a combination of innocence and enchanting. Large peony flowers bloomed alluringly from the side of the skirt to the waist and then to the chest. A few branches with vines curled up and then delicately extended to the neckline. A clear and seductive temperament assaulted one's senses. She was an obedient female student in her school uniform. Once she changed her clothes, her temperament changed so much that even Mr. Song was amazed. Beautiful, beautiful, so beautiful. My friend said he's going to Hong Kong and Taiwan to hire a model. He doesn't need one. He can just ask you. Yi Qian couldn't see the effect of the dress, but he could only see President Song praising it. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Auntie Song, it's your dress that's beautiful." No matter how beautiful a dress is, someone has to wear it. The person who wears it has to have a temperament to make the dress beautiful. CEO Song's complexion had yet to recover, and his voice was still a little hoarse. He had shouted Yi Qian so loudly just now that his throat was filled with blood. He took out 2 bottles of mineral water from the car and handed 1 bottle to Yi Qian. Instead of driving immediately, he raised his head and took a big gulp of water. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "Xiao Yi, you drive. My legs are still a little weak. I don't even have the strength to step on the accelerator." Her legs went soft, and she felt nauseous. Whenever she thought of the bloody scene in the carriage, she felt nauseous. Behind her, police lights flashed. The traffic police came over to direct traffic, the firefighters started the rescue, and the medical staff sent the injured to the hospital. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. A car accident happened suddenly. Fortunately, it was around 4 o'clock in the morning. If it was daytime, the entire truck would have been driven from one side of the road to the other. The scene would have been even more tragic. Chapter 877. As for the driver, Guan, no one could guarantee that he could be saved. Yi Qian said softly, "It's all over now. I'll drive. You should rest for a while." The scene was indeed tragic, but on the battlefield, it was even more tragic. You don't seem to be afraid at all. Your reaction to avoid the car was also very fast. "Xiao Yi, Annie is a little curious about you." Yi Qian was the one driving the Ferrari. It was her first time driving such a luxury car, so Yi Qian was not unfamiliar with it. In her previous life, she had worked in a car shop that specialized in luxury cars. She had seen and touched luxury cars like Ferraris and Maseratis. Hearing this, she started the car and answered with a faint smile, "I grew up in the army. I'm bold and a little wild. I often see motor vehicle soldiers training on the field. Sometimes I would shamelessly sit on them. After a long time, I'm quite familiar with cars." No wonder she was so calm. She grew up in the army. Big Sis said that Xiaoye's mother was a martyr and both of her parents were dead. It made sense that she grew up in the army. If it wasn't for you tonight, Annie wouldn't have been so lucky. After drinking a bottle of mineral water, Manager Song, who was still in shock, leaned back at her seat weakly. Looking closely, her fingers were still trembling. Escaping from death, this mental journey was not so easy to recover from. In the future, you really have to behave when driving. "I think my driving skills are not bad, but compared to you, it's too far away." Manager Song said half jokingly, half seriously, "Xiao Yi, are you interested in driving Annie's car or something? I'll definitely pay you well. If it's a long trip, I'll pay you 3 times the hourly rate. How about that?" Manager Song was not entirely joking. She really wanted to ask Yi Qian to drive for her. Of course, if Yi Qian did not agree, she would not force it. After all, Yi Qian was still a student. However, her years of successful business experience told her that some things had to be tried. Only after trying would she know if it was possible. Yi Qian laughed. Even though she had just walked out of the car accident, her expression was still calm. The bloody scene did not cast any shadow on her. She smiled and said, Your suggestion is indeed very tempting, but I'm still a student. I don't even have a driver's license. But don't worry. Although I don't have a driver's license, I'll drive very seriously so that both of us can arrive at the airport safely." Her words were calm and composed, with a hint of teasing and a hint of playfulness. When he spoke, his voice was very steady. It sounded like spring water flowing gently from the mountains. It had a mysterious power that calmed people's hearts. Director Song was already laughing out loud. She was a strong career woman. She was never stingy with her praise for the people and things she admired. "Yes, it's a pity that you're still a student. People like you, in our words, are hard to come by." No wonder her sister was so relaxed about Hung making friends outside. Even though Hung sometimes went to the internet cafes outside and occasionally got into fights outside, her sister and brother-in-law never cared. It turned out that they trusted Hung Heng's judgment and his ability to make friends. To have a friend like Yi Qian, even if she was the only friend in her life, was a lifetime of fortune. As they chatted and laughed, the car accident scene got further and further away. Under Yi Qian's clear voice, the fear on Director Song's face gradually dissipated. The fear in her heart also gradually disappeared. Soon, this strong career woman in the business world gradually calmed down. Chapter 878. The car drove into the parking lot of the airport. Yi Qian parked the car and handed the car keys to President Song. "Annie Song, I might have to leave in a bit. I have to rush back to the hotel for something, so I can't wait for you. Be careful on your way back. If there's really no other way, you can ask a friend or the hotel's driver to pick you up." President Song's daughter arrived at the airport at 7:45 p.m., and it was only 5 p.m. Yi Qian didn't want to keep Xia Jinyuan waiting for too long. She wanted to send the military uniform back as soon as possible. He had to have something to wear. Also, he was in her room. What if a classmate from grade 12 came over and saw a grown man in a bathrobe in her room? What would they think? After considering everything, the military uniform had to be sent to him immediately. She looked down at the long dress she was wearing. It was expensive. She had to wear it. Forget it. She could only wear it first. After saying thank you again, Yi Qian headed to the first floor of the airport. Yi Qian walked very quickly and disappeared from President Song's sight in the blink of an eye. Watching the slender and delicate figure disappear before her eyes, President Song of Southern Province's second-largest hotel, Venus Hotel, sighed softly. This little girl was extraordinarily capable. She was so capable that even an adult like her felt a little inferior. Her phone vibrated. President Song looked at the caller ID and answered, "Hello, brother-in-law." "Me? I'm at the airport with Yi Qian." "Yes, we're fine." "No. I should say that if it weren't for Yi Qian, you might have seen me and my wrecked car at the scene of the accident." President Yang rushed to the scene of the accident. He heard people saying, if it weren't for the little girl in the school uniform, the 3 people in the car might not have survived. They were all talking about the little girl in the school uniform. Even the 3 doctors who participated in the rescue said that it was all thanks to the girl in the school uniform. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to climb into the car. President Yang was deeply moved. Needless to say, the little girl in the school uniform they were talking about was Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who was full of courage, had a strong sense of righteousness about her. She was clear about good and evil, and she was flexible. Hu Ying said that she wanted to take her as her goddaughter. This was a good decision. Yang Hung had a younger sister, and Xiao Yi had an older brother. Both of them were sentimental people, so it was best for them to be brother and sister. It was a good thing to go back and ask his wife to settle the matter. He supported it wholeheartedly. "Why is Yi Qian at the airport so early in the morning? Why are you 2 together?" Feeling emotional, Director Yang asked his wife's sister. "I'm at the scene now. There are 2 traces left by drifting cars. Did you drive?" Mr. Song let out a long sigh. He still had some lingering fear when he mentioned the incident. No, Yi Qian was the first to notice the abnormal situation on the opposite side of the road. She reacted quickly and snatched the steering wheel from me. She drifted twice to avoid the truck that was rushing towards us. Yi Qian grabbed the steering wheel and drove his sister-in-law, Song Tinglin's car, quickly avoiding the oncoming cars. Even Chief Yang found it unbelievable. He asked, "Are you two really okay?" President Song rolled down the car window and rubbed his forehead with one hand. "We're fine. We're really fine." Yi Qian came to the airport to do something. I didn't ask what it was about. Now that she's gone, I'm still waiting for my daughter to come back. As long as they were fine, as long as they were fine. Director Yang didn't ask any more questions. He said, "Okay," and hung up. Chapter 879. Chief Song wanted to talk about how scary the car accident was, but her fingers were still rubbing her temples when the phone beeped. Her brother-in-law would never take the initiative to wait for someone to hang up. She threw the phone aside and closed her eyes to calm her mind. The driver had not been rescued yet, and the road to the airport was blocked. The traffic police cleared the fence in the middle of the road and made a road to the airport on the opposite side of the road to avoid the traffic jam. When the sun rose, it was even more dangerous. Everyone was secretly glad that the accident happened in the early hours of the morning when there were fewer cars. This big truck had crossed the road directly from the opposite side of the road. If it had really collided, all the cars would have been crushed into scrap metal. "Chief!" A traffic police ran over. Chief Yang kept his phone and immediately went into the emergency rescue. "We were checking the broken wheel of the truck just now. We took out 4 steel nails from the front wheel. The preliminary judgment is that the driver was negligent and did not notice the nails causing the accident." The traffic police reported their findings one by one. Beside him was the driver's friend, an old friend who drove together with him. "After we got off the highway, we specially checked at the repair shop at the intersection. We rested for a while before driving again. Chief, we can pat our chests and say that there are absolutely no steel nails in the wheels. We have been driving for 6 or 7 years. We definitely did not miss such big steel nails." The driver was from Hunan and had a heavy hometown accent. The traffic police added, "The 4 steel nails are the most common too. 4-inch steel wheels. Once they pierce the inner tire, it would cause the tire to burst during high-speed driving, causing the truck to lose balance and causing the accident." "That's right. We are experienced drivers. Our lives are in the car. How can we be careless? Before and after getting off the highway, we have to stop and check." The driver said with red eyes as he wiped his tears, "Old Guan is our master. I always follow Old Guan when I go out. How could he not notice it? How can he be so careless?" Last night, Old Guan also checked himself with a flashlight. Chief Yang took a steel nail and looked at it. This was a brand new one and was the most common steel nail. He thought it was a car accident caused by a burst wheel, but after listening to the analysis, it did not seem like a normal car accident. "Bring the people from the repair shop here and ask the driver's wife. Also, call the police station and ask them to send someone over." Director Yang quickly made arrangements and took control of the entire situation so that his subordinates could carry out their work in an orderly manner. After waiting for someone from the Public Security Bureau to arrive, Director Yang called Director Song again. He wanted to ask if there were any other discoveries at the scene of Yi Qian's car accident. After all, Yi Qian had a photographic memory and had helped solve major cases before. Yi Qian, who had already arrived at the airport, was standing on the first floor of the airport, looking at the distribution map. Suddenly, she heard the announcement that someone was looking for her. When she heard the last line, "Your friend, Miss Song, is waiting for you at the reception desk," Yi Qian moved over to the reception desk. "Miss Song, that would be President Song." When he walked to the service desk, he saw President Song holding a phone in his hand, looking around to see which side he could appear from. Yi Qian walked quickly and raised his hand to greet her. "Annie Song, I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for calling you over again. Yang Heng's father is looking for you urgently. He said that he wants to ask about the car accident." As she spoke, she dialed the number and passed it to Yi Qian. "He insisted that I come over. Don't be afraid. Just say whatever you want to say." Chapter 880. Director Yang's voice came from the phone. It was different from last night's friendly tone. He asked, "Xiao Yi, did you notice anything unusual at the scene of the accident early this morning?" "Unusual?" Yi Qian's expression turned cold when she heard that. She recalled the moment before the accident. The scenes before the car accident seemed to have been frozen in her mind. As she recalled them, They slowly moved like a film. At that time, she first heard a loud bang, followed by a huge, bright light shining from the front. She didn't have any other thoughts. She subconsciously grabbed the steering wheel from Director Song's hands and quickly completed 2 drifts to avoid the large truck that was rushing over. Then she got out of the car and rushed to the front of the stalled truck to check the situation. This was done by herself. As for the other side of the road, if there was anything unusual, Yichien closed her eyes and once again fixed the scene of her getting out of the car. Her gaze swept across the road. In her mind, she saw a car driving across the road. Because it was early in the morning, there were very few cars. There were only 2 cars in total, and both of them stopped at the same time. Wait, there was another car coming from behind. As she ran to the truck to check the situation, another car also drove across the road but didn't stop. After she finished recalling, Yichien said to Director Yang, who was waiting for her to speak. At that time, there were 3 cars across the road. 2 of them stopped, but the other gray car didn't stop. I'm not sure about the license plate number. You can check the nearby electronic cameras and see if you can find the car that appeared at this time and what the license plate number is. After such a big accident, logically speaking, the car would stop to take a look. Even if it didn't stop, it would slow down before driving over. However, in Yichien's memory, the gray car kept speeding by without stopping. Therefore, this was the strange thing about this car. Since Director Yang asked her this, it meant that there was something different about this accident. What exactly was different? Yichien pursed her lips and asked again, "Can I ask if there was something wrong with the scene of the accident?" Bureau Chief Yang paused for a moment, then nodded and said, "There are 4 steel nails in the front wheel of the truck. But from what we know, when they got off the highway, the repair shop checked the wheels. The repair shop workers also confirmed that they did check every tire and did not find 4 steel nails." You mean to say that the 4 steel nails were actually inserted by someone? Am I right? Yichien's voice was slightly tense. If that's the case, then the car accident was caused by someone, right? This was also the reason why Chief Yang had called Yichien. Moreover, he trusted Yichien's judgment. For now, we can only suspect it, but we can't confirm it. We still need to go through a thorough investigation. All right, little Yi, you can go back to your work. I've already understood the situation. Thank you for your cooperation. After Director Yang said that, he added, "Maybe he'll contact you. If there's anything I can do for you, I'll definitely do my best." If it was man-made, she would definitely help if she could. Director Song, who was next to her, got goosebumps when she heard that. She took the phone and said in a trembling voice, "Little Yi, my brother-in-law told you that the accident was man-made? Someone wanted to kill the truck driver?" Chapter 881. They said they found 4 steel nails in the wheel, but they don't know the details. Yichien couldn't answer clearly. They still had to investigate the scene to confirm whether it was man-made. The only thing that made her feel strange was the gray car that drove past the scene of the accident without slowing down at all. At that time, she only paid attention to whether there was an accident on the other side of the road, but she didn't notice the license plate of the car passing by. It was easy to find out. All she had to do was use her electronic eyes. President Song sighed and felt that it was better not to talk about this topic. Her mood was heavy when she talked about it. It was already 5:30. Yichien remembered that there were 4 utility rooms on the first floor of the airport, and Xia Jinyuan only said that his military uniform was placed on the ceiling of the utility room, so she had to search for it one by one. She said to President Song, who still didn't look too good, "Annie Song, why don't you go sit in the lounge? I'm not done here, so I can't accompany you." Hey. You don't have to accompany me, I'm just scared. Go to your work, go. She was already an adult, so why would she need a child to accompany her? No, she really couldn't treat Xiao Yi as a child. This child saved her life. As she watched Yi Qian leave, President Song prayed in her heart, "God bless me." Luckily, she met Yi Qian before she left, otherwise, she would be in trouble. At 5:30, the airport was empty, especially on the first floor, where there was no one for a long time. Yi Qian went straight to the first restroom. The 4 utility rooms were distributed on the sides of the restrooms, so it was easy to find. When she found the 3rd utility room, Yi Qian carefully opened the ceiling and saw a black plastic bag in front of her eyes. She took the plastic bag down and opened it, and a moldy smell directly hit her in the face. Just as she had guessed, the military uniform was already moldy. The military uniform, military cap, and shirt were all neatly folded. Even though there was a moldy smell, it didn't affect the prestige of the military uniform at all. At that time, Xia Jinyuan left in a hurry, but his military uniform was folded neatly. From this, it could be seen how much a soldier cherished his military uniform, which represented the dignity of the country. Yi Qian gently stroked the national emblem on her military cap and smiled. In less than 2 years, she would also be able to own such an impressive military uniform. It's time for the next shift. Team leader, I'm off work. A woman's voice came from outside. Yi Qian quickly hid behind the door. 2 middle-aged women in airport cleaning uniforms walked in. Team leader, we don't have any more disinfectant. We need to replenish it for the day's shift. Last night, the night shift staff handed over their work. When the 2 of them walked to the counter, Yi Qian quickly left the storeroom without alerting them. At 5 o'clock in the morning, buses had already started coming in and out of the airport. Yi Qian didn't stay for even a minute. She took the 5:40 bus to the city and returned to the Venus Hotel around 7 o'clock in the morning. As soon as she stepped into the hotel lobby, Yi Qian bumped into a few seniors from Class 3 who were preparing to go home. Yi Qian, who was originally fine, suddenly tightened her grip on the bag in her hand. She inexplicably felt guilty. Luckily, she was wearing the dress that Director Song lent her, and not her school uniform. Lowering her head, Yi Qian, who felt inexplicably guilty, slightly avoided them and quickly walked to the elevator door before they noticed her. Chapter 882. After entering the elevator, Yi Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't run into any other students. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain herself. Actually, it didn't matter if she didn't explain. Who would ask her where she went? Guilty. Yi Qian didn't know why she felt guilty. In short, when she saw someone familiar, she would think of Xia Jinyuan's military uniform in her hand, and that there was an adult man hiding in her room. She would, ding, when the elevator opened, she wouldn't stop thinking. Yi Qian was so shocked that she looked up abruptly. She watched the elevator slowly open and saw a few boys from Class 3 walking in, talking and laughing. Hey, Yi Qian, you're up so early? The boys didn't come in immediately. Instead, they reached out to block the elevator door. The breakfast is good. It's much better than the one in school. The pastry chef from Harbor City is really good. The baked cakes are delicious. They didn't notice that the elevator was going up from the bottom. They thought that Yi Qian had gotten up early for breakfast, so they enthusiastically introduced the food. There's a type of crystal dumpling that's not bad. It's transparent on the outside, but we don't know what's inside. We're a little embarrassed to eat it again. Roast pork buns are also good. You could try it. Yi Qian, who didn't plan to come out but was scared, came out of the elevator. She smiled at her seniors and said, "Thank you. I'll try them all later." It was only 7:14 a.m. The grade 3 students did get up early. They had already finished breakfast. Yi Qian walked faster with a smile on her face. Guilty. She felt guilty even when she was holding a military uniform. She felt guilty when she thought of Xia Jinyuan sleeping in her room. A student woke up. What if he went to her room and knocked on her door? What if Xia Jinyuan opened the door in a bathrobe? What if? Thinking of this, Yi Qian, who had always been calm, felt her breathing quicken. She walked faster and faster. If Xia Jinyuan opened the door in a bathrobe, she didn't know how to deal with it. She still had to take some breakfast back. She wanted to eat, and so did Xia Jinyuan. The cake was fine, but not the crystal dumplings. The skin would harden if it got cold. The rice cake was not bad. It was easy to absorb. Give me a bowl of porridge as well. Plain porridge can be eaten even when it's cold. After all, they were all soldiers. If they were hungry, they could even eat raw snake meat. Yi Qian, who was carrying breakfast for 2, stood by the elevator. She prayed that she would not bump into any more students so that she could return to her room safely. In the elevator, Mother Yang was talking to her relatives. You don't have to eat out for lunch. Come to my house. Tinglan picked Anchi up at the airport and asked her to come to my house directly. I haven't seen Anchi for a few years. Let's have breakfast first. If we wait any longer, Hung Hing's classmates will have woken up. Let's eat first so that these children won't feel uncomfortable when they see us adults. As the elevator next door opened, Yi Qian looked at Mother Yang, who was the first to walk out. His eyes twitched. The more one was afraid of something, the more likely it would happen. Mother Yang was very happy to see Yi Jian, especially when she saw that Yi Jian was wearing a traditional dress. There was a smile in her eyes, and she laughed out loud. "Good morning, Xiao Yi. You're so beautiful today. Auntie almost didn't recognize you." She then said to her relatives, "Don't you think she's prettier? She's wearing a school uniform and a long dress. She's obviously the same person, but I still like Xiao Yi in a long dress. She's so beautiful that it makes people's eyes light up." Chapter 883. The relative standing next to Mother Yang looked at Yi Qian with a smile. "Wasn't this the girl who played darts last night? It was said that her grades were the best in school. Last night, Hung Hing's classmates talked about her the most." At this time, Yi Qian's heart was beating like a drum. He tightened the bag containing Xia Jinyuan's military uniform. After being praised by Mother Yang, his face began to turn red. Feeling guilty and nervous, she could only try her best to maintain the smile on her face and not reveal anything strange. When the relative of the Yang family saw the little girl blushing after being praised by the adults, he smiled kindly and joked, "Look, you've made the little girl shy. All right, she still needs to go back to her room for breakfast. Stop praising her. It's not too late to praise her after breakfast." Amidst the laughter of the relatives, Mother Yang's gaze fell on the breakfast that Yi Qian was ringing. "I like Xiao Yi when I see her. She's natural and capable. She's a good child." Then she said to Yi Qian, "I'll ask the waiter to send it to you. Don't ring it yourself." Last night, she talked to old Yang in bed for a while and felt that it was a good idea to recognize Xiao Yi as a goddaughter. It would make the Yao family wary. Looking at the Yao family's behavior last night, even if she didn't like to fight with others, she still felt a chill in her heart. They had no principles at all. Old Yao and his wife were the main culprits for Xiao Jing's current personality. They were the ones who harmed Xiao Jing, but they didn't even know it. Yi Qian just wanted to leave quickly. He smiled politely and said, "No need, Auntie. There isn't much food. Thank you. You're being too polite with Annie again. The elevator is here. Go back to your room and eat first. I'll ask Yang Heng to come find you later." Last night, she said that she would let Xiao Yi come to her house for lunch. Now that she had to treat Tinglan's family, she could only postpone it to tonight. Mother Yang smiled and said, in her heart, she was thinking about inviting Yi Qian to her house for lunch tonight. How could she ask Yang Heng to find her later? Yi Qian quickly said, "Auntie, I have something to do later. I'll leave first. Last night's incident is over. I'm fine here. Thank you for your concern." She glanced at the elevator floor number from the corner of her eyes. There was one more floor. It was a long wait. Leaving so early? Then you go back to your room and have breakfast. Just as the elevator arrived, Mother Yang smiled and said, "Go in quickly. It's late and breakfast is already cold." Watching Yi Qian say goodbye to her as he entered the elevator, Mother Yang's eyes had a warm smile. This child was afraid of troubling her family. In fact, in the end, it was Yang Heng who had implicated this child. That brat Jing saw that she was close to Yang Heng, and that was why she kept picking on Yi Qian. In the end, that brat Jing's heart was rotten to the core. Through the slit of the slowly closing elevator door, Yi Qian saw Mother Yang and the others leave while talking and laughing. The door hadn't closed yet. Yi Qian's whole body leaned against the cold metal surface of the elevator. There was a small amount of sweat on the tip of his nose. When the elevator stopped at the correct floor, Yi Qian stepped out of the elevator. She took a deep breath, and then she held her breath all the way to her room. She took out her card and swiped the door. She didn't meet any classmates and finally came back smoothly. She wasn't nervous at the scene of the car accident. Returning to the hotel, she was nervous like a thief. Sure enough, as long as it was something related to Captain Xia, she couldn't let go of herself. Her heartstrings were stretched taut. The room was very quiet. There was no sound at all. After gently closing the door, Yi Qian walked in with light footsteps. She finally managed to catch her breath. Her breathing tightened again, and her face inevitably turned red again. Chapter 884. He actually maintained the same posture as when he left a few hours ago. He didn't move an inch and just covered his face with her clothes. What kind of habit was this? He even covered his face with someone else's clothes. After putting away the breakfast, Yi Qian, who had originally wanted to take off his clothes, took 2 steps forward and hesitated. She raised her hand and gently patted her slightly flushed face. She took out his military uniform and walked into the bathroom. He didn't wake up even when she came back. It was obvious that he was really tired. Forget it, let him sleep. When Yi Qian turned on the water, she lowered the volume to the minimum for fear of waking him up. She didn't immediately wash the clothes, but turned on a shower head and washed her hair. Her hair was stained with blood. Other people didn't smell the blood, but she smelled it all the way back. The water flowed out gently, making a slight splash sound. After washing her hair, Yi Qian started washing the hat. She washed the military uniform until there wasn't a trace of mold. Yi Qian used the bath towel to soak up the water again, then began to dry himself with the hairdryer. She dried herself in the bathroom from 7 in the morning to 8:30 in the morning. Only her shirt wasn't dry. She hung the jacket and pants neatly on the hanger, then placed the tie together and hung everything on the hanger. Her movements were light and silent. She didn't wake up Xia Jinyuan, who had been sleeping for 4 days and 4 nights. Xia Jinyuan, who had used Yi Qian's clothes as a blindfold, slept soundly and peacefully. This was because there was a girl beside him. She had stood firmly and fearlessly by his side on a rainy night and said softly, "The relationship between the people and the people is thick in water. Comrades in the military, occasionally, as civilians, we can also be your shield. Protecting us is your unshirkable responsibility. So please allow me to contribute my meager strength to you." She knew to stand up bravely to protect him at such a young age. Now that she was a qualified reservist, he believed that she would protect him. The room was filled with her sweet scent. The bed was filled with the warmth of her body, and the tip of his nose was filled with the faint fragrance that belonged to her. These special effects, medicine that allowed him to relax, made him fall asleep on the bed, unwilling to wake up. He had to give up on sleep as soon as possible. If K7 still couldn't contact his team by today, then he and G3 would return to the battlefield to search for their missing comrades after completing the mission in the southern province. Outside the room, Yang Heng had a good night's sleep. His hair was wet, and he looked as handsome as a model in his blue and white striped uniform. He knocked on the door. "Yi Jian, are you awake? It was time to go down for breakfast. Breakfast is no longer served after 9 o'clock, so we can only eat outside." There were already students coming and going in the corridor. Some of them were carrying their backpacks and preparing to go home after breakfast. Some of them were still sleeping, like Wang Jin and the others. They had been singing and playing until 2 o'clock in the morning last night. How could they get up now? They were all sleeping soundly. Yang Heng, who had also slept until now, didn't know that his mother had already met up with Yi Qian. Hearing no sound from inside, he knocked on the door again and smiled. "You're still not up yet? Yi Qian, don't sleep anymore. Get up, get up." Yi Qian, who was drying his shirt in the bathroom, heard the knocking on the door. The second knock made Xia Jinyuan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, frown slightly. On the fourth knock, he opened his eyes. Chapter 885. His face was covered by the clothes, and his breath was filled with Yi Qian's natural fragrance. Xia Jinyuan blinked and lifted the clothes covering his face. When he saw whose clothes it was, he couldn't help but chuckle. He had a habit of covering his face with clothes or towels when he slept, but he didn't know when he had covered his face with Little Fox's clothes. No wonder he slept so comfortably. "Yi Qian, are you up?" A young boy's voice came from outside. His voice had gone through puberty, but it still had the cleanness of a teenager and the deepness of a young man. From his voice, he felt that the boy outside was quite good-looking. Xia Jinyuan didn't want to move, and he didn't dare to either. He was afraid that Yi Qian would open the door and step out. This was a huge misunderstanding. "Yi Qian isn't up either. A classmate asked Yang Heng as he passed by. Xiao Jinyuan heard the boy who knocked on the door laugh and say, "No, I asked her to have breakfast. You don't have to wait for us. Go down and eat first." The bathroom door opened, and Yi Qian walked out with a dry shirt in his hand. When he was hanging it up, he unconsciously leaned into the room to see if he had woken up the man in bed. Just then, he saw Xiao Jinyuan lift the blanket and get out of bed. Yi Qian hurriedly hung up the shirt and said softly, "Did I wake you up?" He slept for less than 6 hours. If it was deep sleep, it was enough for a high-intensity Special Forces soldier. Xiao Jinyuan didn't say anything. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt refreshed. His eyes were clear, and there wasn't a trace of drowsiness in them. He didn't look like he had slept for a few hours, but more like he had exercised for a few hours. Now, his clear eyes were staring at Yi Qian. They were quiet and deep like an ancient well. As Yi Qian spoke, ripples appeared in the ancient well. Light floated in the depths of the well. Yi Qian was confused by his gaze. Dai Qing frowned. "What are you looking at? You're so strange." "What are you looking at?" Xiao Jinyuan was naturally looking at Yi Qian. At this moment, he only had eyes for Yi Qian. He knew that his little fox was not bad. No, it was not just not bad. It was just that when he first saw her, he felt that she was a stunning beauty. Her beauty was not just the frivolous beauty of a gorgeous appearance, but a simple beauty that had been accumulated over time. She had a connotation that could withstand the test of time, and even more so, she had the tenacity to withstand tempering. She, who was already so beautiful, suddenly changed out of her blue and white school uniform and wore a long dress with ethnic characteristics. She stood gracefully in front of him. The peony embroidered on the edge of the dress was originally exquisite, but now it only served to set off her beauty. It made her look like a girl who had walked out of a world of purple and brilliant red. She suddenly appeared with an enchanting charm, and in an instant, she had bewitched him for the rest of his life. The dazzling beauty remained in his eyes for a long time. He said, "I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. When I look at you, I see that there is no one else in your eyes. When I look at you, I see your heart and engrave it in my heart." Xiao Jinyuan's gaze slowly moved down from her face to her slender waist. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He said, "I see a little fox who has become a spirit. She's so beautiful that my heart is still racing." Xiao Jinyuan, his straightforwardness, made Yi Qian's white, jade-like face turn pink. She glared at the man who had started teasing her the moment he woke up. Yi Qian turned around and prepared to take out the military uniform that he had just hung up. Chapter 886. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came again. Xiao Jinyuan then remembered that there was a boy standing outside the door. He looked at Yi Qian, who was blushing because of his praise, and pointed at the door, then gently made a hand gesture to tell her that there was a boy outside looking for her. Yi Qian's expression immediately became serious. She pursed her lips and said softly, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I wanted to tell you when I woke up, but I didn't see a little fox suddenly appear, so I forgot." Xiao Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian, whose body had stiffened. Not only did the smile on his thin lips not fade, but it also deepened. Last night, she didn't want her classmates to see him, but now, what's going to come will come. Little fox, how do you explain having a grown man in a bathrobe in your room early in the morning? Yi Qian saw that he could still smile and gritted her teeth. Sure enough, she couldn't go on a date with Xiao Jinyuan in a place where she knew many people, and she definitely couldn't leave him to sleep in her room. Now, she was flustered and felt guilty. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never been alone with a man in a hotel. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never had so many classmates come to look for her. Moreover, when they came, there was a man in a bathrobe in her room, revealing a large portion of his muscular chest. "Clothes. Put on your clothes properly." Yi Qian pointed at his chest and glared at him with her dark eyes. "You're no different from being naked right now. Fasten the belt of your bathrobe." Captain Xiao's complexion was the same as hers. No matter how much the wind blew or the sun shone on him, he was still very fair. The light at the entrance was a spotlight, so she could clearly see the beautiful lines of his chest muscles. His sexy chest muscles were so tight that she could feel the shocking explosive power hidden in his body. I'm in the room, and he's outside. What are you afraid of? Xia Jinyuan looked at her anxious expression, and his thin lips curved even more seductively. He chuckled and said, I'm clearly wearing a bathrobe. Why is it no different from being naked in your eyes? Little fox, do you have X-ray vision? Can you see under the bathrobe? Yi Qian took a deep breath and walked up to the man who was so muddle-headed that he wanted to punch him. His hands reached for his waist. She had to tie his robe for him. She could feel his hot breath above her head. She was sure that if she looked up now, she would only see her figure in those unfathomably dark eyes. Because, even if she didn't raise her head now, she could feel his deep gaze on her body, not a single trace of his gaze away. She pulled the loose belt of his bathrobe into her hands and fastened the Yi Qian tightly with her lips pursed. Then she pulled the lapel tightly to cover his chest. X-ray vision? Even without X-ray vision, I can still see it clearly. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and looked at her slender hands tidying his robe. She was obviously nervous, but she still pretended to be calm. He teased, You can see clearly even without underwear. Before the smile on his handsome face disappeared, Yi Qian's head mercilessly bumped into his chin and almost bit off his tongue. As he gasped in pain, Yi Qian raised his hand and smiled innocently. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. If she didn't do it on purpose, then she did it on purpose. Xia Jinyuan rubbed his chin and said in a gentlemanly manner, I know. You were able to gently soothe my brows when I was sleeping. How could you bear to hurt me when you care so much about me? Chapter 887. Yi Qian didn't say anything. His face was red and his teeth were chattering. She had never been Xia Jinyuan's opponent when it came to these kinds of things. Why should she make things difficult for herself? She had to endure it for now. When she grew up, she wouldn't have to be so cautious anymore. Ha, Major Xia, just you wait. What do you plan to open the door? Don't let your senior wait too long. Major Xia Jinyuan's jaw hurt, but his heart was filled with sweetness. He stood in front of the door and pushed it open. She could see him standing in the middle of the hallway. In order to maintain a good image, he even raised his head and puffed out his chest. He was wearing a bathrobe to give off a sense of déjà vu while waiting for Yi Jian to open the door. He was waiting for her classmates to see him. Yi Jian didn't feel like talking to him anymore. She turned around and gently closed the wardrobe door. Then, she quietly went back to the bathroom. She scooped some water and wet her face. Then, she walked out with a towel to wipe her face. Good Lord, he was still standing straight in the middle of the hallway. He didn't seem to have any intention of moving. She pushed him all the way into the room and pushed him towards the corner of the wall. Stand still and don't move. Future boyfriend who can't see the light of day. Future boyfriend who can't see the light of day. That was a problem. He watched as she took 2 steps, then turned around to check if he was standing in the corner. Her cute behavior made Xia Jinyuan rub his aching chin and laugh until his chest trembled. She was really a pure little fox. She was like a piece of white paper. In the future, every stroke of her would be left behind by him, Xia Jinyuan. She was 17 years old and didn't understand much. When she grew up, she wouldn't have to hide her feelings anymore. It was almost time for the little fox to rebel. Then, before that, he had to work hard to fill in the color of a man named Xia Jinyuan in her pure white world. He had to make sure that only he existed in her world, and only she existed in his world. Xia Jinyuan only loved Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan only wanted Yi Qian, and Xia Jinyuan only had Yi Qian in his world. It was that simple. Everything he did, said, and presented now was the real Xia Jinyuan. On the battlefield, Xia Jinyuan was a strict and cold man. In real life, Xia Jinyuan was a little rascal, a silly Xia Jinyuan who liked to tease his loved ones. Little Fox could see what kind of man Xia Jinyuan was in his military uniform, and what kind of man Xia Jinyuan was without it. This was the real Xia Jinyuan. He needed her to get used to the Xia Jinyuan who lived a different life from the one on the battlefield. He needed her to know that he never hid anything from her and that he always stood by her side. Yang Heng was about to leave when he heard the door unlatch. He turned around and saw Yi Qian standing at the door after washing her hair. Yang Hung smiled brightly and said, "Good morning. Have you had breakfast? When are you leaving?" "Good morning. I was just about to pack up and leave." Yi Qian, who pretended not to hear him while washing her face, looked at him calmly. There was a grown man in the room, so she had no choice but to open the door a little and use her body to block him. Yi Qian gradually accepted this version of Xia Jinyuan. Even when she was teased helplessly, Yi Qian never got angry. Sometimes she even felt guilty, because the real Yi Qian was hiding a huge secret. Yang Hung didn't expect that there was a grown man in her room. Seeing that she was about to pack up and leave, he smiled and said, "That's fine. There's a bus at the hotel entrance that goes to the school. You can take it back." Chapter 888. Also, my mom said yesterday that she would like to invite you over for lunch today, but she has to go back on her word. My cousin is back in the country, so lunch will be a family gathering. If he didn't mention it, Yi Qian wouldn't have taken it to heart. He hurriedly said, it's okay. Your mom is too polite. I can't find you on Saturday and Sunday. You should thank Andy. We know we can't find you on Saturday and Sunday. I'm going for breakfast. See you on Monday. Yi Qian's calm expression did not arouse Yang Heng's suspicions. After he left, Yi Qian closed the door and leaned against it, letting out a long sigh. She was so nervous that her palms were sweaty. Xia Jinyuan looked at her nervous expression and couldn't suppress the smile on his handsome face. "Don't worry. Even if your classmates come in, I will beat them to it." Before he could finish his sentence, there was another knock on the door. Xia Jinyuan's smile disappeared. He quickly walked towards Yi Qian and quickly went in the bathroom. The two seniors' voices came from outside. "Junior Yi Qian, are you done packing? We just bumped into Yang Hong. He said you were going back to school, so we can go back together." Sure enough, one shouldn't feel guilty. The more guilty one is, the more afraid one is. Yi Qian opened the door for the second time and explained that he wasn't going back to school. Only then did he successfully send the two seniors away. "It's not a safe place. We have to leave immediately." Xia Jinyuan came out and tried hard to hold back his laughter. He looked at Yi Qian seriously. "Otherwise, I'm worried you'll be so nervous that you'll cry." His little face was as red as an apple. His expression was tense, as if he was afraid that something would happen. It was cute no matter how he looked at it. Yi Qian could tell that he was trying hard not to laugh. He glared at him, opened the wardrobe, and took out a blow-dried military uniform. "What's not safe? I'm nervous because you're wearing a bathrobe. I'm still a student. If they see a man in a bathrobe in my room, I won't have the face to go back to school." Originally, there was nothing wrong, but once he saw it, regardless of whether there was a problem or not, it became a problem. "Put on your clothes. I can even open the door now." Yi Qian took out his military uniform and shirt. When he looked up, he saw Xia Jinyuan staring at him with a deep and pitiful gaze. Yi Qian paused and took a step back. "Why are you looking at me like that? Hurry up and get dressed." His voice was steady, but it was a little soft. At that moment, Xia Jinyuan made Yi Qian's heart tremble slightly. His handsome face, which had just woken up, revealed a bit of drowsiness and laziness. His deep black eyes were dark and gloomy. His whole person gave her the feeling of a cheetah stretching out its claws and staring at her, the prey. You change into your clothes. We'll leave after you change." Her breathing was a little tense. He could feel that she was a little nervous. Xia Jinyuan walked over and took the clean, fragrant military uniform. His gaze was locked on her face and did not move at all. "After I fell asleep, you immediately went to the airport?" "Uh-huh. Didn't you say that you didn't have any clothes? Then the only thing I could think of was to get your military uniform back." His expression was very calm. It was impossible to tell why his eyes had suddenly darkened. Yi Qian, who was trying to figure out what was going on, was also certain that he had not touched any sensitive nerve. Everything was very natural. Chapter 889. However, his gaze was still so deep that it was as if there was a whirlpool in his dark eyes that could suck her in. The military uniform was dry and dry. Her slender fingers tightened around the military uniform that she had brought back from half the provincial capital without his knowledge. There was a feeling of solidity in her heart, as if the whole world was filled with solidity. There was not a single empty space that was filled by her at this moment. It seems like I slept too deeply. I didn't even know when you left or when you came back. Xia Jinyuan said softly. His calm tone did not change. His deep gaze was still so deep that Yi Qian's heart couldn't help but tighten. He came over at 3:30 in the morning. Little Fox left at around 3:40 in the morning. It would only take an hour to get from the hotel to the airport. It was now 8:40 in the morning. A military uniform would take around an hour to dry, which meant that she rushed back to the hotel at around 6 o'clock. He had been back for so long, but he didn't hear any movements. It seemed that the scent she left on his clothes was even more effective than taking sleeping pills. He didn't know that Yi Qian had been delayed at the scene of the car accident for nearly 40 minutes. He even thought that Yi Qian had returned very early. He should have reminded her before going to bed last night to bring back the military uniform. Unfortunately, he couldn't wear it now. Her efforts had been wasted. You were too tired. That's why you didn't know. You look a lot better now. Hurry up and change. Why are you still standing there? Yi Qian said uneasily as his gaze on her became more and more intense. She didn't know if it was because he had just woken up, but he was standing in front of her with a casual laziness. Even a casual raise of his eyebrows was sexy. Her heart was beating a little faster. Could he not be so sexy? Could he not look at her like that? Could he hurry up and change? Xia Jinyuan looked at the girl who was working for him quietly. She was nervous because of him and blushed because of him. His world was not only filled with satisfaction, but also made his heart throb. He took a step forward, and Yi Qian immediately retreated to the door. His dark eyes widened, and he looked at Xia Lei warily. At the same time, he maintained his calm and said seriously, Captain Xia, this is a hotel. There will be students outside looking for me at any time. Don't do anything rash. Act recklessly? What did she mean by messing around? But why was it that every time the little fox was alone with him, she would always have that "what are you trying to do" expression on her face? Simply put, she was trying to seduce him even when he clearly had no intentions of doing anything. What do you think I will do? He raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Yi Qian waited solemnly. I don't know, you know. He took another step closer, and his lazy aura began to surround her. You know, that's why you're telling me. He shook his head firmly and replied with an even firmer tone, I don't know. Even if he knew, he couldn't say it out loud. The air began to thin, and his masculine aura was flamboyant and scorching. His eyes were getting darker and darker, making her feel as if her soul was being sucked into his dark eyes bit by bit. Looking away was a sign of weakness. In front of him, she had to get used to looking him in the eye. She couldn't show any weakness. Once she did, he would start to gain the upper hand again. Actually, I told you a long time ago. Captain Xia also reminded you that the more you reject me and resist me, the more I will cling to you. Look, you're resisting me right now. It's hard for me not to mess around with you or not to do anything to you. Chapter 890. He chuckled as he approached her step by step. It wasn't the kind of approach that would make Yi Qian want to run away, but the kind that would make her afraid of losing herself in his gentleness. Little by little, as light as silk, he approached her. Before she realized it, he would entangle her more and more, until she couldn't escape and was completely trapped in his gentle net. This feeling made Yi Qian panic. She didn't know what to do. She could trust him, trust that his deadly gentleness gave her a sense of security. We can't do anything right now. Don't forget, we have an agreement. We have to get to know each other first before we interact. This is our agreement, Captain Xia. I don't think you'll forget it. He was so close that her mind was a little confused. Her heart was messed up by his breath and his gentleness. Yi Qian secretly took a deep breath to calm her flustered heart. She looked up at the man whose entire body was wrapped around her. She saw her tiny figure in his eyes and also saw the faint smile in his eyes. She pursed her lips and said calmly, Also, you're right. I shouldn't resist. This will make you want to conquer me. It seemed that his nearness made her panic. Very good. There was only panic and no fear. Xia Jinyuan's smile deepened. His handsome face looked as lazy as if he was drunk. His smile had the sexiest charm of a man. But I really like your resistance. Because even though you're resisting me, you're also accepting me. There were still 2 years left in high school. She had enough time to accept his approach because every time they met, he would make their relationship better. Just like now, she only felt panic and no fear. This was enough to show that their relationship had been improving. Yi Qian, whose thoughts were exposed, raised her hand and gently rubbed her tense forehead. She had indeed been accepting Xia Jinyuan despite her resistance. Did accepting him mean that she needed to confess her mystery to him? Did she need to find a chance to confess her past and completely open her heart to Xia Jinyuan, who made her feel safe? Could she reach out and grab his hand? Looking at Xia Jinyuan's gentle gaze, Yi Qian couldn't deny that he had the urge to do so. Then, the impulse only flickered in his heart like a spark. When the light disappeared, the impulse was gone. Grandpa Jin and Uncle Chun had taught her that women also needed to stand tall and proud in front of the world. When one did not have enough capital, one had to learn to endure, to lie low, and to wait for an opportunity to soar into the sky. No, it was not yet time for her to reveal all her secrets. She still needed time to prove if he could really accept her. After all, she was still young and he was still young. I admit that I'm accepting Captain Xia, who's so far away, so tired, and still sneaking around in the middle of the night. If I were to heartlessly refuse, I'm afraid Major Xia would be heartbroken. Yi Qian smiled, relaxing his tense heart and body. Her admission filled Major Xia with even more joy. He reached out and easily pulled the nervous little fox into his arms. He smiled and sighed. Getting along with people is a process of acceptance. I said before that I would wait for the day when you would accept me. I will wait for that day to come. That little head of yours likes to think too much. You actually asked me what I wanted to do. Little fox, your question is full of hints to a man. You're hinting at what I can do. Chapter 891. Yi Qian bit his shoulder, but couldn't bear to bite his flesh, so he could only vent his anger by rubbing his bathrobe with his teeth. You always have so many excuses in front of me. You barged into my room in the middle of the night. Can I ask you what you want? She couldn't even bear to bite him. Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curved even higher as he gently hugged Yi Qian, who was gradually relaxing in his arms. He chuckled softly and sighed. Of course you can ask. I like it when you ask me. You want to pick up my military uniform at 3 in the morning. Little fox, you're really good at taking care of people. What should I do, little fox? It's getting harder and harder for me to let go. Yi Qian's expression was extremely unnatural. Hugging and hugging. Ever since they kissed in the army, he had become more and more presumptuous. Xia Jinyuan, I think we should sit down and talk. How about this? She wasn't used to it and felt particularly embarrassed, but she didn't resist his embrace. She wasn't pretentious either. Anyway, it was, no, good, will, think. Xia Jinyuan hugged her very comfortably. The girl in his arms was delicate and soft, and she even secretly did things for him. He couldn't tell from her expression that she was tired, but she was naturally considerate. That's right, she was considerate. Considerate that made him happy. If it's not like this, then what is it? He asked softly. His voice was as deep as the sea, and his breath blew by her ear. Yi Qian gritted his teeth and made a huge decision in his heart. This decision really shocked Xia Jinyuan. She actually hugged his neck and took the initiative to kiss him. She even kissed his lips. He was stunned for half a second, and naturally, he couldn't help but loosen his grip on her. A second ago, he was still in shock, but in the next second, he lost her in his arms along with the kiss. The person in his arms nimbly escaped from his arms and raised her eyebrows proudly. You've hugged me, and kissed me. Captain Xia, can you change your clothes now? I still want to go to the regiment to start training in the afternoon. The injury on my arm has been recuperating for half a month. If I don't train now, my skills will become rusty. If he were to find a man from the Special Forces as a boyfriend, he would need to prevent him from sneaking into the room in the middle of the night. If he were to find a woman from the Special Forces as a girlfriend, he would also need to prevent her from kissing him. However, she had already nimbly escaped from his embrace. When a male soldier faced a female soldier, or A special forces soldier faced a special forces soldier. This kind of love was a love that could run together and compete together. It was a love that was evenly matched. Xia Jinyuan smiled helplessly. I didn't even feel like it was a kiss, and it was already over. His slender fingers gently caressed her warm lips as he raised his eyebrows and said meaningfully, "Why don't we kiss for a while more? Let me feel it again." It wasn't easy for him to escape, so how could he possibly go back? Yi Qian rejected him with a smile and used his eyes to signal him to quickly go into the bathroom to change. "You're not wearing your school uniform, but you're wearing such a beautiful dress." Then, Xia Jinyuan put the military uniform back into the wardrobe and said with a smile, "I'm not wearing my military uniform today. I'll wear casual clothes." He glanced at the breakfast on the cabinet in the entryway and said, "I'll wash up first. You can watch TV while eating breakfast. How about the International News Channel? Although you're in school now, since your current goal is to enter the military academy, you should also pay attention to international news." Chapter 892. He picked up the breakfast that Yi Qian had brought over and placed it on the coffee table. Under her slightly serious gaze, he said casually, "The morning news is over. Let's watch the 9 o'clock news. Didn't I say that our operation this time was a decapitation operation? Can you see if you can find anything from the international news?" Yi Qian's expression was serious. "Xia Jinyuan, this is the second time you've mentioned your operation, and you haven't forgotten the top 10 confidentiality rules. Why? Why do you have to mention it again and again in front of me? You can watch it first." "Okay, this is the channel." For this operation, he had to let her understand it step by step. He wanted her to watch it first. What she saw was always more realistic than what others said. He wanted her to watch it more and analyze it based on what he said. He also wanted her to be able to immediately ask questions that were beneficial to her analysis. Looking at the news, with her intelligence, she might be able to figure out what the operation this time was related to and what it was for. Yi Qian and the others didn't have the opportunity to watch TV at school. In 1997, the provincial number 1 middle school didn't have a TV in every classroom. The only TV was placed in the auditorium, and no one dared to sneak in to watch it. Yi Qian sat on the sofa with a heavy burden on his heart. He watched as Yi Qian turned on the TV and switched to the International News Channel. "I don't know if it's available. Take a look. I want to call Ho Zi." "Okay." Yi Qian nodded and watched the international news carefully. From the corner of his eye, he saw Xia Jinyuan take his phone and go to the bathroom to make a call. Ho Zi was still on the 23rd floor. He had just come back from a swim and was only wearing a pair of tight black swimming trunks. At 37 years old, he maintained his body well. From his tight abdominal muscles, it was obvious that he paid a lot of attention to exercise. He picked up the phone and said hello. His expression gradually became serious. "So this is the cooperation with this territory. Okay, I'll send the clothes to you in half an hour. I'll take you directly to pick the goods." Ho Zi loved Xia Jinyuan because he loved him. Moreover, the other party was worthy of his help. Today, if Xia Jinyuan had asked him to bring a gun to help, Ho Zi would have agreed without hesitation. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at such a straightforward answer. He said with a faint smile, "I killed someone overseas and fled back to the country. Brother Z, I'm in big trouble. What am I afraid of? Who do you think you are? Killing people was not done for personal reasons. All right, stop trying to scare me. Other than your sister, there's no one else who can scare me." Ho Zi smiled, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with killing intent. She smiled and said, "Thank you." What's there to thank? He had two thanks. First, he was thankful that Xia Jinyuan thought of him at this time. Someone like Xia Jinyuan went overseas to kill people, and he killed people for the country. Since Xia Jinyuan could come to the southern province to find him after killing people, he had to help him. Helping Xia Jinyuan was equivalent to helping the country. Second, he was thankful that Xia Jinyuan gave him a good opportunity to start reshuffling the cards and wash away all the past. Xia Yiwei wanted to marry some bullshit designer. When did he agree? What was so great about studying abroad? Ho Zi, did not study for many years, but he was still doing well. He was still going to marry Xia Yiwei. The place to pick the goods is a little far, but you won't regret it if you go. Ho-Zi was not afraid that Xia Jinyuan would find out where he hid the goods. So what if he found out? He did not take these goods out to endanger the peace of the southern province. It was just a hobby. He liked to collect them. Chapter 893. Xia Jinyuan knew that Ho-Zi had weapons. It was normal for a gangster like him to have weapons. But he didn't expect that Ho-Zi could say the word pick. He could tell that Ho-Zi had a lot of goods just from this word. That's right, he wasn't afraid of having a lot of goods, but he was afraid of not having any. Zige, you know the consequences if I go to your collection place. Although he wasn't afraid of Ho-Zi having a lot of goods, some things had to be made clear. Xia Jinyuan's expression became serious. You know who I am. If I go, I will take your goods, but it's very likely that. Ho-Zi took the towel from the bodyguard and wiped his hair with one hand. He walked towards the cloakroom with his phone in the other. Since I dare to take you there, why would I be afraid of you seeing my goods? I've known you since you were 16 years old. I've never given you anything that can be used against me in all these years. Even your sister can't find anything that can be used against me. Besides, you said that I'm helping you, but I know that you're helping me. You're helping me to reshuffle the cards openly. Zige, I'm not afraid of you finding out. In fact, I should be thanking you. Besides, since you're asking me for goods, you must know that I have the goods. Given our relationship, there's no need to talk too much nonsense. If you want the goods or the people, just say the word. He had to help Xia Jinyuan now. Helping him was also helping himself. Ho-Zi said casually. His tone revealed the decisiveness of a decision-maker. With just a few words, he decided on such a big matter. A gangster bringing a soldier to his own armory to pick out goods. Wasn't he courting death? If it was in the past, he would be courting death. But not now. This was an opportunity for Ho-Zi. There were countless people who wanted to cooperate with this territory, and this opportunity was now in Ho-Zi's hands. He would be a fool if he didn't seize this opportunity. Xia Jinyuan laughed. Xia Wei, you've completely won. You've really won. Based on his understanding of Ho-Zi, he would definitely give him the goods if he asked, but he would never bring him to pick out the goods himself. As Ho-Zi said, even Xia Wei didn't have any direct evidence of the person sleeping next to her. Why would the cautious Ho-Zi suddenly think of bringing him to pick out the weapons? There was only one answer. Ho-Zi heard what he said last night and used his actions to tell him that he had decided to give up his country for the beauty. Zige, you decide. I need the goods urgently. I have to get them this morning. Xia Jinyuan didn't give Ho-Zi a chance to reconsider. He didn't have time to wait. I'll send the clothes to you in half an hour. I'll be waiting for you in the underground parking lot of Venus Hotel. Ho-Zi, who was getting some clothes for himself, had a relaxed expression on his face. He had to seize the opportunity to cooperate with this territory. If Xia Wei had the intention of marrying someone else, why would he need worldly possessions? Last night, every time he compared his current status to that of a fickle woman like Xia Wei, he realized that no matter how he compared himself, as long as he thought of another man sleeping next to Xia Wei, he would burn with anger. He couldn't wait to buy a ring and run to her to propose. I still have to do it one by one. I have to do it slowly. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Ho-Zi's handsome face, which was so beautiful that it was close to a demon's, was not filled with a charm that made people's eyes linger, but with a gloominess that made people tremble. Xia Wei wanted to marry another man? No way. Chapter 894. It was 8:50 a.m. Yi Qian was focused on the TV. She wasn't curious about what Xia Jinyuan and Ho-Zi were talking on the phone in the bathroom. It was 8:50 a.m., and there were still 10 minutes before the 9 o'clock a.m. news. The news that could be shown on TV had to be edited and reviewed before it could be shown. She never thought that she would be able to find out what mission Xia Jinyuan and the others were carrying out from the news. After hanging up the phone, Xia Jinyuan came out of the bathroom and said to Yi Qian, "Someone will deliver the clothes in half an hour. Let's go out for a walk then." Go out for a walk in half an hour? Then she wouldn't be able to watch the entire episode in detail. She just hoped that she would be able to find some clues from the trailer. Must we go out for a walk? Can't we go to the training ground? Yi Qian raised her head and looked at the man who had decided on the itinerary for the day. She frowned slightly and said, Captain Xia, why do I feel like you're hiding something from me? Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and said, we really can't go to the training ground today. As for what it is, watch the TV first. I have breakfast, right? I'm suddenly a little hungry. He immediately changed the topic, which made Yi Qian even more suspicious. There's breakfast. You can eat it and tell me why you must go out with me today. Xia Jinyuan smiled at her. His deep eyes were deep and mysterious. Continue watching the TV. Eat your breakfast slowly. I'll be there soon to accompany you. Little Fox's curiosity was piqued. Hopefully, she wouldn't be so scared that she would cry. That didn't seem likely. How could a strong little fox cry? Less than 10 seconds later, Xia Jinyuan walked out with a cold expression. He was holding Yi Qian's blood-stained school uniform in his hand. What happened on the way there? He asked in a low voice. He even sounded a little anxious. Did you meet any suspicious people? Did you get rid of them directly? Ever since he entered the country, he had been on the lookout. It was impossible for a snake from outside the country to discover his whereabouts in such a short time. Could it be that he had been too careless? Had someone already made a move to kill the little fox? Yi Qian, who was watching TV intently, looked up and saw his handsome face tensed up as he held the bloodied school uniform she had left in the bathroom. She was a little surprised by his reaction and immediately explained, I was on my way to the airport when I bumped into a car accident. The blood on my uniform wasn't mine. It was the blood of the injured people in the car when I participated in the rescue. So that was the case. He was really frightened just now. She looked at the school uniform in her hand. Although the dried blood on it did not belong to Yi Qian, her heart sank. He didn't show any strange expression on his face and said with a smile, so that's how it is. It seems that this car accident is very serious. You participated in the rescue and were stained with so much blood. It's pretty bad. I wonder how the driver is doing now. Yi Qian furrowed his brows when he saw that Yi Qian's brows had loosened after his explanation. Even his expression had relaxed a lot. What exactly happened to their team during this operation? Why were they still so tense when they were back in China? Also, did he just say that he met any suspicious people? Did she get rid of them directly? How could she get rid of anyone directly? No, it wasn't that she could get rid of anyone directly. There was someone who needed to be dealt with directly. Someone followed Xia Jinyuan back to China. Otherwise, why would he burn the clothes he wore that day on his way back? Chapter 895. Yi Qian's pupils constricted. She walked over with an unprecedentedly serious expression. Are you in danger now? Are you in great danger? Someone followed you back to the country. Is that right? Answer me, Xia Jinyuan. Her voice was sharp and urgent, and it carried with it a chill that broke through the ice. Seeing her angry expression, Xia Jinyuan quickly comforted the little fox whose hair was standing on end and whose expression was tense. Don't be too nervous. If this is someone else's car accident and you are just rescuing him, then I am safe in the southern province. I've been covering up my tracks. I won't even wear the clothes I've worn a second time. If someone really followed us, I think we'll find out together and get rid of these little tails together. He stroked her hair and maintained a faint smile. Our profession is special. There will be danger at any time, but in our own country, it's relatively safe. He had been dealing with these people to buy time for the J5 and the others to escape. Now that the military had received text messages saying that his comrades were safe, his plan had succeeded. He had successfully lured all the snakes to himself and allowed his comrades to return safely. He talked about dangerous topics as casually as if he was talking about the aftermath of a movie. Even his expression was indifferent, as if it was not worth mentioning. That smile made Yi Qian a little breathless. The car accident did not scare Yi Qian. It made her lose her cool. Yi Qian's heart sank even more. She looked at him with a determined gaze and said softly, If someone followed us, I will definitely share the danger with you. Her fearless gaze made Xia Jinyuan's eyes ripple. His little fox would not back down just because he was in danger. She would definitely choose to stay by his side and fight side by side with him. I believe in you. If I'm in danger now, you will definitely stand by my side. So, I'm back, and I'm back with danger. Little fox, will you be angry? Yi Qian's brows furrowed more and more as he spoke. Angry? She was not in the mood to be angry. In that case, Xia Jinyuan's return to the country did not mean that the mission was over. Since the mission was not over, why did he come to the southern province? There's one more thing I need to tell you. There's a reason why I can't wear this military uniform. It's because I can't wear the military uniform that represents our country with my current identity. This bastard, since he couldn't even wear his military uniform, he was 100% sure that he still had a mission to complete. Why didn't he make things clear when he sent her back to the hotel last night? Why did he have to wait until today? Why didn't he tell her in advance that he was coming back with danger? He was sleeping so soundly when she went to the airport. What if the danger came at that time? If she had known that he didn't need to wear his military uniform, she wouldn't have gone to the airport so early in the morning. She couldn't think that way. If she hadn't gone to the airport in the early hours of the morning, Annie Song might have gotten into a car accident. His words made Yi Qian lose all interest in watching TV. His voice was tense as he asked, why? Why can't I wear it? Because I'm not a Chinese soldier now, but an illegal mercenary. His words made Yi Qian's breath catch in his throat, and his heart instantly tightened. What kind of special force was Xia Jinyuan in? What kind of special forces were they? They could actually change the identity of a Chinese soldier and turn him into a mercenary. Chapter 896. He had become an illegal mercenary without an identity and was not allowed to show his face in any country. Once he was exposed, the Chinese military would not be able to easily protect him. This was because they were no longer Chinese soldiers. Their names were not even in the entire military system. Erasing everything and sending them on a mission was enough to prove that once their identities were exposed, they could only rely on themselves to save themselves. Thinking of this, Yi Qian's heart trembled. Then why did you return to the southern province? Xia Jinyuan, you must have a reason to return to the southern province, right? The southern province is ZG's territory. Did you think that if something happened, you would not stand by and do nothing? Is that why you returned to the southern province? Is that so? Also, Captain Xia, since you dared to contact Ho Zi while you were still on a mission, you must have other motives. Am I right? Compared to Yi Qian's tense expression, Xia Jinyuan's expression was much more relaxed. Smart, you guessed it so quickly. You're right, little fox. I did have a reason to return to the southern province. You were talking about the decapitation operation. The decapitation operation is the biggest operation, and it involves matters between countries. For such a big matter, even if Zi Ge has power in the southern province, he might not be able to guarantee your safety. Yi Qian pursed his lips and looked at him even more carefully. He said with certainty, Captain Xia, the reason why you had to return to the southern province is definitely not that simple. Xia Jinyuan chuckled softly. His elegant and handsome face looked indifferent, but his voice was cold. My identity is now an illegal mercenary. He emphasized the word illegal and looked sharply at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, tell me, why did I have to return to the southern province? What's the reason why I had to return? The southern province was Ho Zi's territory. Ho Zi would not stand by and do nothing when a snake from abroad attacked him. The reason why he had to return to the southern province was because Ho Zi had a weapon. Yi Qian's brain never stopped working. He kept analyzing the reason why Xia Jinyuan had no choice but to return to the southern province. He also thought about how Xia Jinyuan had suddenly told him about Operation Decapitation. He didn't say anything that wasn't supposed to be said in the confidentiality agreement, but what he said seemed to be on purpose. No one could help them. They could only help themselves now. No, she could help him too. If it was as she guessed, Xia Jinyuan deliberately wanted her to know about their operation. It was also the military's intention. Otherwise, as a soldier, how could he tell him about their operation so easily? He only dared to say it after getting the approval of the military. The military knew that he had returned to the southern province, that he had contacted Ho Zi, and that he had contacted her. The military knew everything, but Xia Jinyuan was still an illegal mercenary. An illegal mercenary didn't hide the fact that the military had contacted Ho Zi, the leader of the underworld. This meant that the military allowed him to contact Ho Zi. It was obviously a clueless matter. The more Yi Qian thought about it, the more confused he became. Gradually, he found a reason why Xia Jinyuan had no choice but to return to the southern province. It was because Ho Zi had something that the military couldn't give to Xia Jinyuan for the time being. What was that thing? Yi Qian's eyes gradually darkened. Like the sea, they were so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. After about a minute, the bottomless sea began to ripple. She should have guessed the reason why Xia Jinyuan had to come to the southern province. Chapter 897. Weapons. Ho Zi was the boss of the underworld, so he must have guns and ammunition on hand. Xia Jinyuan, an illegal mercenary, needed guns and ammunition. How could he not have a weapon to defend himself before the mission was over? You return to Nan Province because you trust Ho Zi and are sure that he will help you. You need to get weapons from Ho Zi, she said in a trembling voice. She was trembling so much that even her fingers were trembling. Why would he need weapons when he returned to China? What kind of people did he offend? One thing was for sure, the people he offended back in China also had weapons in their hands. The smile on Xia Jinyuan's face deepened, and so did his eyes. He had guided Yi Qian to understand the dangers of his mission. When he heard her analyze the purpose of his return, he felt a sense of pride. This was his little fox, a brave and strong girl who would never give up easily in the face of difficulties and setbacks. That's right. Also, I'm an illegal mercenary now, so I can't return to the army to get weapons. If I want guns and ammunition, I can only get them from Ho Zi. Returning to Nan Province is my best choice. Our mission after returning to China is to lure the snake out of its hole. I'm responsible for leaving clues along the way to lure these foreign snakes to Nan Province and give my comrades a chance to escape safely. So, Yi Qian, I came to your side with great danger. Are you afraid? That was what he asked her. It was only 3 words, and his voice was soft, but every word was heavy. Every word was like a mountain pressing down on her. Yi Qian wasn't afraid. She wasn't afraid of danger at all. She wasn't worried that he would bring danger with him. When Yi Qian spoke again, she realized that her voice was as tense as a string that was about to snap. Then what are you going to do now? What about your identity? That's right. She wasn't afraid of danger. She was afraid that he wouldn't be able to restore his identity. Her words made Xia Jinyuan tear up. The girl he liked was not afraid of the danger he brought to her, but she was afraid that his identity would not be restored. Major Xia, whose heart was aching, resisted the urge to pull her into his arms. He took a deep breath and calmly said, "Although my current identity is an illegal mercenary, my identity will naturally be restored after this is over." When Yi Qian heard this, it was as if he saw the mountain that had been pressing down on his heart explode with a bang. His entire body relaxed. It turned out that his identity could be restored after the mission was completed. That was good, that was good. However, before she could exhale, Xia Jinyuan's next words made her heart turn cold. Actually, that's not the problem. The problem is the injured K7. He contacted G3 last night, but he didn't even send out the coordinates. Therefore, I suspect that he didn't manage to escape, but was bitten instead. Little Fox, this is the biggest problem right now. G3 is K7's contact person, and I am G3's contact person. For this mission, we contacted each other one by one. When K7 crawled out from the gunfire, his random mercenary uniform was blown into strips. When he saw your uniform and thought about K7's injury, he stopped. He didn't want to personally voice out his suspicions that his comrade was injured and captured. He kept looking at Yi Qian with a heavy gaze. Yi Qian, whose emotions were stirred up by Xia Jinyuan, narrowed his eyes and stared at him. He didn't ask anything else. Instead, he asked for himself, "Captain Xia, if you tell me about your mission and the difficulties you're facing, it means that not only can I ask you some questions about your mission, but I can also directly participate in your mission, right?" Chapter 898. Didn't you already guess correctly? What else do you need to confirm? I can only contact you and tell you what our mission is if the military agrees to your participation. Xia Jinyuan laughed and even raised his hand to rub her head. What else do you want to confirm? Yi Qian waved away the hand that was rubbing his head. I want to confirm whether my current identity is a student or an illegal mercenary. Keep your hands to yourself and don't touch me. I still have a lot of things to know. Of course you're a student. Also, what do you want to know? Xia Jinyuan laughed out loud. His laughter was low and deep, and even his chest was trembling slightly. Can you think about what we should do next? After all, my current identity is not a soldier, but an illegal mercenary. You're a little fox who is so smart that it gives me headaches sometimes. Do you have any ideas on how to restore my identity as soon as possible? He could take her to actual combat, but in actual combat, she had to be able to control the entire situation on her own. She was such a smart girl. She couldn't just be a soldier who followed orders. She had to become a commander who could command soldiers. He hoped that she could become a commander who could command soldiers in battle. Now, she would talk and he would listen. If there was anything wrong, he would point it out to her. He would let her grow up step by step with him. He would watch her grow up and see her become successful. Just thinking about it made him feel proud. You can ask me anything you think of. I can also tell you that after we lure the snakes out of their cave, the mission will be completed in Nan Province. We can't do it in the city center. We have to end it in a remote place. He revealed the danger again and let Yi Qian face the danger directly. Yi Qian's gaze gradually darkened. His voice was very soft and filled with a murderous aura. Since we've lured the snakes here, we can't give them a chance to bite you. We can't let them have a chance to escape. If they could get rid of these people in advance, it would mean that Xia Jinyuan's mission in China was completed. It would also make it impossible for other countries to find out that he was actually a Chinese soldier. This was the only way the military could restore his identity. After the finishing work is done, there won't be anything else. Yi Qian said softly. His dark eyes stared at the elegant face in front of him. He said slowly, word by word, "Your identity can be restored." Her breathing went from rapid to steady, and even her eyes calmed down. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but lift his hand to hold her face gently. He stroked her face gently with his fingers and said, "No, little fox, it's not over. It is good that you are not soft-hearted to your enemies. However, there is still our comrade K7. You still need to consider his current situation. I came to the southern province to divert everyone's attention and ensure the safety of my comrades. But as long as one of my comrades is still alive, my mission will not end, and my identity will not be restored. For this operation, the identities of all the comrades participating in this operation will be changed. As long as one of them is still alive, no one will be able to restore their identities." Xia Jinyuan explained everything to Yi Qian. When he was done, he gently touched Yi Qian's trembling lips with his lips. "Little fox, you still need to learn how to control the entire battle. You need to control it from all aspects." Chapter 899. You're not a good soldier if you don't want to be a commander. You have to remember that your goal isn't just to be a soldier. You have to become a soldier who knows how to fight. You have to know how to fight and how to command soldiers to fight before you know what to do. Yi Qian's body was trembling. She stared at him fixedly as he spoke softly. She said, "I want to drink water. I want to drink water." She was very thirsty. She was so thirsty that she was panicking. She rushed to the side of the coffee table and covered the teacup with a lid. After stabilizing her trembling fingers, she grabbed the teacup tightly and drank the remaining cold water from last night in one gulp. She wanted the coolness of the water to suppress her panic. She didn't think that she would be the one to command soldiers in battle. She only knew that they were in danger. There was also K7. The mission couldn't end before K7 was confirmed to be out of danger. They couldn't give up on their comrade, so the mission had to continue. The cold water seemed to suppress the panic in her heart. Yi Qian took a deep breath and turned around. She looked at Xia Jinyuan coldly. "You said that K7 and G3 were in contact, but they didn't send their coordinates. So, you suspect that K7 contacted you last night to tell you that he was safe so that you wouldn't have to worry. You also suspect that he had the determination to sacrifice himself so that you wouldn't have to look for him. Comradeship could be so deep that they would exchange their lives for each other's. If K7 was really captured, she didn't doubt that he had the determination to sacrifice himself so that his comrade wouldn't come back to save him. K7's thin but handsome face flashed through her mind. He was a young soldier who didn't speak much, but every word he said was precious. Yi Qian clenched her fists. Her voice was bloodthirsty. You have to go back and look for K7 after you finish the mission in Nam Province. This is something you have to do. I support your decision to go back. What I want to ask is, what about the other comrades? Do they also have to go back? But you guys are illegal now. What about your weapons? What about your weapons? The weapons that Ho Zi provided at most are guns. If it's life-saving grenades, you have to prepare them. You have to consider this. I mentioned G3 earlier. Since G3 is K7's contact, where is he now? Yi Qian did not ask one question at a time. Instead, he asked one question after another, each one sharper than the last. If you're in China, you can still look for Ho Zi. But if you're overseas, who will you look for? What if you don't have enough weapons? Through the black market? Xia Jinyuan's nerves twitched when he was hit by her questions that hit the nail on the head. As expected of a comrade who had been on a mission together, her questions came one after another, and each of them hit the nail on the head. After thinking for a while, he answered seriously. G3 is already rushing to the southern province. He's the only one who knows K7's situation the best. He's part of the mission to lure the snake out of its hole. G3 also needs weapons. When he arrives at the southern province, we have to take away the best weapons in Ho Zi's hands. Even if Ho Zi has a weapon, will it be enough? Our country forbids private collection of weapons. This is illegal. Even if Ho Zi has a weapon, how much will it be? Yi Qian was practically chasing after her. Fortunately, she was relatively calm and didn't lose her composure. Yi Qian was the type of person who would calm down the more anxious she was. The calmer she was, the more she understood that this was not a small matter. The news that Xia Jinyuan brought back was too shocking. She wasn't involved before, so no matter how calm she was, she still seemed a little anxious. Chapter 900. Xia Jinyuan had been speaking to her calmly, so that she could remain calm. Faced with her questioning, he smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about the weapons. Ho Zi has a hobby of collecting guns. He definitely has the best guns. We have the weapons from Southern Province. As for the weapons after we leave the country, we will find other ways to get them. We will only know if K7 needs to be rescued at 3 in the afternoon. The 4 of us may seem like a sheet of loose sand, but we are all in contact with each other. For example, G3 hasn't contacted me, which means that K7 hasn't contacted him either. If one person didn't contact them, it meant that none of them could contact them. No one wanted their comrades to be sacrificed, and no one wanted their comrades to be worried about them. Therefore, everyone would try to contact their comrades to reassure them. This method of contact was simple and straightforward. Everyone followed the simple rules of contact. They had all developed the habit of reporting their situation to their comrades at all times so that they wouldn't forget to contact them. What we should do now is to get rid of the snake that you lured to Southern Province. Then, you guys should hurry back to find K7. Yi Qian summarized everything in one sentence. The last sentence was the most important. They were comrades who had sworn to each other that they would live and die together and never give up. This was their oath, and it was engraved in their hearts forever. With G3 around, the two of them could take care of each other and return to the battlefield together. She felt a little more at ease. Yi Qian glanced at the wardrobe. She thought about how he couldn't wear the military uniform that she had brought back. Her eyes instantly turned red. She turned her head, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. That military uniform. I'll take care of it. When you come back, wear it again. Wear it openly. She was sad. It wasn't the kind of sadness that came from crying. It was the kind of sadness that came from suppressing her trembling heart. She was sad because of his identity. Xia Jinyuan smiled gently and hugged her with his right arm. His warm and broad palm gently stroked her arm to comfort her. "Silly fox, it will be over soon. Everything will be fine. You have to believe in us, believe in our country. We will not give up on ourselves, and our country will not give up on us. A country can't stand without defense, and the people can't be at ease without soldiers. We are defense, but we are also soldiers. No one will abandon us as soldiers." His embrace still made her feel at ease. The faint scent of mint flowed in her body bit by bit. His presence and his scent were comforting her, allowing her to calm down. Yi Qian forced his tears back. He raised his head and looked at him with determination. I've always believed in you. I'll take care of the uniform for you. I just want to take good care of it for you. Because I was the one who brought it back from the airport. I was the one who cleaned it. Only I can keep it. She was so serious that Xia Jinyuan's heart palpitated. He had wanted to comfort her, but now he wanted to love her dearly. She was telling him that she had been waiting for him to come back, waiting for him to personally take back his military uniform from her. She wanted to see him safe with her own eyes and not find out about his safety through other channels. He hugged her tightly in his arms and hid her completely in his wings with only the strength of his right arm. He used the strength in his arms to express his throbbing emotions. Okay, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to my current comrade and future girlfriend. Chapter 901. This was a promise made using the military uniform as a medium. He promised her that he would definitely come back and take back his military uniform and the epaulets that represented his military rank. He also promised Yi Qian that his identity would never change. A country could not be established without defense, and people could not be at ease without soldiers. He was both a defender and a soldier, so how could he give up his identity so easily? Xia Jinyuan let go of her hand and smiled. Since you helped me wash the clothes, I'll help you wash them too. But I'm not sure if the bloodstains on them can be washed off. It's unlikely that they can be washed off. I plan to take them back to school and see if I can get a new set or buy one. He would not make promises easily. Now that he had made a promise, he would definitely be able to do it. She believed that he would definitely be able to do it. Yi Jian smiled. Bloodstains are the hardest to clean, but if you can clean them, that would be the best. I will wash them very seriously. It was his first time washing someone's clothes, and it was his future girlfriend's school uniform, so he had to perform well. Letting Xia Jinyuan wash his clothes for him. Yi Qian thought about it for a while and felt that. It was quite interesting. He did not wash the clothes immediately. Instead, he soaked them in water. After washing up, Xia Jinyuan sat beside Yi Qian for breakfast. After straightening out the matter, Yi Jian once again looked at the TV that had not been turned off. The 9 o'clock news had already started. However, it was all domestic news and had not been broadcasted to foreign news yet. After breakfast, Xia Jinyuan accompanied Yi Qian to watch the domestic news for a while before he got up and went to the bathroom. It was not easy to wash his future girlfriend's clothes, so he had to finish what he started. After soaking for 10 minutes, he could start washing them. After scrubbing hard, Xia Jinyuan looked at the light brown stains on the school uniform. He put in the water and scrubbed it a few more times. He picked it up and looked at it again. There was no way to wash it clean, so he could only change it. Performance failure. There was a knock on the door. Ho Zi's assistant stood outside and respectfully handed the clothes to Xia Jinyuan. This is what you will wear today. When you come back, 10 sets of clothes will be prepared for you in the car. Brother Z is waiting for you in the underground parking lot. Ho Zi had already arrived at the parking lot. Xia Jinyuan could go straight to him after he changed his clothes. Thank you for your hard work. Xia Jinyuan took the clothes. After the man politely closed the door, he said to Yi Qian, "The reason why I insisted on going out with you today is that after I change, you need to accompany me to Ho Zi's to pick out some goods. The goods are a little far away. I'm afraid you won't be able to go to the group training today. Then I won't go. Your matters here are more important." Choosing goods was choosing weapons. She would definitely go. When it was time for the 30-minute news broadcast, Yi Qian answered as he stared at the television screen. Yi Qian saw several dignitaries from the Middle East walking into the meeting in splendid attire. This was a religious exchange meeting. Xia Jinyuan, who had changed his clothes, came out and saw the news. His elegant and handsome face flashed with a trace of gloom. From the dark to the light, it seems like they are afraid, he suddenly said. Yi Qian's eyebrows twitched slightly. He looked at the television again. Religious. Exchange meeting? Did their beheading operation have anything to do with religion? The television screen flickered. Xia Jinyuan turned off the television. There shouldn't be any problems if it's on the domestic news. One of the people involved is a weapons expert. Chapter 902. The television screen flickered, and Xia Jinyuan switched it off. He said calmly, "There shouldn't be any problems if it's on the national news. One of them is a weapons expert." A weapons expert? A religious exchange meeting? Since it's a religious exchange meeting, the people who appear should be related to religion. Why is there a weapons expert? When religion and weapons are involved, it loses the meaning of religion and becomes a little bloody. Operation Decapitation. They were carrying out Operation Decapitation. A religious exchange meeting, a weapons expert. Yi Qian held his breath. This time, the target of the operation was someone from the religious exchange meeting. What they had taken care of was a person who had been secretly causing trouble for the Chinese side under the pretext of religious exchange. Such a person seemed sanctimonious, like a savior who promoted religion, but in fact, he was the real creator of blood and violence. Xia Jinyuan looked at the expression on her little face and understood. It seemed that his little fox knew who the decapitation leader was. As he buttoned his suit, his thin lips curled up slightly as he brought up a past incident. In a no-man's land, there was an active soldier in the mercenary group that we dealt with together. This active soldier followed the person who used the name of Religious Exchange to enter Tibet. He came from China's borders as a believer and stole military intelligence from China's borders. He secretly spread bad ideas and tried to cause chaos at China's borders. Little fox, our country is at war everywhere. It seems peaceful, but there are many countries eyeing our country covetously. They want to take the opportunity to stir up trouble and weaken our country's strength to achieve their unspeakable goals. What we need to do is to eliminate these people who are secretly stirring up trouble. While warning other countries, we also need to maintain the stability of our country's borders. They were soldiers, and the duty of soldiers was to protect the country's security, the country's borders, the stability of the government, and the stability of the society. Once there was an abnormal situation that threatened the peace of the country, they would draw their swords. Yi Qian listened quietly. When he looked up, he saw Xia Jinyuan in a black suit standing in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he had changed from a powerful soldier to a calm and reserved businessman. He pursed his lips and smiled. "Captain Xia, you're a natural, very suitable. Not bad." Xia Jinyuan adjusted his tie, and his thin lips curled up slightly. In an instant, there was a noble and distinguished aura between his eyebrows. "How is it? Do I look more like it now?" It wasn't that. Xia Jinyuan was now a mature and steady business elite who exuded a distinguished aura. No matter how he disguised himself, he was always the noble Xia Jinyuan who stood at the top of the world. Yi Jian nodded with a smile. "You look alike. No one would be able to tell that Captain Xia is actually a soldier. Even if he came to her side with danger, he was still a soldier that she admired. Danger is always present. It depends on how you face. Regardless of whether you are relaxed or worried, the danger will never disappear automatically. And I choose to face it." Chapter 903. The danger is right there. The first thing we should think of is to solve it, not worry. Little fox, as a special forces soldier, even if you're just training, danger still exists. We have to face unexpected situations at all times. Being calm and collected is our attitude when facing them. There is no fear, no retreat, only forward. This is the mission and responsibility of a soldier. Yi Qian, you have to remember that we are always in danger. There is never a way out. The only way is to face it and solve it. Complete it. Do it without hesitation. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian's relationship was not just that of lovers. He would also tell Yi Qian what a soldier should be like. He would clearly tell Yi Qian all the dangers and difficulties that Yi Qian faced. He would not allow Yi Qian to have any thoughts of running away. He would be her closest comrade in the future. Uncle Jin and Principal Chun could teach Yi Qian all the skills she needed to know, as well as how to be a person, how to make decisions in the military, and how to be strong in handling matters. Then, Xia Jinyuan would be the one who could truly get close to Yi Qian's heart. He would hold Yi Qian's hand tightly at any time and tell her that he was a soldier who had no way out once he put on the military uniform. Yi Qian was shocked when she heard that. He was teaching her, and when he saw that she had a problem, He immediately pointed it out sternly and told her clearly what she should do. That's right, he was right. No matter what attitude you use to face danger, the danger will always be there. It doesn't matter if you are afraid or timid. It won't go away. It's there, and you have to face it and solve it. There's no way out once you put on the military uniform, because you are a soldier. Yi Qian's clear eyes looked at the man who had repeatedly pointed out her mistakes. She saw the coldness in his eyes and also saw the hope he had for her. She nodded and said, I understand. I will always remember it. Yi Qian was a girl who understood everything easily. Xia Jinyuan had said it so clearly, so naturally, she could see and think clearly. Good girl, you're the best in my heart. You always will be. She was so smart and hardworking. No matter when, she could accept his criticism and criticism. She trusted him without any conditions. He would not let such a girl walk the path of ordinary. He would definitely hold her hand tightly and face the flames of war together. He needed a comrade like her, a girlfriend like her, and she needed a comrade like him, a boyfriend like him. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian were a circle that no one could separate. At 9:05 a.m., the students who stayed in the hotel last night woke up one after another. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan walked out of their rooms. Wang Jin, who slept on the same floor as them, yawned and opened the door. I'm not eating breakfast. I have to go to my grandma's house for lunch. You guys go ahead. As Wang Jin spoke, he saw two figures walking in front of him. He did not immediately recognize them, but said to the boy who was staying with him, there's a guy and a girl in front. I bet the guy is handsome and the girl is beautiful. Just looking at their backs makes me think they look good. Although Wang Jin lowered his voice, it was not low enough for Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian. They're seniors from grade 3. Let's hurry up. Yi Qian hurriedly tugged on Xia Jinyuan's sleeve and walked even faster. Luckily, she was wearing a casual dress. If she was wearing a tight-fitting dress, her skirt would have been torn apart by her large strides. Chapter 904. Xia Jinyuan was a little worried. When would he be able to reveal his secret identity? He had no choice. He definitely couldn't reveal it now. It was better to avoid people's eyes and ears. When Xia Jinyuan saw that she was walking faster than a rabbit, a light flashed across his eyes and he revealed a mischievous smile. He reached out and put his arm around Yi Qian's shoulder. Just as she was about to scream in fright, Xia Jinyuan chuckled and said, You're more likely to be discovered if you walk alone. Now you can lower your head and hide your face in my arms. It'll be safer. Yi Qian was so scared that her body froze. She raised her head and glared at him. Xia Jinyuan, you. Shoo. Don't talk, little fox. There are 3 boys wearing the uniform of the provincial first high school coming over. Xia Jinyuan pulled Yi Qian deeper into his arms so that her delicate face was pressed against his chest. Only her small and delicate earlobes could be seen. Then I'll wait for you at the bookstore in the afternoon. You two shouldn't oversleep. The girls walked over and stood on Xia Jinyuan's left side as they talked and laughed. As Yi Qian listened to their laughter, she held her breath and cursed in her heart. Xia Jinyuan is a bastard. However, she couldn't help but admit that if he didn't hug her like this, he would definitely be discovered by the seniors. However, this combination was very strange. The girl hid her head completely in the man's arms, even when they entered the elevator. It was so strange that the seniors who didn't pay much attention to them stole glances at them. After glancing at them, the 3 students simultaneously retracted their gazes. Then, the 3 of them secretly looked at each other, and all of them pursed their lips and smiled embarrassedly. This guy was even more handsome than Yang Heng. However, he was a little cold, so they didn't dare to look at him for too long. In the elevator, Yi Qian's hands were tightly gripping onto Xia Jinyuan's clothes. Wang Jin, who was walking slowly upstairs, suddenly turned back after passing a row of rooms. He stared at the room number that he saw the girl and the guy walk out of. Wasn't this Yi Qian's room? That man and woman had walked out of Yi Qian's room. Holy shit! Was that woman's back view Yi Qian? Who was that man? It couldn't be Yang Heng. Yang Heng was tall, but he wasn't as tall as the man just now. The most important thing was his temperament. Yang Heng didn't have the temperament of the man just now. Fuck! Yang Heng, You have a love rival. Your love rival even came to your aunt's hotel to kidnap Yi Qian. The other party is very strong. You're in big trouble. I have to find Yang Heng. Something big has happened." Wang Jin threw his backpack and ran toward the elevator. As a brother, he had to tell Yang Heng about it. Wang Jin, who needed to go home immediately, ran straight to the restaurant and found Yang Heng. He said, "You have a love rival." "Love rival? What nonsense are you talking about?" Yang Heng had already finished his breakfast. Being blocked by Wang Jin, Yang Heng laughed and patted his friend's shoulder. Even though Wang Jin had purposely come to tell him about Yi Jian, Yang Heng's expression was obviously gloating. Yang Heng laughed and said, "Brother, you've really misjudged her. I don't have any feelings for Yi Jian, unlike you guys who were green with envy when she got into the car." Wang Jin didn't believe him. He looked at him with a look that said, "Stop pretending. Who would believe that you don't like Yi Qian? We want to pursue her, but we don't have the ability to do it. We don't dare. It's not that I don't dare, but I think it's better to be friends with Yi Qian. As for the strong love rival you mentioned, if he really exists, then he is indeed a good match for Yi Qian." Chapter 905. After a while, Wang Jin glared at him and said, "Damn, you really don't have any ideas." "Not at all. You guys are just making a fuss." Yang Heng smiled. His clean and handsome face did not have a trace of abnormality. "All right, hurry up and eat breakfast. I have to go home with my mom." His cousin was coming back to China and would be having lunch at his house, so he had to go home to prepare. As for Yi Qian, Wang Jin was sure he was not mistaken. He had looked for her this morning and did not see anyone in her room. Wang Jin saw that Yang Heng really did not care and felt that it was meaningless. Sigh, to think that he ran all the way here to snitch. He waved his hand and said weakly, all right, I won't send you off. Damn, I'm hungry from running. Let's eat something before we go." Yi Qian's dress was quite nice. Even her back was beautiful. It's a pity you didn't see it. The waiter in the restaurant was clearing up breakfast. Yang Heng pointed and reminded him kindly, "You can eat a few pieces of cake to fill your stomach. Otherwise, you can go out and eat some buns." Not only did he see Yi Qian in the dress, but he also saw how she looked in it. The ethnic dress on her was stunning and beautiful. Yi Qian was an orphan, a girl who grew up in the army. It was not strange for anyone to be around her. Therefore, there was no need to find it strange. Wang Jin ran in the restaurant and suddenly ran out to chase after Yang Heng. "Let me ask you something. Last night, I told Yi Qian that Yao Jing was her rival. She said something that I didn't understand at all. She said to ask you, you must know." He repeated what Yi Qian said last night. "If it's because of Yang Heng, she is not my rival. If it's not because of Yang Heng, she is indeed a rival." He asked Yang Heng with a face full of curiosity, "Do you understand?" Yang Heng understood and chuckled. "She meant that if she were to pursue me, Yao Jing is not her rival at all. I would choose her directly. If she doesn't pursue me, Yao Jing will be her rival in life. Do you understand?" "Damn, so that's what it meant." Wang Jin rubbed his face and chuckled as he asked him, "So when you said that Yi Qian wanted to pursue you, did you really agree? Didn't you just say that there was a man with a very strong aura who was more powerful than me who left Yi Qian without saying a word? What you're thinking of simply does not exist." Yang Heng patted his classmate's head, who was always slow to react. He carried his backpack and gave Wang Jin a look that said, "Be smart." Then he left handsomely. Heng, over here." When Mother Yang saw her son coming over, she elegantly raised her hand to signal him to speed up. "Your aunt has already picked up Anchi. We have to go home quickly. Also, have you spoken to Xiaoyi? Invite her over for dinner tonight." Yesterday, she had said that she would invite her home for lunch this afternoon. Now that she had to change the time, she had to go and inform her. Yang Heng opened the car door and smiled. "Mom, I have something to do on Saturday. Let's talk about it next time." "You child, I clearly said that I would invite her for lunch last night. Now that your cousin went back on her words, you still." Mother Yang said as she bent over to get into the car. Her expression was so serious that Yang Heng felt helpless. "Mom, Yi Qian has her own things to do. She already said that it's fine. Why are you still thinking about it?" Mother Yang heard her son's helplessness. She raised her hand and patted his head. What do you know? Mom and Dad asked you to invite Yi Qian home for lunch because they have something to do. Chapter 906. Thinking about what happened last night, Mother Yang's face turned a bit cold. Your Uncle Yao's family left last night with resentment. Also, you heard the words that little girl Jingle shouted afterwards. I still get angry when I think about it. Jing is so stubborn. Little Yi is alone and has no elders to support her. This child's character is so pure that it makes people feel sorry for her. I'm thinking of acknowledging her as my goddaughter and finding you a younger sister. Yang Heng was stunned. Goddaughter? Find me a younger sister? Mom, why were you so agitated last night? Didn't my dad comfort you last night? Goddaughter? You have to get Yi Qian's approval first. Yang Heng couldn't help but laugh. His mother was really funny sometimes. What era was this? Goddaughter? How did she think of that? Mother Yang laughed and scolded. You child, your dad also thinks that my idea is good. Why? Are you not happy? Fine, if you're not happy, I won't mention it. It's not that I'm not happy. Having a younger sister like her is quite impressive. Yang Heng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought about it seriously. It was not bad. Being a friend was not as good as being a sister. Why don't I ask on Monday? I still have to get Yi Qian's approval. When Uncle Yao and his family know about it, they will restrain themselves. The mother and son were seriously considering it in the car. A black car drove out of the underground garage and headed toward the suburbs. We don't have a lot of goods. They're all light weapons. I don't think you can take the cannons with you. We have enough pistols and bullets. In the car, Jose didn't avoid the topic just because Yi Qian was there. Family Xia even brought the little girl along. To be honest, he was thinking that he wasn't afraid that someone would find trouble with the little girl. After thinking about it, he felt that he was worrying too much. Young Master Xia wasn't worried, and the little girl didn't look scared at all. It was obvious that they weren't afraid of trouble at all, since they were both bold and fearless. What else did he have to worry about? He could avoid the topic. Xia Jinyuan trusted Jose's arrangements. He said calmly, Brother Z, you can make the arrangements. Southern Province is your territory. I don't need to worry about anything. I really can't worry about you. You only said that you killed someone overseas. I don't know what kind of person you killed. Jose had a smile on his face the entire time, and his voice no longer had the coldness that could not be hidden from before, but carried a hint of lightness. Just now, I told a few brothers in the underworld to pay attention to anything. I've also sent people to the hotel. If anyone sneaks in, we'll know immediately. Not. He came and attacked. It's not like he's a monster with only one head. But the other party is here to take your lives. Aren't you afraid? He didn't believe that a little girl could be so calm that she wasn't afraid of death. Yi Qian wasn't afraid at all. She had been reborn. She already knew what death felt like. What was there to be afraid of? Now, she wasn't afraid that someone would come looking for her. She was afraid that no one would come looking for her. Her eyes gradually darkened and turned cold. A murderous aura appeared in her dark eyes. She maintained her calm smile and said slowly, What's there to be afraid of? He wants to kill me. I want to kill him too. I'll kill the person who wants to kill me first. There's nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 907. His words were so domineering and confident. Even Jose, who was in the underworld, was stunned by his words. Good boy. He was able to say such responsible and confident words at such a young age. It was true that one should not question a hero's background, and one should not bully the young. After a while, Jose couldn't help but applaud. Old Six, you're very lucky to be able to say such words. Zigu supports your decision. Even if you're young, you have to act in advance. Kill the person who wants to kill me in advance. That was what he thought back then, and that was how he got to where he was today. You're not afraid of anyone, but you're afraid of yourself. You're the one who destroyed your own hope and lost your own life. It was a bit far from the Venus Hotel to the place where the goods were hidden. It took more than 2 hours to drive. The place where the goods were hidden was a scenic area developed by Jose, the Dalong Mountain Scenic Area. This was a scenic area developed by Jose and the government in cooperation. It was filled with the latest foreign resources and had everything you wanted to do. There was also a very large golf course and a shooting range. Just these two projects alone were enough to attract countless rich people to come and visit. At the end of October, the maple leaves on Dalong Mountain were all red. There were also many tourists who came to enjoy the scenery. Yi Qian sat in the car and also enjoyed the beautiful scenery along the way. Hosie's personal phone calls were very few. There were only 2 calls in 2 hours. One of them happened to be someone who invited him to play golf at Dalong Mountain. The other party even brought his own client. "You two go back to the villa and wait for me. This person has some background in the underworld in the north. I'll come over after I say hello." The car entered the scenic area at around 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Hosie gave a few instructions to the driver before getting out of the car and leaving. On the way, Xia Jinyuan spoke very little. Yi Qian noticed that his hand was in his trouser pocket. He was holding his phone and waiting for his comrade to call. He was waiting patiently. There was no trace of impatience on his handsome face. His gaze was as calm as a city in the sky. Occasionally, he would even raise his eyes to look at the beautiful scenery and point it out to her. From this, Yi Jianjian could see the distance between him and her. The car drove all the way to the villa's parking lot. Xia Jinyuan did not ask the chauffeur to get out of the car and open the door. Instead, he pulled Yi Qian out of the car and said, "You go in first. I'll come over later." He gently squeezed Yi Qian's palm, indicating for Yi Qian to be more careful. Although Ho Zi was someone he trusted, Yi Qian was a comrade he trusted enough to put his life in her hands. After the early autumn, the weather became cooler day by day. When they reached the mountains, the temperature dropped even lower. Yi Qian got out of the car in a dress. The wind in the mountains blew, and she couldn't help but shrink her shoulders slightly. "Put on your clothes and go in quickly." Xia Jinyuan's suit jacket was draped over Yi Qian's shoulders. Under the faint sunlight, the man who was looking down at her had exquisite facial features. When the sunlight shone on his face, it made her feel at ease. Yi Qian adjusted her clothes and followed the chauffeur into the villa. The signal in the mountains was not very good. Xia Jinyuan walked for about a kilometer before he stopped. Looking at the pitiful 3 bars of signal on his phone, Xia Jinyuan smiled slightly. His slender fingers quickly typed a set of numbers and sent it out without any punctuation. The mountain road was not easy to drive on, and the car they were in was quite old. However, the G3 never doubted that this car, which came from a small county, would be scrapped. Chapter 908. The phone in his trouser pocket vibrated slightly. As it was shaking, G3 turned his body and took out his phone. He took a good look at it. It was a set of numbers. He could not look at it in reverse. The first set of numbers was the geographical coordinates of the city limits. The second set was the district coordinates. The third set was the county coordinates. And the fourth set was the specific coordinates. After reading the message, G3 immediately erased the message and restored the phone to the factory settings. This was the most direct and safest way. It was simple and fast. If they still didn't receive any news from K7 after 3 o'clock, he and Xia Jinyuan would meet up and get rid of the snake that followed them into Nan province. Then, they would return to the battlefield to find their comrades. Whether they were alive or dead, they had to find their comrades. Never leave, never abandon, never give up. G3, who was wearing a straw hat, covered his face with it and closed his eyes to rest. There was still more than an hour before they arrived at Nan province. He could use this time to take a good rest. At this time, Hozi led Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian to his weapon collection room. The entire room was filled with wooden display cabinets. It looked like a jewelry store. All the handguns were placed one by one on the counter. They were in a mess, as if no one had maintained them for a long time. Xia Jinyuan looked around and said to Ho Zi, "Brother Zi, this is a small handgun arsenal. If something big happens one day, this is the first place you have to deal with. I've already considered this point. That's why I used wood to make all the cabinets. If something really happens in the future, I'll burn it down." Ho Zi replied with a natural expression. Her red phoenix eyes, which were so beautiful that they looked like they were drawn by a painter bit by bit, revealed a trace of coldness that seeped into her bones. A dangerous person who possesses the most dangerous thing is protection. It is also the most direct evidence of crime. I have a hobby of collecting guns. I know that it's forbidden in our country. After I get them back, through some means, I just put them on display. There was no one around Jose. Even his personal bodyguards were outside the villa, which showed how cautious he was when it came to such matters. Jose picked up a shotgun and smiled at Yi Qian. It has a 6-round capacity. Doesn't it look like a shotgun? He didn't want to continue on this topic. Xia Jinyuan didn't talk about it anymore. He turned around and picked out a gun for himself. This gun used to be called a shotgun or a musket. Now it's sometimes called a shotgun. Brother Z, it's not about whether it looks like a shotgun or not. This is a 1995 Benelli M1. Yi Jian took the shotgun made by the Benelli company from his hand and gently stroked the barrel with her finger. Under Jose's surprised expression, she said indifferently, "This is developed for the military and the police. It uses the automatic recoil mechanism. This series of guns uses aluminum alloy magazines, which are light, sturdy, and durable. Unfortunately, it wasn't suitable for him and Xia Jinyuan. It had a 6-round capacity. Even if it had great lethality, it wasn't convenient to carry around." Jose's impression of Yi Qian changed drastically. "You even know about this? Yi Qian, are you really just a high school student? Are you really not hiding your age? Are you sure you're a student?" While Yi Qian was talking, Xia Jinyuan picked up a Colt M200 pistol. Chapter 909. The Colt M2000 pistol fired 9mm labellum bullets. The gun was only 195 millimeters and weighed only 0.82 kilograms. However, the magazine had a capacity of 15 bullets and an effective range of 50 meters. Yi Qian put the shotgun back in its original position and glanced at the pistol he had picked. His gaze swept over all the guns and locked onto the Colt M2000 pistol. "There are 3 in total. You can pick all of them." She walked to the display cabinet and picked up the other 2 Colt M2000 pistols from 2 different places. The shooting accuracy is very good. The power index is also very high. The ergonomics index is also not bad. You can bring all 3. "Isn't that right, Brother Z?" She asked him if he was right after she finished picking. Jose raised his eyebrows and looked at the 2 pistols she had picked up in just a few seconds. He looked at Yi Qian thoughtfully and smiled. "You know more about guns than I do. If you say it's right, then it's definitely right. Then we won't hold back. Also, Brother Z, you separated the guns and bullets. Where do you keep the magazines?" Yi Qian waved the 2 Colt M2000 pistols in his hands. There was a faint sharpness on his beautiful face. When he held the pistols, even his aura changed from when he was carrying a backpack. When he saw Yi Qian holding the pistols, Jose, the boss of the underworld, couldn't help but think to himself, what kind of girl did Xia Jinyuan find? Why is she so strange that it makes me feel a little guilty? There were no less than 200 guns in his small weapons room. He liked to collect them. After he collected them, he would play with them for a while and then put them aside. After a long time, he didn't even know where the pistols were kept. He also couldn't remember if he kept one or a few of the same type of guns. But this girl just glanced at them and picked up the 2 Colt M2000 pistols as if she knew where they were and could take them out with just a stretch of her hand. When Yi said that she had a good memory, he was also very surprised. However, it was far from being surprised to the point where he felt guilty. There were only 2 people who had made Jose feel guilty. The first one was the person who had single-handedly raised him to where he was today and was now enjoying his retirement on a small island in the Atlantic Ocean. The second one was Xia Jinyuan's girlfriend. Pull out the magazines from the lower compartment. They're all inside. Look for them yourselves. Jose continued to observe Yi Qian. He wanted to see how good her memory was. He separated the magazine from the gun to prevent anyone from breaking into his collection room. Yi Qian tried pulling at the bottom of the wooden cabinet with both hands. After confirming it, he pulled harder. A drawer-like compartment was pulled out. Rows upon rows of magazines of various sizes were neatly placed in the drawer with a black velvet cushion. Compared to the guns that were casually placed on the wooden cabinet, the magazines were much neater. Go ahead and choose. After you're done, This place will cease to exist. Ho Zi opened the other 3 compartments together. There are magazines and bullets. Guns need bullets. The bullets in the magazines won't be enough. You can choose the bullets that you can use. He said that this place would cease to exist after you're done choosing. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively looked at Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan only smiled at her. Do you see the magazines? Brother Z is right. Guns need bullets. Chapter 9:10. So this is why he brought me and Little Fox here. Madam Xia Wei, it seems like your plan is working. This man who can do whatever he wants in the underworld is cutting off his own path of retreat. Seeing the smile on his face, Yi Qian felt a lot more at ease. This meant that before Ho Zi brought them in, he had already made up his mind to destroy everything. This made her feel at ease. No wonder Xia Jinyuan said, if something big happens one day, this is the first place you have to get rid of. In fact, he was telling Ho Zi that this place had to be destroyed. Ho Zi really had the guts to destroy this place. However, Yi Qian felt that Ho Zi seemed to be doing something very important. He had started to destroy some evidence that could directly incriminate him, and the gun collection room was the first evidence he wanted to destroy. As for why, Yi Qian, who had never been interested in other people's private affairs, had no way of knowing why Ho Zi wanted to destroy this place. There were 3 Colt M2000 pistols in his hands, so he needed 3 magazines. Yi Qian scanned through the 3 rows of magazines, picked up the magazines one by one in front of Ho Zi, and threw them to Xia Jinyuan. Colt M2000 pistol magazine, capacity 15 rounds, loaded 15 rounds. She was very fast. Ho Zi, who had been paying attention to her, saw that her gaze swept across the rows of magazines, and she did not even look for them. She was even more familiar with the exact location of the magazines than he was. He was convinced, he was really convinced. Xia Jinyuan caught the 3 magazines that were thrown to him in succession and put them down one by one. He did not even need to check carefully. He just took them and loaded them. His expression was full of trust in her. Ho Zi saw this kind of trust in Xia Jinyuan, and his eyes darkened. He could vaguely see the attitude that Xia Jinyuan had towards relationships. He did not hide it. He was not afraid. He was only going to advance and retreat together. Now, the trust between them was like a lock, locking their every word and action, making it impossible for others to interrupt. Brother Z's collection of guns is very tasteful. These 2 are magazines for the M9, and these 2 are magazines for the Desert Eagle. There's a total of 7 pistols, and that's about it. Yi Qian had picked out the best of the best, especially the Desert Eagle, which was the king of pistols. If they really destroyed this place, it was better to take out the good guns and let Xia Jinyuan and the others use them properly. Ho Zi did not care anymore. He was only responsible for bringing the couple in. The couple was more familiar with everything else than he was. The magazines she picked out were all good magazines. Among the rows of magazines, she picked out the good ones in less than 3 minutes. What else did he need to care about? There's no dagger here. I'll get one for self-defense when the time comes. Just pick a few pistols. The rest of the guns are inconvenient to carry and can be easily recognized. Xia Jinyuan did not say much during the whole process. Yi Qian did all the work. After disassembling the guns, she could even reassemble them from a pile of scattered gun parts. Her eyes and hands were so sharp that from the time she picked up the handle to the time she finished assembling the gun, she did not even have to think about whether the parts in her hand were correct or not. This was because she could accurately pick out the correct gun parts from a pile of parts. He felt ashamed of his own inferiority when it came to such memorizing skills. What Ho Zi saw now was only the tip of the iceberg of Yi Qian. Just this side of him was enough to make him gasp in amazement. Chapter 9:11. Ho Zi had only seen the tip of Yi Qian's iceberg. What she didn't know was that after Yi Qian entered the collection room and scanned the entire display table, her brain was like a mobile high-speed computer, storing the models and positions of all the guns. You take these guns. These 2 are enough for me. After picking out the guns for Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian picked up 2 HKP-7 M8 pistols for himself. These pistols used 9mm parabellum bullets, had 8 and 13 rounds, magazines, and had an effective range of 50 meters. Yi Qian picked this pistol because it had a low recoil and was so safe that it could be carried safely even if the magazine was loaded. If the magazine was loaded, it was easy to misfire, but this pistol wouldn't. Therefore, it could be quickly fired when necessary and could immediately remove the safety and fire. After picking out the guns and magazines, Yi Qian had finally found all the weapons they needed. There were a total of 9 guns and bullets. Xia Jinyuan had gained a lot. Holding Yi Qian's hand, they left the small gun storage room. Ho Zi was the last to leave. Before turning off the lights, he glanced at the collection room where the first gun was placed 15 years ago. After a flash of coldness in his eyes, he pressed the switch and turned to leave. He walked quickly without a trace of hesitation. An underground gun storage room that would no longer exist after tonight. Since he had already decided to abandon it, he wouldn't hesitate anymore. It had only been 10 minutes since they entered the basement and came out. The staff of the attraction had just delivered today's lunch to the entrance of the villa. Xia Jinyuan pushed the fridge to block the entrance to the basement. His eyes fell on a yellow hose pipe. This pipe had appeared by the gun counter before. It was a natural gas pipe. Ho Zi had laid the natural gas pipe in the basement. If there was an accident, it was indeed very suitable to blow up the entire gun storage room. Moreover, it was under the kitchen. When the time came, it could be said that a natural gas leak caused the explosion. Let's eat. After lunch, let's go back to the city. Ho Zi invited the two of them to sit at the dining table. He personally opened a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for Yi Qian. Yi Qian, Ho Zi, admire you. She was even more ruthless and resourceful than the 17-year-old Ho Zi when he was young. He couldn't admire her. She had single-handedly challenged more than 10 hooligans and crippled 7 of them. Tonight, she had talked about guns as she opened her mouth. This 17-year-old girl had shown him that there was always someone better than her. Yi Jian pursed her lips and smiled. She was like a flower that was quietly blooming. There was no lethality in her smile at all. Brother Z, Miao Zhan, I'm indeed a student. I'm a second-year high school student. What I know is just from him. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan, who had started eating gracefully, and continued with a smile. I learned from him. That's all I know. Ho Zi laughed. The girl was quite wary of him. He said to Xia Jinyuan, who acted as if it had nothing to do with him, You're really lucky to have such a good girl. Come, Brother Z, I'll toast you for your unique taste. Also, to your reminder. Thank you. You're welcome. Xia Jinyuan picked up his glass and lightly clinked it with Ho Zi's. I wish Brother Z's wishes come true. Ho Zi was overjoyed. Old Six's words were always pleasant to hear. Now, he wished Old Six's wishes come true. This matter must succeed. Cooperating with this territory was for no other reason than to prevent the woman he loved from being married to another man. Ho Zi, who was sitting at the dining table, was talking cheerfully and wittily. There was no trace of ruthlessness in his expression. Although he occasionally spoke with the arrogance of a superior, his words were always humorous and witty. Unconsciously, one would be deeply attracted to his conversation. Chapter 9:12. Xia Jinyuan's trust in Ho Zi could also be seen at the dining table. After everything was over, he directly told him that he would bring Yi Qian here to enjoy the scenery of Mount Dalong and would leave a little later. Indeed, you can leave a little later. The maple leaves on the mountain are all red. There are a lot of tourists at this time of year. You can enter from the small path behind the villa. You don't have to squeeze with the tourists. This was a tourist area developed by Ho Zi and the government. When it was being developed, he said that he needed a private mountain path. Thus, when he was designing the entire area, he paid a little more money to leave such a path. There was a private mountain road in the tourist area. Just by hearing about it, one could tell that it was extraordinary. Xia Jinyuan knew about Ho Zi's financial resources, so he did not look surprised at all. After thanking him, he was led by Ho Zi's bodyguard into Mount Dalong from the back of the villa. The bodyguard was only responsible for escorting them to the entrance. After watching them leave, he turned around and reported back. G3 will come to Mount Dalong. We will meet up with him later. After walking for a while, Xia Jinyuan said to Yi Qian in a low voice, When the time comes, cover for him, and drive away directly. Yi Qian nodded slightly. He knew that Xia Jinyuan did not want Ho Zi's people to discover G3. Soldiers were soldiers, and bandits were bandits. Regardless of his relationship with Ho Zi, the safety of his comrades was the most important thing. When G3 arrived at Mount Dalong, they would begin to deliberately reveal their whereabouts on Nanshan Hill. They would attract all the danger to themselves until the danger was over. After the matter in Southern Province was settled, they would set off directly from here and appear on the soil of another country as illegal mercenaries to search for their missing comrades. There were tens of thousands of maple trees on Mount Dalong. When Southern Province was promoting tourism, they would film the scenery of Mount Dalong all year round. However, Ho Zi had left a private path for them to enjoy the best scenery. There were mountains, rivers, and scenery. Yi Qian, who was going to visit Mount Dalong in the future, smiled and said to Xia Jinyuan, "Looks like Brother Z invested a lot here. Otherwise, the government would not have allowed him to leave a private mountain path." That's not the case. Sometimes, this road is also used by provincial leaders to receive VIPs and to climb the mountain for sightseeing. Xia Jinyuan walked a few steps ahead, occasionally stopping to wait for Yi Qian to come closer. It was rare for the two of them to have such a pleasant time together, and it made him have the urge to shorten 1 minute into 2 minutes. After about 40 minutes of climbing, Yi Qian, who was wearing a skirt, was so hot that her back was sweating. She picked up a fallen maple leaf from the bottom of a huge, towering rock to fan herself. "Let's rest for a while. I'm all sweaty." These were Aunt Yongheng's clothes. She was planning to return them after washing them. She didn't want to get her sweat on them after wearing them once. She wouldn't be able to return them when the time came. Xia Jinyuan raised his head and looked at the rock. After circling around it, he put on his suit jacket and began to climb up the rock. When he reached the top, he lowered his head and looked at Yi Qian, who was still wiping her sweat and resting under the rock. "Go up there and rest for a while. You can get some wind." When Yi Qian saw him climb up, she immediately went around and heard him say, "The place to enjoy the scenery of Mount Dalong is on this rock. Hurry up." There weren't many climbing points on the rock. It was high and steep, and one wouldn't dare to climb it if they didn't have the guts and skills. Yi Qian lowered her head and looked at what she was wearing today. She looked very ladylike, but none of the things she did had anything to do with being ladylike. Chapter 9:13. With a smile on her face, she walked towards Xia Jinyuan, who had already climbed up. He was at a high spot. She would climb up and enjoy the scenery with him. She had once said that she would use him and his troops as her goal. No matter when, as long as he reached out his hand, she would definitely walk towards him. The rock that no one had set foot on was not steep. Instead, it was flat enough for two people to sit side by side. There was also a backrest, which made it look like a natural stone chair. They could sit together and watch the clouds rise and the sun rise and set. This place is really good. If I hadn't climbed up, I wouldn't have been able to find it. Yi Qian took his outstretched hand and carefully stepped on the chair of the natural stone chair. Then, she slowly bent down and sat down. "You have a great view. You can enjoy the maple leaf scenery on this side of Mount Dalong. Xia Jinyuan, shall we come again when the maple leaves turn yellow?" Yi Qian, who had taken the initiative to suggest a next date, looked up. Although the scenery was good, she was still worried about him. "Is this the time for our next date?" Xia Jinyuan laughed heartily. He held her in his arms and let her head rest on his shoulder. He said softly, "When the maple leaves turn yellow, I will definitely put on my military uniform and accompany you to see thousands of maple leaves." There were thousands of maple leaves on Mount Dalong. When they were red, they were like clouds, and when they were yellow, they were like gold. When the weather was good, people from Southern Province City would come to see them and enjoy the beautiful scenery of all 4 seasons. Yi Qian gently closed her eyes and nodded. "I have always believed in you, Xia Jinyuan. I have always believed in you. I have never disappointed you either, have I? It was like that in the past, and it will be like that in the future." His suit jacket covered their knees and let her head rest on his shoulder. This was the most peaceful and beautiful time for the two of them to be together. Even the indifferent little fox beside him took the initiative to approach him. Xia Jinyuan thought to himself, if the first time doesn't work, I have to at least try a few more times. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the bottom of the rock and saw a small, square, and colorful aluminum foil bag. With his good eyesight, he took a casual glance and saw the English words on the aluminum foil bag clearly. Xia Jinyuan, who had originally planned to bring Yi Qian back to the hotel next time, wanted to get up and leave immediately after seeing an imported brand aluminum foil bag in a place like this. But the little fox seemed to like this place. Xia Jinyuan sighed softly and whispered, "Let me tell you something. The story of Xia Yiwei and Hou Zi. Why are you suddenly talking about them?" Yi Qian immediately raised her head and looked at him with a puzzled expression. She frowned and said, "Did you discover something? His gun collection? Hou Zi brought us here to look at the goods. I'm guessing that he's starting to pull back. He kept hundreds of guns in his villa. These are direct evidence of his crimes. He started to destroy these things before marrying Xia Yiwei. Since she mentioned the gun collection, he decided to start from there. Xia Yiwei likes maple leaves very much. The second time she met Hou Zi was in Xiangshan. In order to take the most beautiful maple leaf scene, she was only 17 years old at the time and forced herself to a dead end. It was Hou Zi who risked his life to save her. This should be the place where the two of them watched the maple leaves together. Most people wouldn't notice. I think the two of us will have to choose a new place next time." Xia Jinyuan smiled faintly and pointed at the bottom of the rock. "And this place is where the two of them do some private things. Why don't we go somewhere else now?" Chapter 9:14. Yi Qian wanted to ask how he knew this was the place where Xia Yiwei and the others were meeting, but when he saw Yi Qian pointing at the bottom of the rock, he looked down. After he finished looking, Yi Qian looked up and said seriously, "We should leave immediately. This is their bed. We're sitting on their bed." So bold. They're doing intimate things on the rock. Aren't they afraid of falling? Aren't they afraid of being seen doing intimate things on the rock while admiring the beautiful scenery? Yi Qian didn't even dare to think about it. He grabbed the rock with both hands and stood up. He showed his toughness from training and quickly flipped over the rock without Xia Jinyuan's help. Xia Jinyuan was too embarrassed to say anything when it came to this. He had never used condoms before. Yi Qian didn't even need to say anything. He had never used condoms in his 2 lifetimes and had never even tried to understand them. Let's go to the main mountain path. The coordinates are clear, so G3 will be able to find us easily. Xia Jinyuan saw her awkward expression and laughed in his heart. He restrained his expression and said, "He should be here soon. We'll wait for him at the top of the mountain." If they met in a crowded place, they wouldn't attract attention even if they went down the mountain one after the other. There are metal fences on both sides of the private mountain path to prevent tourists from entering. After about 400 meters of the rock, they saw people guarding the end of the metal fences. When they saw the two of them, they immediately opened the fences. "Hello, Brother Xia. Z said that the car you want is parked in the villa's garage. You can go down and get the car keys from the security guard." The people guarding here were all Hou Zi's own people, so one could imagine how cautious he was. Xia Jinyuan nodded and thanked him. Then he held Yi Qian's hand and walked towards the main mountain path. Hou Zi is invincible in Southern Province. You can see his personal ability from a small matter. I even asked you to cover for me, but he already guessed that my comrades would come to the scenic area. It's good that we're friends. If we're enemies, he's definitely a terrifying opponent. Hou Zi doesn't seem like a person who can't differentiate between good and evil. He should be a person who will kill anyone who stands in his way. I don't think he would casually make a move if you don't intentionally hinder him. Although he had only met Hou Zi twice, Yi Qian's intuition told him that Hou Zi was a very principled person in the underworld. That was indeed the case. Otherwise, Xia Yiwei would not have been willing to give up the opportunity to return to the capital and choose to stay in the southern province after following him for 17 years. Walking to the main mountain road, because it was Saturday afternoon, there were more tourists coming to the mountain to see the maple leaves. Tourists came and went everywhere. There were also couples holding hands, laughing as they climbed to the top of the mountain. "Let's hold hands too." Seeing the fourth couple pass by, Xia Jinyuan stretched out his hand and smiled at Yi Qian. Let's climb up together, shall we? He only stretched out his hand, but he did not directly hold her hand. Yi Qian's fingertips twitched slightly. Then she calmly stretched out her left hand and placed it in his slender and strong hand. She did not even look at Xia Jinyuan's expression and hurriedly looked up the mountain. It will take more than an hour to climb up. Do you have time? Yes, we have a lot of time. An hour is also our time. She stretched out her hand, and Xia Jinyuan immediately held it tightly. We had a lot of time. This was the first time she held hands in public. It was also the first time she stood under the sun with a man. How did it feel? Chapter 9:15. It felt like the warm sun in winter, so warm that it chased away the cold. It felt like the morning breeze in spring, blowing away the dampness of the rainy season. It felt really good. I'm Yi Qian's boyfriend. Yi Qian, who are you to Xia Jinyuan? He held her hand and interlocked his fingers with hers. His deep voice was filled with joy as he smiled and asked her, Who are you to Xia Jinyuan? Finally, he was able to hold her hand in public like an ordinary couple. They were able to walk hand in hand intimately, letting others know at a glance that they were a couple. Xia Jinyuan felt like he had walked halfway through a long journey and finally saw the light of dawn waiting for him. In the face of the insatiable man, Yi Jian glanced at him and said calmly, Who can I be to you? Captain Xia, don't think too much. I just don't want people to keep looking at me from time to time. He lifted his chin slightly and looked up. He chuckled softly and said, I just don't want the people upstairs to keep looking at me. Am I thinking too much? It doesn't matter. We've already held hands. Are you afraid that I won't be able to win your heart? Xia Jinyuan smiled until his dark eyes sparkled. He looked up calmly and swept his gaze across the faces of the single men in front of him. The moment his gaze landed on them, his indifferent eyes turned cold and ruthless. He immediately retreated with his gaze and looked at the men of Yi Qian repeatedly. Little Fox was dressed beautifully today. Even without her school uniform, she looked much more mature. Although she looked young and inexperienced, she had a calm temperament and did not look like a high school student. She looked more like a college student. She looked like a college student. Little girl, that's why she dared to hold hands with me. Yi Qian watched as he used his gaze to scare away the men who kept looking at her. He lowered his head and pursed his lips into a smile. She could always see a different Xia Jinyuan, a real Xia Jinyuan. It still felt good. His palms were dry, and his slender fingers could still wrap around her hands. This was a pair of hands meant to protect the country. At this moment, he was holding her tightly, as if he was afraid that she would pull away in the next second. Yi Qian looked sideways at Xia Jinyuan, whose face was as perfect as a jade carving, and said softly, Let's be together after I finish my college entrance exams. How about that? Happiness came suddenly, but Xia Jinyuan's reaction was even faster. He even stopped walking and stared deeply at Yi Qian. It's a promise. Can I go back on my word now? Looking at his happy face, Yi Qian suddenly felt that she seemed to have agreed too quickly. So be it. He would always think of her. If love was the first thing that came to his mind, then she believed in him. She believed in love. She believed in a love that was so illusory that she had never thought of or embraced it. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. You dare? Why wouldn't I dare? I'm not a gentleman. Under the urging of the passers-by behind, Yi Qian's eyes were filled with sweetness. He laughed and said, I'm going back on my word now. What did you do to me? What else could he do to her? That might not necessarily be the case. There were many ways to do so. Being able to stand side by side sweetly in action, this kind of love was too difficult to come by. He had thought of what he wanted to do to her 1,000,000 times in his heart. 1,000,000 times in his heart. Just thinking about it made his heart beat faster. Xia Jinyuan, whose smile was much more restrained, looked meaningfully at the smirking little fox. Later, he would find a deserted place and kiss her properly. Chapter 9:16. Previously in the hotel, she only touched him lightly. How was that enough? She couldn't do anything else, but kissing was still fine. A 17-year-old kiss was pure and innocent. Having her at the age of 17 was the luckiest thing for the 23-year-old Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan kept holding Yi Qian's hand as he pondered. When they passed by a stone tablet with a simple mountaineering map, he glanced at it and saw a green path labeled Lover's Path. Lover's Path. It's time to walk it. They were still climbing the main path with stone stairs. One step after another was enough to make one's knees weak. Some elderly people who were tired would rest in the stone pavilions. Jose had put in a lot of effort to develop this scenic area. No wonder so many elderly people came to climb on Saturdays. There were many elderly and middle-aged people. There are a lot of people up ahead. Let's go this way. After walking for about 100 meters, Xia Jinyuan held Yi Qian's hand and entered a small path. He was so fast that Yi Qian, who was focused on climbing, didn't see a wooden sign with the words Lover's Path on it. Lover's Path was a path for young people. It wasn't paved with stone slabs. It was a mountain path made by stepping on foot. If the trees on both sides were trimmed slightly, it would be a winding path suitable for lovers to climb. It's too steep here. Let's go out, okay? Aya, it's too hard. My feet hurt. A woman's coquettish voice came from up ahead. A man coaxed softly. It's not steep. It'll be fine after we get past here. How about I carry you? After the sweet conversation, a woman's soft voice came from behind. Yi Qian stopped in his tracks and whispered to Xia Jinyuan, let's go later. Don't disturb them. This is a lover's path. It's a path for lovers. We can do what lovers do and not disturb each other. Xia Jinyuan was a man who was good at seizing opportunities. When she stopped, he pulled her into his arms and said, let's do a lover's thing. He didn't give Yi Qian a chance to escape. His voice was low and seductive. How is that enough for you at the hotel? You want to leave just because you've piqued my interest? Little fox, things aren't that simple. This road is fast. Don't think that it's very steep. It's straight and steep. It's not like the mountain road that goes up in circles. The last time we passed by, it was really fast. Someone was walking towards them, and it wasn't just one person. From the sound of the footsteps, there were at least 4 people. Yi Qian's body stiffened. He pushed against Yi Qian's chest and said, Xia Jinyuan, let go of me. Someone's coming. Let go of me. No, not only did he not let go, but he also hugged Yi Jian even tighter in his arms. However, he also knew that she was shy in this kind of thing, so he hugged her and hid behind a maple tree. He let her lean against the maple tree, and her back was also facing the 4 young people who were walking over. What are you afraid of? They're all young people. They're all holding hands. This is a lover's path. Kissing and hugging are the most normal things to do. His voice was very low, as if he was enduring something. Listen, someone's kissing right in front of us. Yi Qian wanted to slap herself. She must have been muddle-headed to agree to hold hands. Then, she made a mistake and promised to be together after the college entrance exam. One wrong step after another, and she ended up in Xia Jinyuan's hands. Chapter 9:17. Other people are other people. What does it have to do with us? Don't push your luck, you. Xia Jinyuan blocked all her words. Looking at her gently moving red lips, his heart itched like a cat was scratching it. She even said to wait until after he kissed her. Be it a beast or a minor. A 17-year-old Yi Qian was an apple in the Garden of Eden. He wanted to eat her. No, he wanted to kiss her. He couldn't eat her now. If he really did, he would be a beast. After being teased by her a few times in the hotel, he couldn't hold back anymore. He held the back of her head with one hand and kissed her fiercely. Yi Qian was stunned by his fierceness. She made muffled sounds of resistance and felt a sense of danger. Yi Qian wouldn't let herself stay put. Her body began to struggle subconsciously, but the result of her struggling was that his arm around her slender waist tightened and the kiss deepened. Xia Jinyuan. His throat made a short, muffled sound. Yi Jian only felt that the tip of her tongue had been kissed by him until it was congested and numb. He was so strong and domineering, which made her panic all of a sudden. They kissed again. Xia Jinyuan, who was quick-witted and eager to learn, began to have a certain level of skill. He gently sucked on the tip of her tongue and slowly teased her lips with an irresistible gentleness. Yi Qian couldn't resist such a skillful kiss. She accidentally let out a mm. After the sound came out, she felt all the blood rush to her face. Her face was so red that it was burning. Xia Jinyuan chuckled. It seemed that he had improved again. Practice makes perfect. If he was given more opportunities, he would definitely improve his professional skills. Look, who would notice us, silly? No one would kind of watch us. Just like how when we find people kissing, we would be kind and try not to disturb them. Let's walk over quickly. His voice became more mellow and hoarse. The ambiguity in his tone became more obvious. How is it? Did I improve? Yi Qian closed her eyes. That voice just now made her shy to speak. That voice was very unfamiliar to her. It didn't sound like her voice at all. It was delicate and soft, as if water could drip from it. Yet it was his own voice. She kept her eyes closed. She was so shy that even her eyelashes were trembling slightly. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but lower his head and place a gentle kiss on the lips. How can you be so shy? We are lovers. We are lovers. We will have intimate contact. What we do is a normal process for a man and a woman. Little fox, are you shy? Or are you resisting? Why don't we give it another try? He lowered his head as he spoke, and his hot breath blew on her face. Yi Qian was so shocked that she quickly opened her eyes. However, she didn't look at him first. Instead, she looked around guiltily. Then, she gritted her teeth and said, Xia Jinyuan, do you want to see how old the girls kissing are? I'm still young. How dare you kiss in public? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Also, your identity. Oh, so she wasn't resisting. She just couldn't kiss in public. Xia Jinyuan had an epiphany. He smiled and said, well, let's find a place where there is no one around next time. A place where no one will see or discover us. For example, in a room. What do you think? Chapter 918. You're not even qualified to be a special forces soldier. How on earth did you pass the test of lust? Yi Qian, who had gone from blushing to gritting his teeth, glared at him with a harmless gaze. It's obvious that you can't pass the test of lust. They had all undergone special training in this area. The male Special Forces soldiers had undergone a series of brutal physical and psychological training to ensure that lust had no effect on them when they were held captive. With the crisis averted, Yi Qian regained his sharpness. Look at you. You're always thinking about such nonsense. Your special training was all for nothing. When the time comes and a prettier woman stands in front of you, won't you just surrender? This was an interesting topic, and it was also a question that had puzzled him for a long time. They had indeed undergone special training in lust. They were so strong-willed that they had no interest in such things. In the words of the G3, the Snowfield Brigade soldiers were all vegetarians. But Yi Qian's willpower was as weak as a piece of paper, easily broken with a poke. For this operation, they had appeared in the black market as illegal mercenaries. The naked women in the black market had walked past him one by one. The wine he wanted had been pushed to a black mercenary. He had no interest in it at all. There was nothing wrong with his willpower. Women's charms had no effect on him, except for Yi Qian and the shy little fox in his arms who looked like a peach blossom. He was certain that as long as the person in his arms was her, his breathing, heartbeat, brain reaction, and thoughts would all be affected. Especially when they were alone. He would want to do something naughty. After he was done, he felt so good that it was as if he had slept for 3 days and 3 nights. He was so energetic that he could crawl 2 kilometers with 20 kilograms of weight on his back. I definitely won't surrender. I've already encountered what you're talking about 10 days ago. I didn't act on impulse at all, so don't worry, I'm fine. I won't embarrass my little fox when I walk out of here. He used the tip of his handsome nose to touch Yi Qian's slightly wrinkled nose. He smiled faintly and looked at her with eyes as gentle as water. The faint fragrance of her body lingered at the tip of his nose, allowing him to peacefully enjoy this brief moment of peace. He had already met her 10 days ago. Had he met a great beauty? Yi Qian turned his head away and harumphed. You think you're reassuring? I really don't feel at ease. Do you still want to go to the mountaintop? If G3 doesn't see you when they come over later, they'll write delayed military intelligence in their report, and you'll be in for it. Don't worry. I don't have any feelings for other women, except for you. However, we really need to leave quickly. He's probably already in the scenic area. Xia Jinyuan seemed to know that she would be angry because of what he said. After finishing the first half of the sentence, Xia Jinyuan immediately talked about the serious matter in the second half of the sentence. He successfully stopped Yi Jian from punching him again. However, the corners of his mouth curled up subconsciously. There was a hint of complacency and pride. She believed him when he said he wasn't interested in other women. They kissed and opened their hearts to each other. One promised to wear the military uniform when he came back, and the other promised to be together after the college entrance examination. Although it was only a few hours of interaction, they had gained a lot. Chapter 919. Along the way, their hands never left each other. Both of them had good stamina and did not stop along the way. Other people would take more than 2 hours to climb to the top of the mountain, but the two of them only took 1.5 hours. When they reached the top of the mountain, Xia Jinyuan said softly, G3 is here. 8 o'clock straight ahead. Let's go over. G3 was wearing a brand new set of sportswear and was holding a pair of binoculars rented from a scenic spot. Through the binoculars, he saw Q King and Yi Qian walking over side by side. K7's message was cut off. He sent a fake message in the early hours of the morning. As the two of them walked over, G3's hoarse voice could be heard. With Yi Qian on guard, he quickly conversed with Xia Jinyuan. T6 contacted me through K7. He and V8 are already on their way. The two of them had only exchanged a few words when Yi Qian suddenly grabbed Xia Jinyuan's arm and pointed to the cable car. Xia Jinyuan, let's take the cable car. I'm a little cold and want to go down the mountain. His finger gently drew on Xia Jinyuan's arm and wrote the word Z. Ho Zi had left someone at the top of the mountain. It didn't seem like they were there to keep watch, but more like to observe. That's right. They were there to see who Xia Jinyuan would meet. Ho Zi wanted to see who Xia Jinyuan would meet. Perhaps he could guess what position the proud Xia Jinyuan, who was ranked 6th on the list of family Xia, held in the military every time Xia Yiwei mentioned him. He just wanted to take a look and didn't have any ill intentions. Who would have known that Xia Jinyuan was a Special Forces soldier, and the person he was meeting was also a Special Forces soldier? Furthermore, Yi Qian was on guard during their meeting. How could anyone have seen them? He had noticed something strange and left early on. You didn't see him? Ho Zi, who was playing golf with his friends, received a call from the top of the mountain. Hearing this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he instructed, Forget it. You guys don't have to look for her. He didn't even see anyone. The people he sent out were no match for Family Xia's 6th brother. Not to mention Family Xia's 6th brother, even the little girl beside him was very powerful. He had asked his men to walk around the mountain on a whim. Since they didn't find anything, there was no need to look for it. It did not take long for the cable car to travel from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. G3 was the first to get off and blended into the crowd of tourists. In the blink of an eye, he walked out of Yi Qian's sight. She could not help but ask Xia Jinyuan, Did he leave? No, wait for us in front. You go and drive. Xia Jinyuan squeezed her hand. Like an ordinary couple, he openly held his girlfriend's hand and walked down the mountain. Before we get rid of the snake following us, G3 will always be with us. He's in the dark while we're in the light. Yi Qian nodded gently. In the sparse crowd, she tried her best to get closer to Xia Jinyuan so that her words would not be overheard by others. The three of us should work together to solve the problem in Nan province as soon as possible so that you guys can leave as soon as possible. Okay, no later than tomorrow night. So, Little Fox, from now until tomorrow morning, you'll have to stay by my side for about 48 hours. Let me see if you've regressed within 48 hours. You haven't trained for more than 10 days since you came back from Bafang. It was easy for her to become rusty if she did not train for more than 10 days after her hand was grazed by a bullet. She did not train with the soldiers, but she had been training under Principal Chen's arrangement all this time. She raised her eyebrows and her beautiful chin slightly. It's just that I didn't increase the amount of training. My daily basic training is 365 days, and it won't be interrupted no matter what. Chapter 920. Not even on special days? Looking at her smiling face that was like a flower and her eyebrows that were filled with sunshine, Major Xia inadvertently started to become energetic again. This energy was like the tip of a bamboo shoot that emerged from the spring soil. It cannot be broken even if one pinched it, and it grew day by day. Yi Qian unceremoniously elbowed him in the chest, causing Major Xia to clutch his chest and twist slightly. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. Despite the pain, he quickly grabbed her hand and did not let go. He softly begged for mercy. I was really wrong. I deserved to be hit. But I didn't mean anything else. I was just concerned. Don't all girls have special days? You're still growing. You could be harsh on yourself. But on special days, you really don't have to. Xia Jinyuan, I want to tape your mouth shut. Yi Qian forcefully shook off his hand. Her pink face flushed red, as if she was angry. But in her anger, her frown and smile made passersby think that she was an angry girlfriend acting coquettishly with her boyfriend. Xia Jinyuan's voice became softer and warmer. It's not too late for you to seal it when we're back in the room. Now is not the time. G3 is in front. He'll laugh at me if he sees it. Laugh at you for what? Yi Qian snorted and glared at him coquettishly. Does he dare to laugh at you? It was a good sign that she was already protecting him before they were even together. Xia Jinyuan's smile deepened. He did not realize that in his deep eyes, there was an almost unconditional affection for her. Yes, he doesn't dare to laugh. If he dares to laugh, your fist won't let him off. That's not what I meant. I meant that he doesn't dare to laugh at you because of your status. Yi Qian was angered by his twisted logic. Just you wait. Just you wait. There will be a good day for him. Don't talk about things that make me embarrassed. If you do, I'll remember it. Sooner or later, I'll settle the score with you. This threat was big enough. Xia Jinyuan, who understood the situation, immediately shut up and naturally changed the topic. Silly. No matter what our status is, he won't laugh. He'll only give us his blessings. Although her chest was still aching, it could not beat the sweetness in her heart. It was so sweet that her heart felt as if it had brewed honey from 100 flowers, fragrant and sweet. Holding her hand tightly, he strode forward and said in a low and deep voice, as if he was making an oath, "We'll make them give us their blessings and never let go of each other's hands. You are my lover and my comrade." Yes, you are my lover and my comrade. I have to thank you for holding my hand throughout the journey, teaching me step by step. Xia Jinyuan, I'm really grateful to you. Holding his slender and broad hand, Yi Jian walked out with her head held high. She was as cold as the young major beside her. She hoped that they would continue to walk together like this, through all the hardships, and never leave each other. At this moment, she was indeed hoping for that. Unknowingly, they caught up with G3 again. The three of them walked at a moderate pace, and even communicated secretly when no one was paying attention. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Yi Qian said to Xia Jinyuan, "I'll get the car. Wait for me." G3 also knew that she could drive. After Yi Qian left, G3, who was standing under a tree, said to Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in front of him with his hands in his pockets, "Yi Qian seems to know something. Did you tell her?" Chapter 921. She doesn't know who we killed, but she knows everything. Xia Jinyuan looked at the end of the decapitation operation and quickly separated from his comrades. He raised his fist and smiled. "Congratulations." G3 extended his fist. After the two men's fists lightly bumped, G3 understood. The fact that the military agreed to let Yi Jian join must have something to do with you. Otherwise, they wouldn't let her join such a dangerous mission. That's right, but I really didn't tell her before. Xia Jinyuan tapped his head, and the smile in his eyes was brighter than the blue sky. She's very smart. I only told her that I was changing my clothes along the way, but she suddenly reacted so quickly that I almost told her everything. G3 was speechless. Why'd he sound like he was showing off? After a moment of silence, he said, "J5 is recuperating. This time, the team suffered a heavy loss. After this is over, think of a way to get someone to write the 10,000-word report. Let K7 do it. Although he's a forensic doctor, he's very logical. Let him write it." He hadn't found anyone yet, but he had already agreed to let him write the report. Of course, he also hoped that his comrade could return safely. There were some words that couldn't be said while crying like a girl. Saying it in a different way would make him feel much better. We're all waiting for him to come back and write it. The car is here. There's good stuff in it. Get in the car and check it out. Yi Qian picked them up for us. She finished picking them out in 5 minutes. The sound of a car engine came from afar. A white imported Mercedes-Benz was driven over by Yi Qian. An old man crossed the road. Xia Jinyuan saw that she stopped steadily and gave way to the old man out of courtesy. G3's gaze landed on Yi Qian, who was sitting in the car. A faint smile appeared on his face. She's very strong and used to our life. Q King, it was the right choice to take action against a girl like her. Other girls can't accept our life, but Yi Qian can. Moreover, she will work hard to integrate herself into our lives. If I meet such a girl, even if she has a boyfriend, I will snatch her away. Xia Jinyuan chuckled softly and said, after the matter in southern province is settled, we have to prepare some masks for our trip to the desert. Last time, I inhaled a little too much dust and sand. I could still cough out sand after 2 days back. After settling the domestic affairs, Xia Jinyuan needed to go to a country near the desert where there was little rain. The city's plumbing was well designed, but it was a little too short, which made them feel a little uncomfortable. If you don't find it tiring to carry me, that's totally fine. After G3 finished speaking, he saw the car drive over again. After seeing the brand of the car clearly, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What kind of friend did you make?